Here's a last-minute Christmas shopping suggestion.
Jingle bells, bells of NBC. Oh, what joy to cook and bake while listening merrily. Pots and pans, sink and stove, work goes easily. Kitchens ring with happy chimes when tuned to NBC.
What will you hear in your kitchen after Christmas? Bacon sizzling, coffee perking, dishes clinking, and, if you're lucky, a new sound. NBC radio listening on that new set. The perfect gift to lighten Mother's long hours in the kitchen.
Kitchens ring with happy chimes when tuned to NBC.
James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother-of-pearl, its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the six-shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends.
There was a nip in the air, not a freezing, biting, angry nip, but a sort of tingle that made the morning stars shimmer and swung them out of their orbits a little closer to the earth. Oh, it was a winter nip, all right, but not a hard winter. Not a winter when the cattle would come down from the high places, poking their noses into the ice-encrusted ground. It was a mild winter nip. Mild enough so that the breath of the boy on the Pinto turned only a faint gray as he rode toward the campfire where the man was sitting.
Howdy.
Hello, mister. I see your fire. I thought maybe you wouldn't mind if I gave my pony a chance to warm up.
Sure. Make yourself home.
Now, take it easy, Black. Easy. You heading for Thompson's Corners, mister?
That's right.
I just came from there.
Oh, why, you must have been riding all night.
Oh, just about. You see, I'm running away from home.
Oh, that's so. Seems kind of a funny thing you'd pick this time of year to run away. So close to Christmas, I mean.
I hate Christmas.
Oh?
It's just for kids, anyhow.
Well...
I heard Aunt Millie say so. Christmas is for children, that's what she said. Johnny's old enough to do with all that fuss and nonsense. I heard her tell Mr. Franklin that.
Oh, you don't live with your folks, huh, Johnny?
No, sir. They died about 8 months ago.
Oh, I see.
Christmas was all right when I was with them. Of course, I was a lot younger then.
Oh, yes.
It just beats me the way folks take Christmas so serious.
Well, I don't know.
As if getting presents made any difference. As if I really cared about that knife.
Well, is that what you wanted, a pocket knife?
I don't want a knife. I don't want anything. I just wish there wasn't any Christmas, that's all.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess you aren't the first person to feel that way. You know, it seems to me I remember reading a story once about a fellow who felt the same way about Christmas you do. Just didn't have any use for it.
What happened to him?
Well, I doubt if I can call it to mind after all this time, but as I recollect... Now, mind you, this may not be word for word, but as I recollect, the man that it was about, the one that hated Christmas, that is, well, he was a real skinflint, he was. He just as stingy as they come. His name was, let me see, Eben, something like that.
Eben?
Eben, yeah, I'm pretty sure that was it. Well, being so tight-fisted, this fellow Eben, he got to be the richest man in the whole territory.
He owned a ranch?
Oh, sure. Had 4 of them. 4 ranches and store buildings and farms and maybe a bank or 2.
He was rich. I bet he had a mighty fine ranch house.
No, he didn't have a ranch house. Eben wasn't the sort to spend money on a ranch house unless there was profit in it. See, he just lived alone in town, had himself a steady room at the hotel. Well, anyway, one night while Eben was sitting in his room having supper, Christmas Eve it was. Well, on this particular Christmas Eve, His only kin, a nephew, lived in the same town. He stopped by the hotel.
To wish you a Merry Christmas, Uncle, and invite you to our place for dinner tomorrow.
Christmas, fiddlesticks. Polderall. I suppose you'll be closing up your livery stable for the occasion.
Why, sure, Uncle Eb.
And just how will the horses know it's Christmas? Answer me that.
Well, if they don't know it, we will. Can I tell Sally to expect you at 3?
You can expect me all you like, but I ain't coming. Not at 3 or any other time. Oh, if you're making so much money you can afford to be giving parties, maybe I ought to think about raising the rent on the livery stable?
Well, now, Uncle
I'll go on
Eb.
and get out of here before I lose my temper. All this nonsense about Christmas. Fiddlesticks. Hold it.
Well, after that, Johnny, the nephew didn't stick around there. He got out of Eben's hotel room at a regular gallop. It wasn't very long before Eben had another visitor. He was a young fella, tall, lanky, not very good at speaking. He just plain ordinary cowpoke. He was the foreman of the S&M ranch.
Oh, well, it took you long enough to get here. Where have you been? Selling off some of my herd without telling me about it?
No, sir. That day you rode by, I was out in the range hunting strays.
And a good thing I decided to check up on you, too. What's that cabin doing over by Holly Creek? And who are those people staying there?
They're my family. I built the shack for them myself.
I'm not going to have a bunch of nesters in my property. Tear it down.
Well, one of my boys has been sick. I can't afford
That
to rent
ain't
it.
my concern. It's up to you to keep your family and what you earn. So see that you get rid of that shack tomorrow.
But tomorrow's Christmas.
Oh, well. Then you'll have plenty of free time to tear it down. I'll be out the day after to make sure you've done it. Good night.
Wasn't much use in arguing. Foreman knew that. So he put on his hat and shuffled out. Now Eben was alone again. At least he thought he was alone. The clock on the mantel started striking 8, and that was time for him to turn in.
Oh, my...
So he put on his flannel nightshirt and reached for the kerosene lamp to set it on the stool beside the bed. And right about then, the strangest thing happened.
What in tarnation?
Johnny, old Eben saw a man's face looking right at him from inside that lamp. Eyes and hair and nose and mouth, whiskers, all just as plain as day.
Jake!
It was old Jake, Eben's partner. There wasn't any mistake about it at all. It was Jake right to a T. Well, Eben sure didn't like the idea of having Jake right in the same room with him. You see, Jake had been dead for over 7 years. Not that Eben really believed in ghosts or haunts or anything like that. He told himself he'd just imagining all this.
Yeah, I got to get a hold of myself.
He put out his hand to turn down the wick, but all of a sudden his fingers started trembling. There was Jake again, across the room this time, standing right by the bureau.
No.
And when the lamp slipped out of Eben's hand, the room didn't get dark at all. Jake seemed to be surrounded by a splotch of bright yellow light, and he was wearing the same boots and breeches and leather jacket that he'd had on 7 years ago, the day he died. But as Jake came closer, Eben could see that he was wearing something else. A small leather saddle strapped across his back. And hanging down from it were 2 saddlebags stuffed so full of gold nuggets and mortgage papers and land grants that Jake could hardly drag him across the floor.
You recognize me, Eben?
Oh, sure, Jake. Why, sure, I'd never forget you, but... Well, what are you doing here? And why are you wearing that getup?
Always thinking about land and money. Always scheming and conniving. That's why I wear it. And that's why I've come to warn you, Eben. The saddle you're fixing up for yourself is even heavier than mine.
But I don't know what you mean, Jake. I ain't done no wrong. I ain't never done folks no wrong.
Have you ever done them any good? Any good at all?
Oh, why, sure. I've worked hard. I've saved my money. I ain't been a burden on anybody. Why, you should see our ranches, Jake. Oh, the way I've built them up.
I have seen them many times. And I've seen a lot more than that, too. That's my punishment. To spend eternity traveling around, seeing mankind with its trials and tribulations, with its joys and hopes.
Is that so terrible?
Oh, Eben, to watch him and not be able to help him. You'll find out how terrible it is. You'll find out.
There must be some way of avoiding this. You always were my friend. Jake, tell me what to do.
Eben, you've got to find out for yourself.
But how?
Tonight, at 1 o'clock, you'll be haunted by a ghost.
Another ghost?
Pay him heed, Eben. Pay him some heed.
Wait, Jake. Don't leave me without it. Jake.
The yellow light sort of faded away and the ghost was gone. It was just like he hadn't even been there. And then something caught the corner of Eben's eye. A little glimmer on the floor. And he bent over to pick it up.
A gold nugget. Oh, now where on earth did he... Oh.
And then he remembered. Those saddlebags of Jake's, they'd been filled clear to the brim with gold nuggets.
We're interrupting our story for only a moment, and only to tell you, our unseen audience, that you have helped more than you may realize to make this a very Merry Christmas for all of us on this program. Your being with us each week, your many kind letters, have told us that all the work that goes into bringing you the six-shooter has not been in vain, and we're grateful. So, friends, from all of us, Jimmy Stewart and the cast, our writer, our director, engineers, and sound technicians, our best wishes for a happy holiday season. Oh, yes, and before I forget it, beginning December 31st, the six-shooter will be on the air on Thursdays instead of Sundays. That's beginning Thursday the 31st. The time of broadcast will be listed in your local newspaper. Thank you. Now, Act 2 of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponsett.
Gee whiz, a gold nugget. Then Jake's ghost really had been there, huh, mister?
Yeah, there just wasn't any doubt about it, Johnny.
Oh, what happened then? Did the other spook turn up? The one Jake said was coming to see Evan?
Oh, sure, Johnny, sure, yeah. He was right on time, too. Evan was lying in bed, wide awake, of course. He hadn't been able to do much sleep, and he's too scared. It was kind of peculiar. Evan was half scared the ghost would come and half scared he wouldn't, you see. But before the sound of the clock had died away, there he was. He's sitting in Evan's rocking chair like he'd been there all night long. And this ghost was a young fella, maybe 18, 19, all duded up the way young bucks like to dress, fancy chaps and checkered shirt and a red bandana tied around his neck.
Howdy, Eben. Reckon you've been expecting me.
Yeah, well, I guess so.
You ready to take a little trip?
Where to?
Back. Way back through the years.
Oh, but how can I go with you?
It's real easy. You see, I'm the ghost of Christmas past. You're past, Eben. Let's shove off.
Well, the next thing Evan knew, he and that ghost were standing out on a snow-covered prairie. There was a circle of covered wagons in front of them, and the people from the wagons were gathered together and listening to a tall, white-bearded man.
Behold, I bring you good
He was reading the Bible.
Great joy, which will be to all people. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, which is Christ the Lord. And this shall be a sign unto you. You shall find the baby.
The ghost turned and pointed to a boy sitting away from the others on the tailboard of one of the wagons. Small boy, about 10 years old, with hollow cheeks and his eyes all red from crying.
Oh no.
It was Eben himself. On a Christmas day, a long, long time ago. Not a very happy Christmas either. It was only a week since the oxen had stampeded and his ma had been killed when she fell from the wagon. His pa had died with an Apache arrow in his chest.
No, I don't want to look at him anymore. Can't you show me another Christmas?
Well, it was no sooner said than done. Now Eben and the ghost were in a bunkhouse. And Evan saw himself again. He's 10 years older than the boy on the prairie, but he was lying on a blanket staring up at the ceiling. And then his pal Jake came running in, all out of breath.
Come on, Eb. Get a clean shirt on. We got us an invite to a party.
Huh?
Yeah, the boss is throwing a big shindig. He says he'll fire us if we don't show up.
Evan couldn't help remembering that party. All the roast beef and the baked ham, and square dancing, and the pretty girls in their calico. He couldn't help saying out loud to the ghost,
Oh, dear. How I wish I...
What was that, Eben?
Nothing, Mr. Spirit. Nothing. I was just remembering how I treated my foreman today. That's all.
After that, the ghost took Eben to 3 or 4 more of his old Christmases. And none of them were very happy. Especially that Christmas when the young schoolmarm, sitting on the horsehair sofa, had unwrapped a tiny box Eben gave her and then handed it back to him.
It's a lovely ring, Eben. But I can't wear it.
Well, you're not courting somebody else.
No, Eben. But you are. You're courting something else.
Bill.
Land and money, cattle, profits. They mean more to you than I ever would. I'm sorry.
Mr. Ghost, no more of the past. Please, I've seen enough. A man wants to forget.
Sure, Eben. Whatever you say.
And before Eben could blink his eyes, he was right back in the hotel room. But once he got there, he blinked real hard because all of a sudden the ghost was becoming a different person. He was getting fatter, and his stomach popped out 2 or 3 inches, and a few wrinkles creased his cheeks, and finally his chaps turned into a shiny blue serge suit with a heavy gold chain dangling across the vest.
Hey, well, what's happened to you? Why are you so different now?
You seem to be getting tired of the past, so I thought we might take a gander at the present, if you've got no objections.
Well, the hotel room just melted away, and Eben was looking at that cabin his foreman had built on Holly Creek. Well, that cabin sure was crowded. Oh, there must have been 5 or 6 children, all helping their mother get the Christmas dinner, all laughing and talking, as busy as summer colds. But when their father came in, he had a long face and a tired mouth, and his wife looked up and wanted to know what was troubling him.
Oh, I was thinking about old Eben.
That's not a very pleasant thought for Christmas, Bob. By the way, what did you want with you yesterday? Was it about this cabin?
Yeah. Oh, no, of course not. Well, let's get on with dinner. Sit down, everybody. Now, where's my Tim, huh? Well, I guess we're just going to have to eat.
And Bob looked all around the room. He was pretending he didn't see the little fellow in the corner. The boy with an iron brace on his leg and a wooden crutch propped up against the wall. But little Tim, he wasn't going to be ignored.
Here I
So Bob picked him up and carried him over to the table.
God bless this food, this house, and us and our friends. Even old Eben. Amen.
The family found that part about Eben a little hard to swallow, but they finally managed, and Tim was the last one to chime in.
am. God bless us, everyone.
Eben didn't want to watch what was going on in that cabin any longer, but the next place the ghost showed him wasn't much easier on him. There was a big party going on at his nephew's house back in the livery stable. And one of the ladies was blindfolded, you see, and she was trying to pin the tail onto a donkey. But there was something peculiar about this donkey, about the way it was drawn. It looked more like a person than an animal. Well, Eben recognized who it was supposed to be right off.
You see, folks, I invited Uncle Eb to be with us, but he turned me down flat. So I figured we'd have him here in spirit, if not in the flesh.
Right back in the hotel room again. That's where Eben found himself.
Spirit, you showed me the past and the present. What's left to see?
The future, Eben. The future.
And that's how Eben came to see a Christmas of the future. A cold, brittle Christmas. And there were 2 men standing on a street corner, their coat collars turned up so to keep out the snow.
Oh, he's dead, all right. This is a door here. Sure is a Christmas present I never expected. At least whoever handles his property won't be as hard to deal with as he was. Wonder if they'll bother giving him a funeral.
And in a frame house over on the side street in the edge of town, a woman was speaking to her husband.
Funny. To me, he's been dead for years. Well, I haven't even thought of him since I don't know when. And yet, once I was real fond of him. Funny, isn't it?
Ghost. Who are they talking about? Those men on the street. That woman I used to know. Who is it that's dead? Tell me.
And the ghost slowly turned and stretched out a long, thin, bony finger. And there, right at the end of that finger, was a tombstone, all covered with weeds. Eben could barely make out the name that was carved on it.
Ebenezer Scrooge. No. What's this? Where am I?
And you know what? He was right in his own bed, in his own nightshirt, and the sun was streaming through the frosted windows. But Eben didn't stay there very long, not for very long. He got into his boots and trousers as fast as he could, and he dashed down the stairs, out into the street. Well, you see, the stores being closed gave Eben quite a problem. Well, he'd just have to make Fuzzy Wagner open the butcher shop up, that's all. Of course, Fuzzy didn't have much choice, seeing as how the shop was located in one of Eben's buildings. And when Eben told him what he wanted, a turkey and a ham, well...
No. Better make it 2 hams and send them out to the cabin on the S&M ranch. And they're not to know that I ordered them. You understand, Fuzzy? Here's the money and a little extra for your trouble.
Well, before Fuzzy could get his jaw shut up again, Eben was on his way, and he headed right straight out to his nephew's house. And Eben was the life of the party, too. Well, the way he carried on, he's laughing and making jokes and telling stories on himself, and he insisted that they use that donkey with his face on it when they played games,
Yes, because that's what I've been all these years. A real 4-footed, long-eared donkey.
And the next morning, though, that's what Eben enjoyed the most. He was up bright and early and hitched the team to the buckboard and drove out to the S&M, hurrying the horses all the way.
Come on, Bess. Come on, Martha. Step a little lively.
If he could just get out there before his foreman started tearing down that cabin.
Whoa, Martha. Whoa. Yeah. Well, Robert?
Yes, sir?
I see you ain't carried out my orders.
Well, it was Christmas. I just couldn't tell him I'll do it today.
Oh! This is the last straw. I'm not putting up with your shenanigans any longer, young fella.
Oh, but please...
That cabin's coming down and no buts about it. And then we're building a new ranch house in its place. Big enough for you and your whole family.
What?
Oh, yes. I'm also doubling your wages as of last week. Merry Christmas, Bob. Even if I am a day late. No, not a day. More like half a lifetime. But Merry Christmas anyway. And as your son says, God blesses everyone.
Well, that's the way things worked out, Johnny, more or less.
Well, that's a fine story, Mr. Real fine. I reckon I know why you told it to me.
How's that?
So that I'd understand about Christmas and how important it is to do for other people instead of just thinking about yourself.
Well, no. I didn't have that in mind especially. The story just happened to come into my head, that's all.
Well, maybe if I had to give Aunt Millie something, a present maybe. Shucks, what could I give her? I don't have no money.
Well, of course, there are lots of things that don't cost a penny, not a single red cent, you know.
Huh?
Well, now, let's see. Take that little spruce over there. It'd be real easy to cut that down, and with a little fixing and maybe a few doodads from around the house. I'll bet you could make a Jim Dandy Christmas tree out of there.
I suppose so, but what good's a tree without something to put under it?
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Johnny, You don't happen to know Jim Bender, do you? In Thompson's Corner and his 3 daughters?
He's only got 2, mister. Sarah and Emily.
Oh, is that so? That's so. I was spending Christmas with them. It looks like I'm carrying an extra present. It's a real pretty little red bonnet with feathers on it.
I couldn't take it, mister.
Oh, no. I wasn't thinking of giving it to you, Johnny. But I was sort of hoping that you'd show me the trail from here on in. Of course, it would mean you're turning around going back home, but if I was to cause you changing your plans, I'd feel obligated to pay you back some way, you know.
Well,
It would be only fair. Trouble is, I haven't got much money, so if you wouldn't mind accepting the bonnet instead, you'd be doing me a real favor, Johnny.
There's Aunt Millie out in the yard. Oh, she looks mad in a wet hand.
Well, there is a resemblance. I'll have to admit that.
Where in tarnation have you been, John Cartville? I've been looking high and low for you since dawn.
Well, I just went for a little ride, Aunt Millie, to get us a Christmas tree, see?
Christmas tree? Fiddlesticks.
This gentleman won't cut it down. I'll just take it inside. Be right back, mister.
If we had any use for a Christmas tree. I suppose he's figuring there'll be a whole lot of presents under it.
No, don't think so. But just between you and me, I got a hunch there'll be at least one present waiting for somebody.
What are you talking about?
Oh, no. It wouldn't be fair for me to speak out before Christmas. You know that.
You don't mean he's got something for me?
No. You mustn't get too curious so early.
But I thought he didn't like me. I thought he just hated having to live here with an old maid. I guess I just don't know nothing about kids. Nothing at all. I don't deserve to get...
Well, I think I'd better get moving along. Say goodbye to Johnny for him, will you? And I wonder if you'd give this to him. Yeah, tell him the little blade on it's kind of dull, but...
A pocket knife?
Yeah.
Now, how did you know?
So long.
Oh, God bless you, mister. And Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Please remember now, beginning December 31st, the 6-shooter will be on Thursdays instead of Sundays. We hope you'll join us in our new time. The 6-shooter is an NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions. The transcribed story was written by Frank Burt in collaboration with Charles Dickens. Mr. Stewart may soon be seen in the Universal International picture The Glenn Miller Story. Howard McNear played Scrooge, and special music was by Basil Adlam. The entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. And now, until Thursday the 31st, this is Hal Gibney speaking. Merry Christmas. Tonight, hear Rex Harrison and Anna Lee in the NBC Star Playhouse on the NBC Radio Network. In a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the 6-shooter, just one of the many fine programs brought to you Sundays on NBC. Later this evening, listen to the NBC Star Playhouse with one of your favorite stars. Hear Stroke of Fate. Happened if fate had reversed historical facts. And be sure to keep tuned for the dramatic story of Last Man Out. It's a wonderful lineup of great programs, all of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the 6-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl. Its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the six-shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends.
The rain sure was coming down that afternoon in Petersville. It had started all of a sudden, too, just after I left Scar at the livery stable and headed up the main street toward Doc Early's office. Real cloudburst. The wind was from the north and strong enough so that the water was beating against the building slantwise. And the way the wheel ruts in the street were turning into puddles. The rain barrels were sloshing over the sides. Well, it was like the whole town had been pushed under a leaky sieve. The closest cover I could spot was the front porch of the Jackson Hotel. That's better. For a minute I sort of shook myself off like a half-drowned pup. Then I noticed the young fellow standing beside me. I didn't recognize him, though, not at first.
Mr. Ponsett?
You're
Britt Ponsett, ain't you?
Yeah, that's right.
I wasn't sure till I saw your gun. Now, I guess you don't remember me, Mr. Ponsett. Calvin Plummer?
Calvin Ponsett? Oh, I sure remember you, Cal. Say, you really sprung up, haven't you? Why, by George, you're taller than I am. How'd you manage to do so much growing so fast?
I wasn't so fast, Mr. Ponsett. It's been 6 years since you were in Petersville.
6 years? Is that long?
Right after my 15th birthday, that's when you left.
6 years since I was here, huh? Let's see, that must make you right about 21 years old, huh?
Yes, sir.
21. Yeah, that's a man's age.
It's supposed to be. Too bad everybody doesn't realize it.
Well, sometimes it takes a while for people to get used to the fact that you've grown up.
I guess so.
How are your folks? Your Ma and Pa, how are they?
Didn't you know, Mr. Ponsett? Pa died last summer.
Well, no, I hadn't heard that. I'm sorry, Cal. I'm awful sorry about that. He was a fine man.
Yeah. At least I thought so.
Well, everybody thought so. You know that.
Did they?
Well, what do you mean, Cal?
Nothing. Looks like it's letting up. You staying in town, Mr. Ponsett?
No, just overnight. I kind of twisted my hand while I was branding a calf the other day. Swelling wouldn't go down, so I thought maybe Doc Early ought to have a look at it. If he's still practicing here, is he?
Yeah, he's still here. I expect you've been moving around quite a bit, huh, Mr. Ponsett?
Oh, more than my share, I guess.
You ain't never been to a place called Elk Point, have you? Somewhere out in the New Mexico Territory?
Oh, yes. I was out there in Elk Point 2 winters ago, I think it was.
What kind of setup is a Quincy ranch? Would you mind telling me?
Quincy?
Yeah, it's supposed to be one of the biggest outfits in those parts.
You sure it's near Elk Point?
Well, ain't it?
I don't know. I never heard of a Quincy ranch around there.
You certain, Mr. Ponsett?
Yeah. Of course, that doesn't mean that there isn't a...
Yeah, I know. Well, goodbye.
Say hello to your ma for me, Cal. She's all right, I trust.
Sure. She's fine.
I reckon your father was... Well, it must have hit her pretty hard, huh?
He had a real fast recovery.
What?
10 months ain't very long to mourn, is it? Not even a year. Just 10 months. Bye, Mr. Ponsett.
Well, Cal Plummer had done a lot more than just grow up since the last time I saw him. Strange way he was carrying on. I sure couldn't figure out what caused it. And I talk about his mother. Why, Cora and Ned Plummer were just about as well suited as any two people I ever met up with. Well, you couldn't even think about one without thinking of the other. They must have been married on close to 35 years. Cal, he was their third child. He was the only one that lived. Gee, Ned sure thought the world of him. Petersville wouldn't be the same without Ned. Oh, rain had stopped now. It even started to warm up a little. And the mud puddles out in the street were giving off little whiffs of steam. So I went over to Doc Early's office. It was just around the corner from the hotel.
Britt, don't look like you broke a thing. But it's a real bad sprain. The one you was even able to ride into town today.
Yeah, well, it wasn't any too comfortable, I'll tell you that much.
What you been doing for it?
Well, it wasn't much could do, Doc, out at the ranch, you know.
Yeah, well, some hot water nets and salts might be a little help. I'll put the kettle on and get it warming. It was so darn chilly during all that rain, I built me a little fire in the stove. Good thing that ain't your shooting hand, Britt.
Well, I haven't needed a shooting hand much lately.
Yeah, you never know. You never know.
No, things look quiet enough around Petersville.
Yeah, they're quiet all right, considering that Sheriff Jay is out of town.
Oh?
Yeah, he had some business, took him over to New Mexico territory. He's checking up on some fella there.
Oh. Well, that's kind of a coincidence.
What do you mean?
Well, I just ran into Cal Plummer on the way up to see you, and he was asking me about New Mexico.
That wasn't no coincidence, Britt.
What?
You see, the reason the sheriff went to Roswell, well, of course, officially he's picking up a prisoner, but the reason he went himself instead of sending somebody else is so he can do a little inquiring about Cal's new pa.
New pa?
Well, sure. Cora's married again. Didn't Cal tell you?
No, he didn't.
Well, I guess maybe he was just too ashamed to mention it.
Why, that doesn't seem possible. Cora Plummer remarried.
No, we was all mighty surprised. Nobody ever figured she'd look at another man, much less take a new husband, especially so soon after. Well, it was less than a year. Oliver Quincy, that's the fellow's name.
Quincy, huh? Well, when did it happen, Doc?
Let's see, about a month ago. Maybe 5 weeks. 5 weeks and 3 days. And it's as plain as day he married her because she's got a little money. Ned left her a pretty well fixed ranch and all in cattle.
Well, what about Cal?
Oh, he came in some money, too. Enough for a good start in life. And Cal's a hard worker. He'll get along. I feel kind of sorry for him, though. You know, he just worshipped his pa. And Cora getting hitched again, well, it was sort of like a slap in the face to him.
Yeah?
Sounds like that water's boiling. Yeah, that ought to be hot enough for you.
Now, what kind of a man is this Oliver Quincy? Is that his name, Oliver?
Yeah, that's his name, all right. Oh, you know the type, Britt. Big fella, white hair, mustache, always smiling. Now, where'd that some salt? Oh, here we are. A real four-flusher. That's what he is. You can spot him a mile off. Dresses like a dude, uses a lot of fancy words. Move that stuff. Now, just let me... There. Now, just stick your hand in here.
Right here.
Oh, all the way, Britt, all the way. Heat's good for spring.
Holy smokes, that's hotter than a furnace, Doc.
Well, that's what draws out poison. You'll get used to it in a minute or so.
It draws out the what?
He claims to have a big ranch somewhere near Elk Point. Cora says he's worth more than she is. Well, maybe he's got her convinced, but he ain't fooling nobody else.
Gee, that's hot. It could be the truth.
If he's so well off, why are they living on Cora's property? Just answer me that, then.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Guess that water's cooling off. Maybe I ought to pour in some fresh.
No. That water's fine, Doc. That's just fine. It doesn't need to be a bit hotter. And the hand's feeling better already.
Yeah, well, you leave it in a little while longer anyhow.
It's feeling better.
I reckon even Cora will get her eyes opened up when Sheriff Jay comes back from New Mexico. He'll have the truth about Oliver Quincy. Of course, it's going to hurt her some. A woman don't like the idea of finding out she's made a fool of herself, but it'll be better for her to find it out now than later.
Well, I just don't see how this concerns the sheriff, Doc.
Man who tells a widow woman a batch of lies and finagles around so he can get control of her property, that concerns the sheriff, don't it? Fella who do that, he might do a lot worse, Britt. He might do a whole lot worse. You just mark my word. All right, let's have a look at that hand of yours.
Oh, sure, yeah. What?
Oh, now, don't let the redness worry you. You ain't scalded. Swelling has gone down a mite. Well, I'll just wrap it up real tight, and in a day or so it'll be good as new. Swear I don't know how I'd get along without Epsom salt. Seems like they're a remedy for almost everything. Put old Lady Murdoch on 'em last year when her liver was acting up. 4 or 5 doses, and she ain't had a bit of trouble since. Why, she was even at the barn dance last Saturday carrying on like she didn't have no liver at all. Now, if you'll just hold out your hand, Britt.
After Doc Early got through with his bandaging, my hand did feel a little better. At least some of the throbbing seemed to go away. So I left his office and I wandered over to the hotel. By the time I got there, they were serving supper in the dining room. Not family style either. They had a real fancy layout. Separate tables with flowers on them. 2 waitresses wearing little checkered aprons sort of matched the tablecloths. Of course, when a place is all fixed up like that, they always make it up on you. Well, you can figure on paying a little extra for your food when they have a place. Now, for instance, the steak I ordered, it was going to cost 35 cents. That's what it said on the menu, 35 cents.
Here you are, mister.
Oh, thanks.
Looks like you're going to have trouble cutting it. What's wrong with your hand?
It's nothing serious. It's just a sprain. I guess maybe I should have ordered something I could spoon through.
Want me to slice up the meat for you?
No, I'll manage. I just get this thumb out of here. Yeah. I'll be all right.
Well, if you want anything, just holler.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, miss. I don't know why they give me the toughest steak in the whole kitchen. For 35 cents, you think you should have been...
Howdy, Britt.
Oh, Doc. Were you eating here, too, tonight?
No, Britt, I was looking for you.
For me? What?
Cal Plummer just come riding into town, says his ma's been shot.
Been shot? Cora?
That's what Cal says. He don't think it's too serious, but I'm going out the ranch now and see what I can do for her.
Oh, of course, sure.
Cal told me to bring you along.
Me? What for?
I don't know. He just told me to find you if I could and bring you.
You did, huh? That's funny.
Well, Britt, you coming or not?
Well, I sure don't see where I figure in this thing, but if Cal wants me,
sorry to drag you away from your supper.
Oh, that's all right, Doc. I'm afraid I was fighting a losing battle with that steak anyhow.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in just a moment. Every day, every one of us Americans has the satisfaction of knowing that right now we enjoy the highest standard of living in all history. And we've only begun, for it's a fact that our standard of living will rise still higher. And while we've made ourselves stronger economically, we've retained all of our basic freedoms. We work where we choose, we bargain collectively, contract our own affairs, and profit from our inventiveness and enterprise. That's the American economic system, and I'm for it. I'm sure you are, too. So let's keep things that way, friends, all of us. Now, Act 2 of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponsett.
The Plummer Ranch was about half-hour ride east of Petersville. Real big outfit, too. Maybe, 50 square miles grazing land and all. The main ranch house just off the road was built to size. 2 stories tall with giant big windows faced out. I remember hearing folks tell how Ned Plummer had to send all the way up to Chicago to get glass big enough for those windows. There was a couple of lamps burning somewhere on the first floor. You could see little lights spilling through the draperies. The rest of the place was dark. Whoa, Scar. Whoa. Oh, boy. Oh. And we left our horses in the yard, Doc and I. And he grabbed his satchel with the medical instruments, and we walked up to the carved mahogany door, the front door.
Just a minute. Yes? Oh, Doc Early.
Evening.
Just what can I do for you, Doctor?
Well, Cal said that Miss Plummer, that Miss Quincy, your wife, that she was hurt somehow.
Oh, I see. Well, it's nothing serious, just a scratch. My gun went off accidentally, and bullet grazed her shoulder. But Cora's perfectly all right now. Matter of fact, I think she's already gone to bed.
Is it, Oliver?
Sounds to me like she's still up.
Well, I guess I was mistaken.
Yeah.
Oliver?
It's a doctor, dear, and,
My name's Ponsett. Britt Ponsett.
Britt Ponsett?
That's right. That's right, Mr. Quincy.
Well, I suppose you might as well come in, Doctor. Mr. Ponson?
Hiya.
This way. I told him it was only a scratch, dear. But as long as Dr. Early rode way out here, I suppose he might as well have a look at you, just to be on the safe side.
Hello, Cora.
Britt. Why, what are you doing in Petersville? When did you get into town?
This afternoon. Didn't Cal tell you?
Well, no.
It must have slipped his mind.
Good evening, Cora. Let me see here.
Now, Doc, you shouldn't be troubling over me. I'm all right, really.
Well, of course you are, my dear. Of course you are. Bullet barely grazed his skin. I'm afraid the good doctor doesn't approve of my bandage.
No. It's perfectly satisfactory. At least it appears to be. I'd like to take it off, though. Make certain there's no danger of infection. You mind stepping in the other room, Cora?
Well,
Go ahead, my dear. Go ahead.
I'll see you before you leave, Britt.
Oh, sure. I'll wait around till the doc finishes out.
Nice of you to ride out to Dr. Early, Mr. Fawcett. I imagine he appreciates having the company.
Well, it wasn't his idea, Mr. Quincy.
Oh?
No, Cal asked him to bring me along.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Mm-hmm. Well, I reckon that makes us even. Whereabouts is he, anyway?
Calvin? I don't know. He hasn't been here all evening.
He wasn't around when the shooting took place.
It was not a shooting, Mr. Ponset. It was an accident.
Well, whatever it was.
And Calvin was not here. I met up with him while I was riding into town to get the doctor, and he offered to save me the trip.
Oh, I guess I was under the impression you said Cora didn't need a doctor.
No, she doesn't. But at first, I didn't know how serious the wound might be. Then, when I got back to the house, I saw it didn't amount to anything. And by the time you and Dr. Early showed up, I'd forgotten the whole thing. That's why I was surprised to see you. For a moment, I couldn't think what you wanted.
Your gun just happened to go off, huh?
I was going to clean it. I thought it was empty. I guess I don't know too much about firearms.
What make do you carry?
Why...
He doesn't carry any make, but I do.
I hadn't seen Cal come in on the front hall, so I didn't know how long he'd been standing there. He was holding a .45, using it to cover his stepfather. The gun wasn't moving either. Cal's hand was as steady as his eyes. Steady and cold and determined. It wasn't the first time I'd seen a man with a look like that on his face. Now, not a killer's look exactly, at least not the look of somebody who wants to kill. More like somebody who hasn't got any choice.
I was wondering how you'd lie out of it, Quincy. The kind of story you'd tell. You weren't very convincing either, considering all the practice you've had.
Hey, Calvin, listen to me. I know how you feel.
You haven't got the slightest notion how I feel. If you did, you'd have left town like I told you a couple of hours ago.
Now, take it easy, Cal.
I gave him warning, Britt. I gave him fair warning. I said I'd kill him if he didn't get out and stay out for good.
I don't know what it is he's got against me, Mr. Ponset. I suppose I don't measure up to his father.
Measure up to him? I ought to kill you for even comparing yourself. Well, are you going or not, Quincy? Because if you're not, this time Ma ain't here to get in the way.
What? Was that what happened before? Is that how she got shot up?
It was his fault. He's got her so mixed up she doesn't see anything straight. She thinks he's fond of her the way she is of him. When she saw the gun, she ran forward, yelling and screaming. The way she grabbed my hand, that's what made it go off. I never meant to fire. Least of all, I never meant to hit Ma.
But your Ma's all right, Calvin. The bullet hardly touched her.
I don't believe... Is that true, Mr. Ponce?
That's right, Cal. Car's fine. Doc Early's in there now, just making certain.
All right, Quincy. Start moving before she comes back.
Now, hold on. Hold on a minute here now. This isn't any way to settle things. He's your mother's husband. She's got a right to know what's going on.
You think I want her to know what a liar he is? That he never cared for? You think I want to break her heart?
Well, what are you talking about, Calvin? I never lied to Cora. Never in my life.
And where's that big ranch you're supposed to own and all the money you're supposed to have?
What?
Tell Mr. Ponset about your holdings. He's been to Elk Point. And there ain't no Quincy Ranch.
Oh, you're not making any sense, Calvin.
I ain't going to stand around here arguing.
Put that away, Cal.
Not until he leaves. He gives me his word he won't be back. And if he don't keep his word...
Cal?
You don't figure in this, Mr. Ponset.
You got me out here. It was my idea.
Well, nobody's keeping.
This bandage isn't on my gun hand, Cal.
He's got you fooled into being on his side, too.
I didn't say that.
Look, ain't there nobody that sees him for what he really is? All he's trying to do is to get his hands on what my father left. Dad worked hard. All his life he worked hard, and when he was dying, he told me to look after Ma. Told me it was my job. Well, I'm going to do my job, Mr. Ponset, and nobody's...
Calvin, you made enough trouble for one night.
I'm sorry, Ma. Didn't want you to be here. Didn't want you to find out.
Found out what? My son's turned into a lunatic?
I'm only doing it for you, Ma.
For me? You think you're helping me by carrying on like this? I've got my own life to live, Calvin. You've got to let me live it as I see best.
Ma, he's no good. I was trying to get him to leave before Sheriff Jay comes back from Roswell, before the whole thing came out. Well, I guess it's too late now. I guess you'll have to know.
Know what?
He hasn't got a ranch. He ain't got any money.
Oh.
If you don't believe me, ask Britt Ponset. He only married you because of what Pa left you.
No, all I said that I didn't know of any Quincy Ranch near Elk Point. That's all I said. I haven't been around there for a couple of years. Maybe by now.
Well, there ain't no such ranch now either. Is there, Quincy?
Well, no, of course not.
There you see, Ma.
Calvin, listen to me.
He's admitting it, Ma. Why don't you face facts? Everybody else has been on to him. Everybody but you.
It's all my fault. I should have told you in the first place. I know that Oliver isn't rich. I never thought he was.
You never thought... Ma?
Well, maybe Doc and I'd better get going, huh?
No, I'd like you to stay, Britt. Calvin is right about one thing, though. I've been making a fool of myself. What's worse, I've been making a fool of Oliver, too.
Now, Cora.
You see, Calvin, I've known Oliver for a long time. Your father and I, well, we were all friends back in Kansas. All three of us. Of course, that was before I married your dad.
You've known each other all these years?
Once, Oliver asked me to marry him. But I chose your father. And I've never been sorry I made that choice. I guess you know that, Ollie.
Well, sure, Cora.
But after Ned died, well, it was like part of me had died, too. And I felt all hollow and useless, lonesome. Not a very romantic way of putting it. Lonesome, but that's how I felt. Like I couldn't go on by myself. Oh, you did your best, son, to keep me from thinking about your father and about myself. But it wasn't enough. And I kept remembering what your father said when he first took sick and he knew he wasn't going to get well. He said he'd take it as a compliment if I was to marry again, that it would mean our marriage had been a good one. But more than that, I think he knew I wasn't the kind to live alone. So I wrote to Oliver, asked him to come out to Petersville just for a visit. And then, well, us getting married was my idea.
Your idea, Cora.
Ollie was afraid of what folks would think. Me having this ranch and him not worth very much. He's afraid they'd get the idea he was marrying me because of my money. So I told everybody that he had a ranch of his own, even bigger than mine.
Boy, Cora.
Oh, I was just trying to make it easier on him, Britt, so he wouldn't be embarrassed, uncomfortable. Of course, Oliver didn't know what I was up to.
You shouldn't have done it, Cora.
I'm sorry, Ollie. But I'm not sorry I married you.
Oh, my.
You've got to understand, Calvin. It's true, I'm an old lady and a foolish one. And it's true I don't feel the same way toward Oliver that I felt toward your father. You only feel that once in a lifetime. And some folks aren't even that lucky. But it's better for me not to be alone the time that's left. I think it's better for Oliver, too.
You should have told me, Ma.
Yes. Yes, I see that now. But I wasn't sure how you'd take it. Too bad you were dragged into this, Britt. you and Doc, that I wanted you to hear it all before you left.
Sure, Cora.
You knew Ned. You were a good friend of his. He thought a lot of you.
Oh, I sure hope so.
Oh, what would he think? How would he feel about my marrying again?
Oh, it's pretty hard to speak for somebody else, Cora. But Ned loved you. That was plain to everybody. So I guess he'd want you to be happy and content. That's what Ned would want.
Thanks, Britt.
Well, Doc, it's about time we're getting back to town, isn't it? After that, I guess Cal and Oliver started hitting it off real well. Anyway, the last time I was through Petersville, folks were all talking about how much Oliver Quincy had done for the Plummer Ranch. Practically doubled the size of the herd, and now he was building a house down on the south pasture for Cal to live in when he got married. As for Sheriff Jay's story about Oliver not owning any property around Elk Point, well, the people just wouldn't believe that, that's all. The sheriff just hadn't done enough checking, that's all. A man like Oliver Quincy, why, he just had to be rich. It was written all over him.
The Six-Shooter is a transcribed NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Burt and is written by him. Mr. Stewart may soon be seen in the Universal International picture The Glenn Miller Story. Others in the cast were Virginia Gregg and Jean Tatum, Robert Griffin, Parley Bear, and Bert Holland. Special music for this program was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. This is Hal Gibley speaking. Tonight, hear Margaret O'Brien in the NBC Star Playhouse on the NBC Radio Network.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles. And 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. From the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, Soft Touch.
It is 11 a.m. on a Sunday in August 1949. A blue sedan comes to a stop in front of a ranch house 30 miles from the town of Salt Flats, Texas.
Come on, kids. This is Grandma's house.
Shh, Bill. Huh? Let them sleep. We started so early, they're tired.
Well, we can't leave them in the car.
If we wake them up now, they'll never finish their naps. We'll bring them in a few minutes.
Okay. Getting up at 4 a.m. was kind of early, even for them, huh? Hey, look. Pa's painted the windmill.
Oh, Bill, I love this place. I wish we didn't live so far away.
Yeah.
We don't get here often enough.
Hey, wonder where the folks are. They usually stand in the middle of the road waiting for us when they know we're bringing the kids for a visit.
The door's open. Your mother's probably in the kitchen cooking enough food for a dozen.
Yeah. Don't smell anything cooking. Ma? Pa? You home?
Maybe they're still at church, Bill.
No, they're always back by 10 o'clock. The garage door was closed, too. Pa always leaves it open when he's got the car out.
Oh, then they must be in back someplace.
Yeah. Hey, Ma? Pa, where are you?
I've never known your mother to be any place but in the kitchen, Bill.
Yeah, but she doesn't hear so well anymore. Let's take a look. Ma? Nobody here, Judy.
Bill? Bill, what's that spilled on the floor at the door to the pantry?
Huh? Hey, Judy, it looks like blood.
Oh, Bill.
Ma! Pa! Oh, good Lord. Mom, it's dead.
Bill. Bill, honey, come away. Come away.
The brutal murder of the rancher and his wife was reported. Texas Ranger Jace Pearson was notified by shortwave radio. He reached the ranch house less than 1 hour after the bodies were discovered.
I'm sorry to have to ask questions at a time like this, Mr. Ross.
It's all right. My kids are asleep in the car, though. Mind if my wife takes them into town?
I won't leave you here, Bill.
Please, honey, I'll be all right. I don't want the kids to come in here or even know about this.
Might be best, ma'am.
I'll meet you at the hotel later.
All right, honey.
Better tell me anything you know, Mr. Ross.
Yeah. Well, we drove out from Fort Worth this morning. That's my home now. I'm a commercial artist. This is the first time we've been here in 5 months.
Hello, Sheriff.
Howdy, Ranger. Your wife told us to come right in, Bill. I sure am sorry.
Yeah, it's...
Might have known something was wrong when I didn't see your folks at services this morning. They never did miss.
You better go on with what you were telling me, Mr. Ross.
But nothing else to tell. Judy noticed the blood in the kitchen by the pantry door.
Okay. Better take a look at him, Sheriff.
All right.
Just one thing more, Mr. Ross. Your parents have any enemies you know of?
No.
Jed and Martha Ross never made an enemy in their whole lives, Ranger.
Say, you don't want me to go in there with you, do you?
No, it won't be necessary. Just take it easy.
Kitchen's here. They took a pretty cruel beating, Ranger.
Yeah. No sign of a weapon, though. Here, help me move the old man's body a little, will you?
Get easy here. Here.
A lot of heavy welts, but beaten to death and then put in here. Blood comes mostly from hemorrhaging, though, not so much from cuts.
You'd think a weapon would have cut him up more than that. Unless it was wrapped in something.
Only one other thing I can think of. Bare fists.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, what's this?
Let me see. Well, just a little hunk of paper.
Yeah, crumpled, too. Piece of a larger sheet. Rest of it must have been torn away. It feels like a good grade of letterhead paper.
Mean anything to you?
Well, if we find the rest of the paper this came from, no. But if we don't, it could mean plenty.
Like what?
Well, the way this is crumpled might have been part of something the old man was hanging on to, and somebody tried to get it away from him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to send this into our lab at Austin.
Looks like this happened sometime last night.
That's something we'll know when we get an autopsy report. We called to have the bodies and the piece of paper picked up. Then we checked around the outside of the house. The gravel road wouldn't hold a car track. But behind the house, we found marks where a horse had been tied. I got charcoal out of the trailer, and the sheriff got a horse from the ranch barn.
You went right toward the southeast quarter. Ross has 200 acres and cotton down there.
Yeah, I see it.
Might have ridden over there yesterday on one of his own horses.
No, horse that made this trail wasn't one of Ross's. Pony we're following has a spread hoof. Whoa. Look. See the marks? There's a bar across the frog on the right forefoot.
Yeah. Wondered why you were checking the shoes on the horses back there in the barn.
Yeah, that's why. Wrong way. Who owns the adjoining place? Other side of the cotton.
Big Chuck Whitaker.
Now, let's get moving. I want to have a talk with this Big Chuck Whitaker. Come on, Chuck.
Here, boy.
Yeah, I was over there yesterday afternoon, but I didn't kill nobody.
Well, that's very interesting, Mr. Whitaker, because we didn't tell you anything about anybody being killed.
I know you didn't, Ranger. My phone happens to be on the same party line as the Ross Ranch. I heard their son Bill call when he found him this morning.
You make a habit of listening in?
I had a call to make. I picked up the phone I heard. Couldn't help it. Now, if you're through asking questions, I'd like to go back to mending this harness.
That can wait, Chuck.
You're not exactly broken up about losing your neighbors.
Ranger, I got troubles enough of my own.
Why did you go to Ross's yesterday? What time were you there?
In the evening, just before sundown. Ross was fixing to have some crop dusting done again. I wanted to talk to him about it.
How about doing the job for him?
No, Ranger, the crop dusting plane comes down from Salt Flats.
Oh. Well, go ahead, Whitaker.
Yeah, the last time Ross dusted a spray he carried over on my place. Some of my cattle watered down near that cotton. Made them sick.
Yeah, Ross say he'd watch out for it?
Yeah.
And that was all?
That was all. Then I come home.
All right, Whitaker. Come on, Sheriff.
All right. So long, Chuck.
Yeah.
Easy, boy.
Here. Here. Hey, wait a minute.
Whoa.
Chuck.
Yeah, Chuck?
Yeah, I just thought of something. When I left Ross's place just before dark, a car drove up as I came around the house.
Who was in it?
Man, that's all I know.
You didn't see his face?
No. Only thing that makes me think of it was something I noticed. Car wasn't from around here.
Oh, how do you know?
Well, they had one of them fancy frames around the license plate. You know the things I mean, that got the name of the town stamped on it.
Did you notice the stamp?
Yeah. Car was from San Antone.
San Antone, huh? Thanks.
Yeah.
Let's go, Sheriff. Get up, Chuck.
Hip. Good thing he noticed that car and remembered it. Might be a big help.
Yeah. Might be a big lie, too. That man's hard.
He just acts hard, Ranger. Kind of sour since his wife ran off with one of his cowhands a few years back. But he don't need no harm.
Maybe not.
He makes a bad impression. He's liable to send more flowers to Ross' funeral than most anybody around.
I've known killers to do that before, too. We checked other ranchers in the area, but we didn't get any information until next morning at the sheriff's office.
Morning, Jace. Heard anything from your headquarters yet?
No, waiting for him to call me now. What's that, the autopsy report?
Yeah. Medical examiner seems to agree with your idea. Death might have been caused by a beating with fists.
Pretty thorough job of beating. You read this?
Yeah.
Old woman died of a broken neck. Struck right at the base of the brain. Rabbit punch.
Yeah. Old man Ross hemorrhaged to death, like you said.
Broken jaw, broken nose, ribs smashed in under the heart. Vessels ruptured from being beaten on the kidneys and in the solar plexus.
I'd like to get my hands on anybody who'd do that.
If you did get your hands on him, you'd have your hands full. Whoever did it was big, and he could hit. Plenty hard and in just the right spots.
You still got Chuck Whitaker on your mind?
Only because he fits the bill in a few ways.
Never hurt nobody before.
No, but he's a bitter man. That kind can...
Excuse me. Hello? Yes, he's here. Yeah. For you, Jace. Captain Stinson calling long distance.
Thanks. Hello, Cap.
Hello, Jace. Just got a report on the scrap of paper you sent in. Special type. The paper stock indicates the original sheet was a letterhead printed in the government printing office at Washington.
You know which bureau?
No, but we're checking.
Try and find out if any department there has had any correspondence with Jed Ross recently.
That's what we're doing. But don't expect anything in a hurry.
I won't.
Bye, Jace.
Bye, Captain.
You find out where the paper come from?
Yeah, some government office in Washington. You been checking on that car from San Antone?
One Whitaker told us about? Yeah. Nobody I found saw it. How about you?
Nobody. Seems like the only one did see it was Chuck Whitaker.
I hate to admit it, Jace, but it's beginning to look that way.
Let's get our horses. I want to see Whitaker again.
When you've known a man all your life, you hate to think he's a murderer. On the other hand, you hate to see a neighbor get killed, too.
Whitaker's telling the truth. He's got nothing to worry about.
I feel mighty sorry for young Bill Ross. He was all busted up at the funeral parlor. Tough for him to take it alone, but he made his wife and kids go back to Fort Worth.
He the only child?
Bill? Yeah. Only one living, that is. Had a sister, Joan. Nice a girl as you ever see.
What happened to her?
She was a Navy nurse. Got killed at Solomon Island during the war. Ross has sure had that sheriff trouble, all right.
Kind of trouble somebody ought to pay for.
Hey, look. There's Whitaker now on a pony coming toward us. Just rode out of the gully.
Yeah. Get up, Chuck.
Up, boy. Oh,
boy. You're coming back to see me, huh?
That's right, Whitaker.
You think I've been lying to you, don't you, Ranger?
Now, take it easy, Chuck.
Get one thing straight, Whitaker. I got nothing against you or any man, not personally. But I do intend to find the man who killed your neighbors.
Well, then you can stop looking around my place. Sheriff, I rode out to meet you because your office called. You both wanted back in town.
Why?
Because I ain't blind and I ain't lying. One of the sheriff's deputies has found somebody else who saw that car from San Antone.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. And now we continue with tonight's case, Soft Touch.
We went back to town and from there to a roadside cafe about 15 miles out the state highway.
Yeah, I sure did see the car, like I told the deputy. It had that thingamajig on the license plate. Noticed it when I give him some gas.
Are you sure it was on Saturday, huh?
It sure was. About 5 o'clock, I'd say.
I guess there's not much traffic from San Antone comes through here, does it, Sheriff?
Nope, we're off the main U.S. highways. Anybody coming down here on a state road would have to have some business around here someplace.
You remember the man in the car?
No, I sure do. After I give him the gas, he'd come in for some coffee.
Can you describe him?
Oh, well, 3 days ago, but he's better than 6 feet, maybe 200 pounds. Then, of course, there was his face.
What was wrong with it?
Well, Sheriff, his face looked like he tried to bulldog a steer on rocky ground and lost. It sure was scarred up.
He bleeding any place?
Oh, no, Ranger. I didn't mean fresh scarred. Reckon he's looked that way for a long time.
And when he left here, you drive on toward Salt Flats?
He sure did. Wasn't nobody else in here when he stopped nor when he left, so I didn't have nothing much to do, and I was watching when he drove off.
He was going in the direction of the Ross Ranch, all right?
Yeah, but who was he?
That's what I'm going to find out, if I can. Bill Ross said he's a commercial artist, didn't he?
Yeah, why?
Because I want to bring him out here, get a detailed description of that face, and see if Ross can draw something that comes close to it. We sent for Bill Ross, but before he joined us at the sheriff's office, something else turned up. A long-distance call from Captain Stinson.
We found out what that letter from Washington might have been, Jace.
Good, Captain. Let's have it.
Well, it might have been from the Veterans Administration. Answer to a letter Jed Ross wrote asking if they had any record of a United States Marine named Herbert Walsh.
What else?
Well, for some reason, Ross wanted to know if there really had been a Herbert Walsh in the Corps, and especially if he'd been wounded and hospitalized in the Solomon Islands. The piece of paper you sent in might have come from the answer the Vets Administration sent to Ross.
What was the answer?
There's no record of a Herbert Walsh, Jace. Does it fit anything?
I don't know, Captain. But the Rosses lost a daughter in the Solomons, a Navy nurse. Bill Ross just came in with the sheriff. I'll get on it. Bye.
Bye, Jace.
Ross, does the name Herbert Walsh ring a bell with you?
Yes. Yes, Ranger, it does. My father told me about him in a letter 2 months ago.
You know who he is?
No, I never saw him. Folks wrote that he stopped by the ranch and told him my sister had taken care of him in the Solomons before she got killed.
Is that all?
No. According to my father's letter, Walsh gave my folks the idea that he and my sister had been very close.
Had your sister ever mentioned him in letters to your folks when she was overseas?
Well, they couldn't remember, but we were awful fond of my kid sister, Ranger. Anybody who'd known her would have found an open door with my folks.
Somebody found one, all right. Two open.
What do you mean?
There isn't any Herbert Walsh.
What? But my pa gave him some money.
When? Did he write to you about that?
No, but I've just been going over my father's affairs. In the past 2 months, he loaned Walsh several $100s. I have the canceled checks.
Where are the checks?
At the lawyer's office on the corner.
I want to see where those checks were cashed. Come on.
Jace, you figure this Walsh is a phony working the old war buddy racket?
Of course he is, but with a new angle. A dead girl.
What do you mean?
I mean that families of servicemen and women open their hearts too easily to strangers they think might have been close to somebody they loved.
You mean Walsh killed my family?
Your father must have suspected him. He wrote to Washington and found out Walsh had never been in the Solomons or the Marines. And when Walsh came the last time, your father called his hand with a letter he'd gotten from the VA.
Here's the building where the lawyer is.
Here are the checks, Ranger. 4 of them, total of $600.
Endorsed by Walsh. Cashed for him by merchants in San Antone.
That car came from San Antone, Jace. That sure fits.
It sure does. Let's get out to that cafe and get that sketch drawn up.
No, it weren't quite like that around the eyes. There was, marks around the eyebrows.
She means scar tissue.
Oh. See, eyes deeper set then. Like this?
Yeah, sure would. The nose didn't come out so far. It had a kind of a dent in the middle.
Oh, take that out. Here. Like that?
Hey, that's fine. That's real good.
If somebody knew the man, would they recognize him from that?
They sure would. That's almost a spitting image, I'd say.
Thanks a lot, ma'am.
You're sure welcome.
I'll take that bill. Thanks again.
Come back.
Well, he ain't the prettiest fellow I ever saw.
I don't know. My folks said that, too. But Walsh told him he'd been in a Jap prison camp, been treated bad.
Walsh was lying, if Walsh is his real name.
Must have got beat up someplace, Jace.
Yeah, and I've got a hunch I know where.
What do you think?
In a prize ring. The man who killed your folks was a professional fighter.
You figuring that just because of his face?
And one other thing. Don't forget that autopsy report, Sheriff.
That's right. Well, you remarked right then that the fellow who threw those punches knew what he was doing.
I'd sure like to get my hands on him. 2 old people, and getting at him through my kid sister.
Don't think about your own revenge. The law will take care of that.
Yeah, but no law can bring them back to life.
Drop you at the office, Bill, you and the sheriff. I'll be in touch with you later.
Where are you going, Jace?
Out of your territory. San Antone.
All right, come on, Chris. Throw that 1-2 faster. Faster. Come on, roll with it. That's it.
Oh, now let me see, Ranger. Well, I've seen that face before, sure.
Oh, yeah.
Well, been some time, but he used to train here, all right. Heavyweight. Wait a minute. Hey, Pop, come here.
Oh, come in, Mike.
Pop is the world's oldest fight fan, knows every fighter in his record for the past 50 years. Maybe he can tell you something.
Yeah. You know, what can I do for you?
You know a man who looks like this?
Yeah, I've seen him before.
His name Walsh?
Walsh, nothing. That's Eddie Pola. I never did amount to anything. Had a punch like a bull ox, but no science. Wide open for a left hook. Had 31 fights and ended up...
fine, Pop. Hold it. Ranger don't care about all that.
The main thing I want to know is, when did you see him last?
Oh, 6-7 years ago.
That long ago?
Ain't long enough to suit me. Pola never should have been allowed in the ring. He wasn't the kind of fighter that loved the sport. He liked to hit men to ruin them, that's what.
And you have no idea where I might find him?
Well...
Not me, Pop.
No.
Well, thanks for your help.
Yeah, you're welcome, stranger.
Well, sure. Glad to help, Ranger.
Hey, wait a minute, Ranger.
Yeah?
I just remembered. There was a gal Pola used to hang out with. Name was, Dolly Richards. She might know where he is.
Well, you know where I might find her?
Well, she used to work in the box office at the Empire Theater. That's all I know.
Thanks. I'll try it.
You planning to arrest Eddie Pola?
That's my plan, all right. Why?
Well, don't surprise me none, you understand, but let me give you some advice.
Go ahead.
Watch yourself in the clinches if you find him, Ranger. He's tougher than 9 miles on paved road. He's bad medicine. And he won't be fighting by the rule books if he knows you want him.
Thanks, Pop. I'll be careful.
Yeah, being careful ain't enough. Get off first. Remember, he's a sucker for a left hook. If he gets a chance to hit you good, he won't stop till he kills you.
I checked the Empire Theater for Pola's girl, Dolly Richards, but she hadn't been seen for years. I put through a call to headquarters asking them to check auto registration for one in Pola's name. It was late afternoon when Captain Stinson got back to me by phone.
The car he was using must have been stolen, Jace. There's nothing registered in that name.
You checking for a criminal record on him?
Yeah, but there's nothing in this state. We're checking with other states, though. I just sent teletypes off.
I'll have to wait a while then.
Nothing else you can do, Jace. So long.
Hey, wait a minute, Captain.
What?
Take one more crack at the License Bureau in Austin. See if they have a car registered to Dolly Richards.
Dolly Richards? Well, who's she, Jace? Pola's girlfriend?
She was. Let's hope the torch is still burning. I didn't move from the phone until the captain called back. This time he had something.
Here it is, Jace. Car registered to Dolly Richards. Texas license T49753. Her address is RFD number 4 on Farm Highway 73. It's a turnoff north of Tilden.
Well, that doesn't sound right to me, Captain. Car I want had San Antone marked on the license plate frame.
That's still all right, Jace. Dolly Richards bought the car 6 months ago from a San Antone dealer. Frame might have been on there.
That's better. Any out-of-state record on Pola?
Not yet. You want to wait another hour or so?
No. You can give me word by short wave. I'm heading toward Tilden.
KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10. Go ahead, KTXA.
Report on subject Eddie Pola. Served 3 years Leavenworth, impersonating Army officer and using mails to defraud. 1 year Oklahoma State Penitentiary for fraud. 1 year Louisiana assault.
10-4, Unit 10, clear.
KDXA Austin.
I took the turnoff north of Tilden, headed for the sprawling country ribboned by Farm Highway 73. It was midnight when my headlights picked out the mailbox and the name D. Richard. I left the car on the road and slipped up to the house. It was dark. I knocked.
All right, Eddie, all right. Don't blow your top. What a tired kitty.
Pola isn't home, huh?
Pola? I don't know anybody by that name.
You can save the static, lady. Where was he last Saturday night?
He was right here with me.
During the late afternoon and evening?
You heard her, Ranger.
Oh, Eddie, I didn't know you was in. He knocked, and I thought you'd forgot your key.
All right, Dolly, shut up. Like we said, Ranger, I was here last Saturday.
I know somebody who says you weren't. Described you well enough for this to be drawn. Good likeness, too, Pola.
I was here. What are you going to prove with the drawing?
I'm not going to prove anything with the drawing. But I'm going to have an eyewitness prove that you were near Salt Flats Saturday when Jed and Martha Ross were murdered.
Murdered?
Shut up, Dolly.
Forget to tell her about that part of it, eh, Pola? Maybe you forgot to tell her about the checks to Herbert Walsh, the Marine the VA never heard of. Where's that letter you ripped out of the old man's hand?
All right, Ranger, I'll show you. Come in. Yeah, it's over here, and...
The old boy at San Antone Jim told me you were open for a left hook, Pola. Now, don't try that again. Get on your feet and turn around. You too, miss.
Why me?
So I can cuff you together.
What are you taking me for?
For harboring a murderer. to give you a chance to decide whether you want to stick to your story or tell the truth. All right, move.
Dolly Richards turned state's evidence against Eddie Pula. Pula was tried, convicted, and sentenced to death in the electric chair.
And now here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea.
Many years ago, a group of Texas Rangers had a showdown battle with a notorious band of killers. Several days later, the Rangers assigned to the case staggered back to their headquarters, showing the marks of combat, many of them badly wounded. The captain of the company, too impatient to wait for a written report, went to the barracks where the men were cleaning up and tending to their wounds. "What happened?" the captain asked. There was silence for a moment as the Rangers looked up at him. Finally, one of them said, "Oh, nothing much, Cap. We had a little shooting match, and they lost. Good night, folks. See you again same time next week."
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Saddle Tramp. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Paul Frees, Mike Barrett, Tom Tully, Bill Johnstone, Byron Kane, and Virginia Gregg. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. The chimes are really excited about a big show. In fact, it's the big show. An hour and a half every Sunday with Tallulah Bankhead as Fem C, and starring Jimmy Durante, Fred Allen, Jack Carson, Groucho Marx, Jose Ferrer, Meredith Wilson, and many, many more. All this and Tallulah, too. No wonder it's the big show. The premiere date is Sunday, November 5th, just 1 week from today.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles. And 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, the White Suit.
It is 6 a.m., June 23rd, 1947. There is only one prisoner in the Live Oak County Jail. He is John Elliott Bascom, a notorious and dangerous gunman. In the anteroom connecting the jail with the sheriff's office, Deputy George Keaton dozes, snoring at the end of a long and uneventful night's duty.
Miss George! Miss George!
Oh, hello, Uncle Ben. You still here?
Yes, sir. That prosecutor's office down the hall was powerful dirty. About ready to go along home now as soon as I hang up my mouth, but I brewed this here coffee for you.
Coffee? Put it here. Oh!
She's hot, sure enough.
Coffee. Uncle Ben, you're an angel.
Don't know about that, Miss George. Ain't nobody else feed my wing. Just put the pot and cup in my closet when you're through. I'll take care of them when I come on tonight.
Sure, thank you, Uncle Ben.
Yeah.
Hey, Hey, jailer!
What's the matter with you now, Bascom?
Take a look. The cell floor's wet. Water's running all over. This jail may have all the comforts of home, but I wouldn't give you much for your plumbing.
This building's so old, it's a wonder it doesn't all come apart. Valve must have stuck again.
Water all over the floor.
All right. I'll take it easy.
What a crummy joint.
You keep back, Bascom.
Don't worry. You can do the wading. I'm not putting my feet down in that water.
Stay there in your bunk. I'll see what's the matter. Let's see what's wrong with it. Why, your undershirt's stuffed in the drain.
Yeah! Give me a gun! Give me a gun! No, I'm
McJoseph! Oh, Lordy, Bascom!
Get away from that gun cabinet!
Sheriff Chris Olson discovered the bodies of his night deputy and the courthouse janitor when he came into his office at 8 o'clock. He immediately telephoned the Texas Rangers, and a short time later, Ranger Jace Pearson arrived.
Jace Pearson, am I glad to see you.
It's been quite a while, Sheriff.
Jace, this is a bad thing.
Anything involving Bascom is. You got any line on him yet?
No, apparently he slipped out of town afoot. We don't even know what direction he took.
Probably east up Rocky Valley. That's the quickest way into open country. Ranger Harris was ordered out on this assignment with me.
Oh, where is he?
I dropped him with a walkie-talkie at 2 Mile Bridge on the way in. He's riding through the brush now, cutting for a trail. We ought to find out pretty soon if Bascom's still afoot.
And if he isn't?
Well, the highway patrol's already closed the main roads into this area. As soon as we get a localization, mounted units will move in and attempt to close the gaps. We'll get him, Sheriff.
Well, I sure hope so. Oh, excuse me. Sheriff's office, Olson speaking.
Sheriff, this is Bob McDougal out on Route 7. A man just stole my truck out of the field where I was working.
You got a description?
I didn't get a very good look at him. He was clear across the field. A medium-sized fellow wearing a pair of white coveralls, headed toward Prado.
What kind of truck?
A red half-ton pickup, 46 model.
Anything else to identify it?
It's kind of beat up. Grill's broken out in front.
I think that's enough for us, McDougal.
You know who it was?
I think so. But you better get in as soon as you can and file a theft report, just the same. Farmer's truck was stolen about 8 miles out of Route 7. It's Bascom, all right, Jace. White coveralls.
Yeah, those jail suits sure show up. Come on, my unit's out front. We'll get this on the radio as we roll. Racing out of town on Route 7 with my double horse trailer still coupled, I radioed all units to be on the lookout for the truck. Then I contacted Ranger Harris through his walkie-talkie and asked him to meet us at 2 Mile Bridge. He was there when we arrived. Nice timing, Ed.
What's up, Jace?
Got a line on Bascom. Let's get your horse loaded in with charcoal.
Okay, Bascom still afoot?
No. He grabbed himself a truck about 8 miles down the road.
Yeah, he would. This side's clear, Jace.
All right, watch your toes. Charcoal, you got company.
In you go, boy.
Yeah, better bring the walkie-talkie up front with you, Ed.
Got it. Ready? Heave!
All snug. Come on. Sheriff Olson, meet Ranger Harris.
Howdy, Sheriff.
Howdy, Ranger. So, that's your walkie-talkie, is it? Well, how much do it?
Yeah, pretty compact, all right. Hangs right on the saddle.
You can keep in touch with your headquarters with it?
At Austin? No. Practical range about 5 miles. Closer the better. Strictly a field outfit.
Oh, I see.
All set? Maybe we can drive Mr. Bascom right into the roadblock at Dry Creek Crossroads.
Well, sounds like you just made it.
Yeah.
What's the matter, out of gas?
Yeah, fill her up.
Premium or regular?
Anything, fill her up.
You betcha. Say, isn't this old Bob McDougal's truck?
Yeah, I'm taking it into Prado.
Well, he got all his repair work done at Live Oak.
Not this time. Hurry it up, will you?
He's trying to bubble over on me. Filler pipe must be bent. Old Mac sure beats up a truck, don't he?
Yeah.
Best farmer in the county, but awful careless about machinery. Seems
Come
like
on, wind it up. That's enough gas.
Okay, Mr. Okay. You must be in a hurry.
I am.
You're gonna lose some time at Dry Creek.
Yeah? Why?
The law's got a roadblock at the crossroads for some reason or another, combing everybody through down to the seams of their drawers. 5 2/10. That's 131.
Charge it.
Hey! All right, you smart mechanic. Let's see how far that gas gets you.
Radio operator.
This is Jim Perry. Get me the Dry Creek store, quick.
I'm sorry, that line's busy.
Break in on it. The highway patrol's got a roadblock there. I want to talk to one of the officers.
Is this an emergency call?
A smart aleck in Bob McDougal's truck just clipped me for some gas. He was in too big a hurry, to be honest, and he deliberately took the wrong turn when I told him there were officers ahead.
Mr. McDougal's truck, you said, a red one?
Sure, everybody knows that truck. A red pickup with a mechanic in white coveralls driving it.
You're out on Route 7. What turn did the truck take?
The crazy fool took off down the old Big Wash Road. Tell the patrol they can box him in there. The road ends at the wash.
Keep a watch on that road, Mr. Perry. That's the man they're looking for.
What?
It's Jack Bascom. He broke jail and killed 2 men at the county seat this morning.
Jack Bascom?
I can ring Dry Creek now.
KTXA to Unit 10. KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead, KTXA.
Subject Jack Bascom refused to pay for gasoline. He turned south from Route 7 at Perry's filling station, your vicinity.
That's Perry's down there at the foot of the hill.
10-4. Unit 10 approaching Perry's now. We'll keep KTXA advised. Unit 10 clear.
10-4, KTXA Austin.
That's Jim Perry out in front, flagging us down now.
Officers, I just got held up.
Yeah, we know. For some gasoline.
You know?
The radio, Jim. Now, that's the turn he took over there?
Yeah, the Big Wash Road.
How long ago?
Maybe 10 minutes.
Pretty good start on us, Jace.
Yeah, for the kind of country there is down here. Let's don't let him get any more. We found the red pickup abandoned in the sandy bed of Big Wash 4 miles from the highway and radioed the surrounding units. John Bascom's tracks led straight into broken country beyond the wash. He couldn't go any further in the truck, and neither can we. Looks like work for the horses from here on, Ed. Let's get 'em out.
Right. I'll give you a hand, Jace.
Easy, boy, easy.
Come on, Charco. Better get the walkie-talkie, Ed. We ought to be able to contact any unit south of Dry Creek with it pretty soon.
Yeah, I believe you're right.
Hey, you boys leaving me a foot, Jace?
You can take the unit back, Sheriff. Maybe join the highway patrol at Dry Creek. Bascom's headed southwest. He probably figures to slip past the roadblocks.
He might be making a wide detour over toward Highway 11.
Might be.
All set, Jace.
Okay.
Anything else I can do?
Yeah, keep your fingers crossed.
I will. Trailing Bascom isn't going to be any cinch for you boys. He's desperate, armed, and he knows his trail tricks.
I know. Easy, boy. For good measure, I don't like the looks of those clouds over there. But all we need is a storm to wipe out what little sign he may leave. Well, let's get started, Ed.
Yeah. So long, boys. Good hunting.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Come on, Charlie.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. And now we continue with tonight's case, The White Suit, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
By 4 o'clock, Ed Harris and I were deep into the rough country south of Big Wash. We'd continually cut back and forth for Bascom's tracks, finding them and then losing them again. It was slow work, covering 5 miles to his 1, while he steadily built up his lead on us. He was infernally clever.
Take it easy going down here, Jace. This canyon wall was any steeper, we'd be hanging by our collars.
Ooh, charcoal. Hey, wait a minute, Ed. Pull up.
Whoa, boy. Whoa now. Whoa. Now what, Jace?
Bascom didn't slide down here like we thought.
No?
Look. There's the rock he pushed over from the rim to make the skid marks we've been following. See, it's lava, like the cap on the rim. Different from the rest of the rock down here.
So we've got to climb back to the top. I'd have sworn he started down here to cross this canyon.
That's what he wanted us to think. Anything to cost us time. The trouble is, we got to follow out every one of these blind trails he's leaving us. Any one of them may be the McCoy.
Yeah, he'll be to California before we ever get out of these badlands.
He isn't to California yet. Don't worry. He's working as hard as we are. Up, Charlie. Lift him up.
Come on, Red Horse. Make like a goat. Come on.
Watch it, Ed.
Oh, what a climb. It's getting late. Look at that sun, Jace.
Yeah. Hey, that low sun has got its advantages.
Oh, boy. Oh, now. Easy.
Take a look at that slope over there across the canyon. That patch of sand past that big mesquite.
Yeah, tracks, footprints. Then Bascom did cross the canyon after all.
Probably someplace a little downstream.
Jace, how come we didn't see those tracks when we started down here from up before? He couldn't have made them since then. We aren't that close behind him.
No, the tracks were there before. We just didn't see them. Now the sun's low enough to throw longer shadows into the prints his boots made. Makes them twice as visible.
Yeah? Well, we better start looking for a place to cross ourselves.
Now, let's climb a little higher first. I'm worried about that storm the way it's piling up.
Up, Red Horse. Come on. These clouds are getting black, Jace.
Probably loaded with static. We better try to make radio contact with the walkie-talkie while we can. We'll need to work from this high ground to get through.
General call, Jace?
Yeah. Suppose you try it now, Ed.
Yeah. Unit 902 to unit in range. Unit 902 to unit in range.
Unit 8 to Unit 902. Go ahead, Unit 902.
Oh, boy. Oh. Here you are, Jace.
Oh, Charcoal.
Unit 8 to Unit 902. Go ahead.
Unit 902 requests the location of Unit 8.
Unit 8 is at the intersection of County 5 and State 11, 10 miles south of Dry Creek.
10-4. Unit 8 is now too far north. Fugitive still bearing toward Highway 11, approximately 12 miles south and east of Dry Creek. Suggest Unit 8 move south about 5 miles.
Unit 8, 10-4.
Unit 902 has had no direct contact with Fugitive, but is following an identifiable trail. Will report any change. Please relay to other units. Unit 902, clear.
Unit 8, 10-4.
Say, look, Jace. Bascom may stay on the other side of the canyon, or he may double back to this side. Why don't we save ourselves a lot of riding and split up for a bit?
Might not be a bad idea.
I'll take the canyon floor. It's sandy. Tracks will be easy to spot there. And you can work along this rim.
All right, but watch yourself, Ed. You'll be in the open down there.
Yeah, just let Bascom show himself once. That's all I want. Come on, Red Horse. We're going down. Easy now. Easy. Give me a chance to get to the bottom before you start, Jace.
Okay. Something about a manhunt sharpens the hunter's senses. I sat on the rim for long moments watching Ed Harris descend that canyon wall, feeling danger without being able to identify it. Suddenly, smoke blossomed behind a rock on the opposite rim. I saw Harris sag in his saddle before the horse carried him out of sight. Dim by distance came the lagging sound of the shot. Go, Charcoal. Go, boy.
Harris! Harris, you all right? No! The rocks are in the way. Keep cover, Ed. Be with you in a minute.
Over here, Jake. He was right up there, but he beat it. I think I hit him. Those white coveralls make some target.
Probably realizes that by now, and he'll really run. How bad are you hit?
Oh, flesh wound, clean. Just above the elbow here. Help me get this kerchief on it. I'll be all right.
Pull your sleeve out of the way.
Yeah. He would pick my left arm. How'd he know I was a southpaw?
That's something we may be asking him right sudden. You okay now?
Yeah, like new.
Pick up his trail on the rim. We'll have to watch sharp. He's going to try to keep that white suit out of sight. Now that we're this close to him.
Come on, Red Horse. Show that charcoal how to climb.
Come on, Charcoal.
Hey, get up. Easy now. Just a little more. Almost to the top. Come on now. Oh. Yeah, There's a fat chance of picking up anybody's trail here, Jace. A herd of elephants could have crossed this loose shale without leaving a trace.
Maybe. But look here. You see them?
Yeah. Ants, a whole trail of them.
Ants don't go after anything in this country they can't eat. Let's see what these are having for supper. Here we are. On this piece of shale.
Yeah, blood. And then I did nail him. We got a wounded animal on our hands, Jace. May let go at us from behind any of these brush clumps.
I don't think he's hurt so bad he won't keep on running. There's just a few drops here. I'm afraid you just creased him. That was pretty long range.
Well, it won't be the next time I get him in my sights, I promise you that. I owe him something for this arm. Let's go.
He's probably headed for that big mesquite thicket.
Yeah, he would. Come on, Red Horse.
Up, Charcoal.
Yeah. Hey, Jace. Look, out there in the open. His coveralls. He's peeled them off.
And there he goes, into that big clump of brush across the clearing.
Come on, let's go get him.
Hey, wait a minute.
Whoa, boy, whoa.
Circle around below him, Ed. Make a lot of racket like we're still together and hunting blind. Maybe you can flush him back between those big rocks.
Okay, I'll try it, Jace.
I'll hide Charcoal out behind the side of them, and maybe we can rig up a little surprise party for Mr. Bascom when he comes through.
But be careful, will you? He won't give you a chance. Don't give him one.
Chance? That killer? Just let me get my hands on him.
Come on, Red Horse. Hit that rock. Let's go. Here.
Easy, Charcoal. Easy. We go this way. Ooh, boy. There's the shade of this rock for you, Charcoal. Easy now, boy. Quiet. Head down, boy. Shh. Shut up, Charcoal. Freeze!
Senor, what do you want?
We're Texas Rangers.
Got him, Jay? Oh, Ranger.
Yeah, I got him. But he's the wrong man.
Wrong man? What's he doing here?
Ask him.
Senores, I am scared. Padre mia, in this place is nobody. I am a lonesome man, mind my sheep. Then I hear the gun 2-3 times.
When?
No, a few minutes ago. I think maybe it's my friend Diego come from next valley with gun to kill coyote. We have much trouble with coyote here, senor.
We aren't looking for coyotes. Where'd you close?
I go to see if it's my friend when this malo hombre, this very bad man, is jump from the bush. His gun is very big. He take my clothes. He tell me not to move and he run. I stand still till he's gone. Then I run too.
Which way'd he go?
How do I know, senor? Me, Pedro, I am scared to death.
Sorry, Pedro. Forget about your clothes. You're a lucky man to be alive.
Si, I know, senora. Si.
You better get some more clothes before that storm hits. You aren't exactly dressed for bad weather. Oh, steady, Charcoal. Looks like our surprise didn't come off, Ed. Let's get moving before Bascom builds up a lead on us again.
Yeah, let's go, Red Horse.
Yeah, you Charcoal. Harris and I picked up the trail shortly, but Bascom managed to stay ahead of us using a large bag of tricks to keep out of sight, even if he couldn't shake us. When the sun set behind towering thunderclouds, we were working our way down a wide, arid valley, keeping some distance apart.
Hey, Jace, here's the tracks again.
Pick 'em up, Charcoal. Yeah. Ooh, boy.
See 'em?
Ooh.
There they are, heading right down there in the valley.
Fresh as daisies, too.
Yeah, no blow sand drifted into them at all.
We better try that general call again, Ed.
To report our position?
Yeah, look at the direction those tracks are taking. They've been swinging that way the last half hour.
Yeah, I noticed that. Headed almost due east now.
Bascom's pulling another big red herring on us. He made for Highway 11 long enough for us to report it and set up interception for him there.
And then he swings straight east for Highway 13. Sort of catches us with our units down, don't it?
Bascom's gambling that it does. Yeah, I'll try the call. Unit 902 to unit in range. 902 to unit in range. 902 to unit in range.
It's no use, Jace. You can't raise anybody. We're too far out now.
The weather isn't helping any either on this lower ground. Looks like we're in for a real soaking before night.
Yeah. Well, Bascom can't possibly be much ahead of us. Maybe we can tree him before he gets through to the highway. Handle him on our own from here on.
You can't risk it, Ed. If he slips us and gets through to make a ride with somebody or steal another car, he'll be gone.
Well, I guess here's where we separate then. I'm kind of out of the running with this here bum arm. Give me the walkie-talkie, and I'll double back till I'm in range of the units on Highway 11 again. That's good. It'll ride all right like that. Anything special for the boys?
Ask them to request coverage on Highway 13 all the way to Prado. And keep trying till you get through. I'll stick on his trail.
I'll have a relay into KDXA in half an hour.
As soon as you do, you better head out toward Dry Creek and get that arm looked after.
I'll wait till we've got Bascom. Good luck, Jace.
Same to you, Ed. Come on, Charcoal.
Here.
20 minutes later, the rain struck with cloudburst intensity, bringing complete darkness, but not before John Bascom's tracks led me onto an adobe bench where sheep had been grazing. He'd removed his boots here, and his tracks blended with a maze of other bare footprints left by Mexican sheep herders. I rode on slowly. Suddenly, a small, rain-drenched boy stepped out from the brush. Charcoal nearly ran him down.
Ooh, Charcoal. Steady, boy. Hey, you there. Hey, boy, Nino. Wait. Get up.
He ran like a frightened little rabbit. Light winked as the door opened and closed, the door to an adobe shack. As I approached, I saw the blinds were tightly drawn, almost as though to prevent the leakage of any telltale light from the candle burning dimly inside. Oh, Charcoal. Oh, boy. Open up. Open up.
¿Quién es? Who are you?
Texas Ranger. Let me in out of this rain. I want to ask you some questions.
Oh, no, senor. I cannot let you in. My husband, he's sick. He's very sick.
That your boy that just ran in here?
Si, senor, my Juanito. He was going to look for the mama goat. The storm, she's bad. You frightened him, senor.
You gave me a turn for a minute, too. Look, I need a little help.
Me, I would do anything for the Texas Ranger.
I'm trailing a man, a very dangerous man. He must have passed close to here about the time the rain began. Where is he now?
We have seen nothing, Juanito. And me, nobody, senor.
Maybe your husband did then. Anyway, I want out of this rain.
Senor, no, you must not. My husband.
This woman was deathly afraid, but her eyes told me she wasn't afraid of me. Of the storm, perhaps, of the sickness in her house, or of the blanket-wrapped man lying on a bunk in the corner of the room with his bare feet protruding toward me. The door was thick. I pushed it inward as far as it'd go and stepped quickly behind it.
Senor, please!
Slide your gun out from under that blanket and drop it, Bascom. The gun, Bascom. Drop it or I'll break your other arm. Drop it! You would be stubborn, Bascom. Now you really got something to be sick about.
Do something. I'm bleeding to death.
You won't get off that easy. We're saving you for the electric chair. You got something I can use for bandages, Senora?
Oh, my arm.
Un momento. Here, senor.
Gracias. This'll do fine.
How did you know?
He was holding a gun on you and the boy, making you do what he said?
See, how could you know?
Your real husband's a sheep man, isn't he?
Yes, senor. He's working near Prado now.
Well, look at these bare feet sticking out here. You ever see an honest-to-goodness sheep man with his toes all crowded together from wearing cowboy boots? Better put some water on to heat. I'll need it to patch him up enough to take him in.
John Bascom was tried in Live Oak County and found guilty of the murder of 2 men. On the 2nd day of December 1947 at Huntsville Prison, his sentence was carried out. Death in the electric chair.
And now, here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea.
One of the pleasures afforded us here in this show is the large number of letters we receive asking for special information about the Texas Rangers. This week we received one, an especially interesting letter, in which the writer said she had heard of an official ranger's prayer and inquired if such a prayer actually existed. It does. The prayer was written by Captain Pierre Bernard Hill, chaplain of the Texas Rangers, and I should like you to hear it. O God, whose end is justice, whose strength is all our stay, be near and bless my mission as I go forth today. Let wisdom guide my actions. Let courage fill my heart. And help me, Lord, in every hour to do a ranger's part. Protect when danger threatens. Sustain when trails are rough. Help me to keep my standard high and smile at each rebuff. When night comes down upon me, I pray thee, Lord, be nigh, whether on lonely scout or camped under Texas sky. Keep me, O God, in life, and when my days shall end, forgive my sins and take me in, for Jesus' sake. Amen. Good night, folks. Good night.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea will soon be seen in the Universal International Technicolor production, Frenchie. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Herb Butterfield, Barney Phillips, Bill Johnstone, Herb Ellis, and Lillian Bayef. This story was transcribed and adapted by Tom W. Blackburn, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Tonight, Theater Guild on the Air presents Judy Garland in the prize-winning novel Alice Adams, co-starring Thomas Mitchell. Another Sunday evening favorite is The $64 Question, starring Jack Parr. Tomorrow on the station of the Chimes, you'll hear Gordon MacRae as your singing master of ceremonies on one of his wonderful musical journeys aboard the show train. The Chimes are your invitation to the best in radio entertainment.
You're listening to HOJO Radio.
The Romance of the Ranchos. San Gabriel, 1837. Town upset by Scotsman's romance with Indian girl. San Gabriel, 1842. Ranchero buys ship for trading venture. San Gabriel, 1852. Ranchero pleads for Indian reform. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the great personalities and momentous events which produced our California of today. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, returns with another true story of the romantic, adventurous days of the dawn. How long will the war last is the number one question in all minds, in Washington and throughout the country. Nobody knows the answer, not even the best informed experts, not even our president. But one thing we all do know is that the faster we build planes and tanks and guns and bombs, the sooner we can bring the war to a victorious conclusion. And the sooner the victory, the fewer American lives will be lost. So once again, Title Insurance and Trust Company reminds you to buy defense bonds and stamps, all you can afford as often as you can, as a business investment and as an investment in America. And now here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, to tell us the story.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight's story is one that touches the heart of everyone, for it's the romantic story of a young Scotch adventurer who fell in love with California and with one of her beautiful daughters. The characters are famous, for in the fictional story of Ramona, Helen Hunt Jackson used these people as a basis for her story. This is the true story of Don Perfecto Hugo Reed and his Indian wife, and of their life at San Gabriel and Santa Anita. It's a tale rich in the romance of the rancho. Our story begins far from the sunshine of Southern California, in a little town in Scotland about the year 1828. There, a young man was talking with a lovely Scotch girl.
Hugo, I think it will be best that you don't call again.
Victoria, you can't mean that. You can't mean that you don't want to see me again.
Aye, Hugo. It is for your own good. I didn't want to hurt you, but it will hurt you less this way.
But, Victoria, I don't understand. Oh, how can I just go away and not see you again? I love you. You know that.
Aye, Hugo, that's why it will be easier for you to go. But I didn't love you.
Oh, I know, but in time, Victoria, perhaps you'll change your mind.
No. Before I love another.
No, I can't believe it.
I'm sorry, Hugo.
I can't believe it.
Hugo, do not feel so badly. Very soon you'll forget me. Someday you'll laugh and say, I couldn't have thought I loved that silly Victoria.
Never.
Aye, you shall. You're young.
What has age to do with it? I'm a man. I can know love as deeply as any man.
Aye, Hugo. And I thank you for your love.
I don't want your thanks.
But that's all I can give you. I'm sorry. It's better this way, Hugo, believe me.
All right, I believe you. I'll go now, and you'll never be bothered with me again.
Hugo, wait, do not talk like that. What are you going to do?
Does it matter now?
Of course. We can be friends.
Friends? No, Victoria. No. This is goodbye and forever.
Hugo, what are you going to do?
I'm going away, as far as I can go.
No, Hugo, dear. You must not do that. You must get back to college at Cambridge and forget me.
No, I'll never go back. I'm through with everything. I'm going away, starting a new life somewhere far away.
Hugo, you must not take it so hard. You'll find another girl. Fall in love with her.
I'll never speak again of love for a woman unless that woman is Victoria. And now, goodbye.
An unhappy romance sent young Hugo Reed out into the world of adventure. He shipped aboard a boat bound round the Horn, and presently was working for a fellow Englishman in business in Lima, Peru. His employer's name was Henry Dalton, the same Don Enrique who was to establish the Rancho Azusa many years later. In the summer of 1832, Hugo was running Dalton's branch store in the mining town of Hermosillo, Mexico. But a casual trip to San Pedro aboard the rig Ayacucho opened the young man's eyes to a new and promising land. And in 1834, Hugo Reed and his friend, Dr. William Keith, arrived in the Pueblo of Los Angeles to take up a new life. Hugo formed a partnership with Jacob Lease and started a mercantile store, carrying everything from cartwheels to silk shawls, anything the trading vessels that flagged the coast would bring. Soon, the young Scotsman's business was flourishing. He was becoming a man of influence in the community. His store was a mecca for the ladies of the best families, and so it was that one day a stately old lady in a black lace mantilla visited the shop. She was Doña Eulalia Perez y Damarene, house mother of the great mission San Gabriel.
And the shawl. See, I shall take that too.
Very well, Doña Eulalia. Will there be anything else?
Not this time, senor. I have bought more than I can carry now.
Oh, please allow me to carry them out to your carreta.
Ah, si, gracias, senor.
Here, I'll just load up with these bundles and bring them along. You don't get into the Pueblo from San Gabriel often, do you, senora?
Often enough. I like San Gabriel better.
See, I don't blame you. So do I.
You know San Gabriel, senorita?
Oh, see. I visited Padre Sanchez there on my first journey to California. He entertained me splendidly.
Ah, see, he was a good man. A great man.
I agree. And it's too bad that he's no longer with us.
See, you do not know how bad. San Gabriel is not what it once was, senor.
Oh, come. I couldn't think of San Gabriel as anything but a paradise.
Then you have not seen it lately. You must come there one day.
I should be delighted. Wait, and open the door for you.
Gracias, senorita. My carreta is over here.
All right, I'll just put these bundles in the... Oh.
Why, senorita, what is the matter?
Oh, nothing. Nothing except I was a little startled. I expected to see an Indian boy driving your carreta, but...
But instead you see a beautiful woman, eh, senor?
Well, see,
come. There is no need to be embarrassed. Victoria is beautiful. Anyone can see that.
Victoria? Did you say Victoria?
See? What is so strange about that name? It is a name fit for a queen.
Oh, see, of course. And in this case, if I may say so, the name fits perfectly. It's only that I knew another...
See, the name was well chosen. For Victoria would be a queen among her people if the Spaniards had not come. She is the daughter of a great Indian chief. Here, Doña Victoria, I present to you Senor HOJO Reed.
It's indeed a privilege, Doña Victoria.
Buenos dias, senor.
I'm sorry, I don't look very presentable.
Nonsense. You young people. The sight of a pretty face and you lose all trace of self-possession.
You are quite presentable, senor. I am happy to know you.
Well, thank you. Gracias. It's my pleasure, I assure you.
Come, Senor Reed. We must be off. You'll have plenty of time to pass the time of day with Doña Victoria when you call for tea at San Gabriel.
Oh, gracias. Gracias, Doña Eulalia. I shall be most happy.
Very well then, senor. Buenos dias.
Buenos dias, Senor Reed. We shall expect you.
See, I shall be there. Gracias. Buenos dias. I'm most happy to have... I'll be there all right soon.
Ah, buenos dias. It is you, Senor Reed.
Sí, buenos dias, Doña Victoria.
What brings you to San Gabriel?
Yeah, the same thing has brought me twice before this week. Can't you guess?
Senor.
That's it. I love to see you smile. That slow, warm smile of yours. May I come in?
Si. But I am afraid that Doña Eulalia is not receiving just now. She is taking siesta.
Well, that's what I was hoping for. I didn't come to see her. There, I've made you smile again. You're not laughing at me.
No, senor, I am not laughing at you. Won't you sit down? The garden is much nicer at this time of day.
Yes, it's lovely here. Won't you sit down, too?
Si, gracias. And now, what shall we talk about?
About you.
Ah, no. I am not an interesting person.
Oh, but you are. You're fascinating. I've inquired among all my friends, but I can find out very little about you.
There is not much to know. I am Indian. When my father's village was taken over by the mission, I came to live in the church school. I was brought up there. Doña Eulalia became fond of me and brought me to live with her. I have been here ever since.
You're happy?
See, as I should be. I am fortunate. Much more so than most of my unfortunate people.
See, I know.
But come, senor. Tell me something of yourself.
Oh, no. I'm not an interesting fellow at all.
Oh, but you are fascinating, as you said of me.
Then we're both fascinating, to each other. But I won't bore you with my life.
Oh, senor, I like to know more about you.
You really would? Well, I was born and raised in Cardross, Scotland.
Oh?
That's a beautiful little town, all fertile and green. I was happy there as a boy.
Then why did you leave?
A girl. And oddly enough, a girl named Victoria.
Victoria?
See, she threw me over for another man.
Oh, senor. So, you ran away.
Well, now, to tell you the truth, I wanted to see the world anyway, so it was a good excuse.
Not you, senor. You did not feel that way then.
How do you know?
I know, senor. For in you, the feeling is deep. You do not take such things lightly.
You see through me easily, don't you?
Not see through, senor. I understand, see.
Yeah, I know. Somehow I think I understand you, too. You know, there's something about you...
I am easily understood, senor. But we were not talking of me, we were talking of you. The senorita named Victoria drove you away.
See, and I've been a rolling stone ever since. But now...
But now you are going to settle down?
See, I think so. It begins to look like another girl by the name of Victoria may do that for me.
Oh, dear, I almost forgot. I must tend to the children's feeding.
Children? Are there children here?
Si, senor. My children.
Your children? Well, I knew you'd been married once, but... Well, I don't understand.
I was afraid you did not, senor. We have 3 children, my husband and I. I am sorry, senor.
For a time, Hugo Reed's world was toppled about him. And added to this hopeless love came more trouble. His partner, Jacob Leese, was of a quarrelsome nature, and things were going badly at the store. It finally became necessary to liquidate the business. This was a bitter blow to the young Scotsman.
I thought I was going to make a fortune out of it, Bill. At least enough to buy a rancho, become a ranchero.
Not this time, Hugo. And not at all in this town, if you ask me. I think we'd both better head south again.
South? You mean back to Mexico?
Yes. We'll get along better there. You know that.
Not me. I'm staying here. This is where I want to live. I'll make my way here yet.
Why do you want to stay, Hugo?
Well, because I like it. I like everything about it. The climate, the country, the people.
One person in particular. Isn't that it?
I don't think so, Bill.
Then I know you better than you know yourself, Hugo. Why don't you give it up? You're only making yourself unhappy here. Come with me to Mexico and forget her.
Forget her? Well, perhaps you're right. I don't know. Perhaps I'd better go.
And so Hugo Reed left the California he loved, went back to Mexico, and spent an unhappy year there. But one day, he received a letter from one of his friends in Los Angeles.
There has been nothing unusual. There has been one of the regular smallpox epidemics among the Indians. Many died. And, oh yes, there was one you may have known. His name was Pablo Maria, and he lived with Doña Eulalia Perez at the mission. He was the husband of the Indian woman, Doña Victoria. Bill! Bill, where are you?
Yes? What is it, Hugo? What's the matter?
Bill, I'm going back. Back to California.
Back to California raced Hugo Reed. Back to San Gabriel and Doña Victoria to comfort her in her misfortune. But as the months went by and her loss was fading into the past, Hugo found the courage to speak.
Victoria, perhaps I should not ask it yet, but, well, you must know my feeling for you.
You have been the truest friend I have known, Senor.
More than a friend, Victoria. I hope. I love you.
Oh,
I've loved you since that first day I saw you. I want you to marry me.
Oh, Senor. Hugo. But I am not of your race.
What does that matter? You're the most wonderful person I've ever known, and I love you. Victoria, hasn't your feeling for me been more than friendship?
Si, mi querido. In these last weeks, I have come to depend upon you. I do not know what I should ever do without you again.
Oh, Victoria. Then you will be my wife.
Si, mi querido. I will.
Recently, a woman came to an officer of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles with a problem, which she stated as follows. My brother and I, she said, each owned an undivided half interest in a business lot. To avoid the cost of probate proceedings in the event one of us died, we each executed a deed to the other and placed both deeds in a joint safety deposit box. It was understood that when one of us died, the survivor would destroy the deed which he gave and record the one in favor of himself. My brother died last month, she continued, and I want you to record this deed to me and issue a policy of title insurance. This the company declined to do. Now, if this woman had consulted her attorney before making the arrangement with her brother, he would have told her that both deeds were void. He would have told her that a deed must be delivered during the grantor's lifetime, and that the courts have declared to be invalid deeds that are given under such arrangements for the purpose of avoiding probate. Suppose that this deed had been recorded, and that you had purchased the lot from the woman, relying upon the deed as passing title to her. Well, suppose further that the heirs of the brother successfully established an interest in the lot upon showing that the deed was void. You would have no assurance of recovering your investment unless you had obtained the protection of a policy of title insurance. This is but one of the numerous off-record hazards against which you are protected by a policy issued by the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles.
With his marriage to Doña Victoria, Hugo Reed gained not only a wife, but a new country, for he had to be naturalized, a new religion, for he had to be baptized a Catholic, a new name, for he was now called Don Perfecto Hugo Reed, and 3 lovely children from Victoria's former marriage. In addition, his dreams of becoming a ranchero were to be realized. For as a dowry, Victoria brought him a small 128-acre rancho, La Puerta del Cuate. A short time later, he petitioned for and in 1841 received the great 13,000-acre Rancho Santa Anita. Don Perfecto and his Indian wife settled down to the life of the typical ranchero with ease and grace. And Hugo, who'd once been a schoolteacher in Mexico, gleefully began the job of teaching Victoria's children. But this was to cause the first friction between the pair, for...
Hugo, you kept those children indoors studying for 3 hours this morning.
See, mi querida? We were reading about the Spanish islands. The Sandwich Islands, I should say, and they were fascinating.
But, Hugo, it is not right for them to stay cooped up so long, reading, straining their eyes.
Nonsense, Victoria. Don't you want them to be educated, to know something about the world?
See, but they can learn it other ways. I can remember my days cooped up in the mission school. I will not have that happen to my children. I want them to be free. I want them to be out in the air, in the blessed sunlight.
Of course, my dear. We'll hold our classes outdoors whenever the weather permits.
Oh, Hugo, you do not understand what I mean. I do not want them to have to study so much. It will hurt their health.
Oh, very well, Victoria. I'll cut down on their lessons. But I must say, I think you're being a little foolish.
Foolish or not, that is the way I want it.
Then that's the way it shall be.
Slowly, other troubles beset the Scotsman. Gradually, he tired of the uneventful life of the ranchero. In spite of the lovely domain he managed, his thoughts turned to other lands, the sea, and wanderlust grew. One day...
I've done it, Victoria. The deal is made. I've bought the Esmeralda.
It is what you have wanted, is it not, Hugo?
Oh, see, she's a grand boat. Just the thing for the Pacific trade. I will make a fortune with her, Victoria.
I am glad for your sake, Hugo. When will you send it on a first voyage?
Right away, leaving Friday.
So soon? But who have you gotten to take charge of her? Who will be the captain?
The captain, right? I will be, of course.
You? You do not mean that you intend to sail?
But of course, Victoria. I thought you understood that.
No, Hugo, no. You cannot go away.
But, my dear, it'll only be for a while. A few months, I'll be back.
A few months? Hugo, you have grown tired of me, have you not?
Victoria, how can you say that, mi querida? I'll never grow tired of you. I love you. I always will.
Oh.
This may be my chance to make my fortune. I have to take it. But I'll come back to you, my love. Come back to you in triumph.
But Hugo did not come back in triumph. His voyages on the Esmeralda didn't bring him the fortune he had hoped for. Instead, he returned to find more trouble. His absence had done no good to the ranchos. He needed money to rehabilitate them. Then, too, the Indians at San Gabriel were causing trouble. For after the power of the Padres was broken, the Indians were pushed aside by the whites. Reed, as an official of the district, was called upon to help solve the situation. And he spent much time and energy on the plight of his wife's people. But in vain. Finally, in 1846, he saw a chance to remedy both problems, the Indians and his. He brought the news to Victoria.
So you see, I've decided to sell Rancho Santa Anita to Henry Dalton.
But, Hugo, that would leave us with almost no land except this house.
No, for Governor Pico has agreed to sell us all of the ex-mission lands. We can help the Indians to restore their homes and still have plenty left over for ourselves.
But how can the governor do this?
He has the power, and he needs the money I'll pay him for war.
War?
See, with the Americanos. It comes close, querida.
Oh.
But it's going to be a blessing for us, for we'll receive a great rancho.
Hugo was wrong. He sold his Rancho Santa Anita. But after the Americans took over California, he tried to claim his mission lands and found he could not.
No, Mr. Reed, I'm sorry. That grant the Governor Pico made you is not valid. He made it when he knew that California was lost. He gave it to you just so it wouldn't fall into our hands. But it was public lands, and it'll stay public lands. The United States government will not declare your claim valid.
Hugo Reed was desperate now. He was without lands. He had no means of supporting his family. Then, suddenly, came word that seemed like the answer.
It's gold, Victoria. Gold, they've found it up north at Sutler's Mills. There's millions to be had for those that get there first, and I'm going to be one of them.
No, Hugo, do not leave me.
I must, mi querida. I must. This is my chance.
Then, while Hugo was far away in the gold fields, the greatest tragedy came. Victoria's lovely young daughter, called the Flower of the San Gabriel, a beautiful Indian girl who was the pattern for Helen Hunt Jackson's Ramona, was taken sick with smallpox. Far away in the north, her loving stepfather got the news.
Maria Ignacia died this morning. No, it can't be true. No. Victoria.
So, you have come.
I got here as soon as I could, mi querida.
Do not touch me.
Victoria.
I am glad you got here too late to see her in her grave. I am glad.
Victoria, what are you saying?
You killed her, Hugo. You made her study and read. You kept her cooped up in the house, out of the sunlight. You killed her.
Victoria, mi querida. Oh, I know this thing has been a terrible shock to you, but surely you cannot mean what you said.
I do mean it. I hate you, Hugo Reed. I hate you. You killed her.
Her brain affected by grief, Victoria madly accused her husband of murdering her daughter. Sadly, Hugo went back to the north, miserable in his double tragedy. But happily, the cloud passed, and once again, Victoria was the kind and gracious woman she once was. So it was to her welcoming arms that Hugo Reed came back from the north, weary and discouraged.
It's all over, Victoria. I'm broke. Everything's gone. Our lands, our money, everything.
Not our home here, Hugo. And we have each other.
Mi querida. Nothing else matters when I hear you say that. Oh, I've been such a fool, Victoria. I could have been so happy if I just stayed here with you.
I do not know, Hugo. I do not think so. You are you. You did what you had to do.
I haven't been a very good husband, have I? Oh, can you forgive me?
There is nothing to forgive, querido. You have given me something I would never have had otherwise. Love. Love for a fine man.
No, Victoria, not a fine man. What have I done with my life but bring you sorrow? I've done nothing worthwhile. But, Victoria, now, before I die, I'm going to do something worthwhile. It's something that needs to be done.
What is it, Hugo?
I'm going to do something to help your people, the Indians. I'm going to write about them, and you're going to help me. We're going to make people understand what has happened to them and why. We're going to make people realize that they were not always degraded and poverty-stricken as they are now, that they were once happy and unspoiled, that they can be again if we'll only help them.
Si, mi querido, you shall do it and I shall help. And then the world will see that my husband is a great man.
Feverishly, Hugo Reed worked over his Indian letters, which were published serially in the Los Angeles Star during 18 little time left. At 42, he was an old man. His health was failing fast. But he finished a series of 22 letters, which furnish us today with the best picture we have of Indian life of this section before the coming of the white man. And his passionate plea for help for the red man aroused sympathy and led eventually to action on their behalf. But Hugo Reed was not to see his triumph, for on December 12, 1852, he passed from this world. Great was the mourning in Southern California, for they knew, as did Victoria, that Hugo Reed was a great man. And in far-off San Francisco, the newspapers joined in the chorus of praises.
Praise for in excess of his actual accomplishments. His death is a deep loss to all of California, not only for the great project which he left incomplete, his campaign on behalf of the red man, but for his great knowledge and humanity, which would have been of inestimable value to California in the long period which lies ahead. All California mourns at the grave of Hugo Reed, a great pioneer and a great man.
And at a lonely grave in the Pueblo Cemetery stood a solitary figure, stately and tall, a woman still lovely and unmarked by the years.
Adios, my husband. With you goes my heart.
Next time that you're in the neighborhood of Santa Anita Rancho, Stop in and visit the house that the hero of tonight's story built for his bride and children 100 years ago. The Hugo Reed adobe still stands beside a lake on the Rancho property, and it's open to the public. There are other mementos of the famous Rancho's early days there, too, including Lucky Baldwin's famous coach house and horses' burial ground, shaded by towering century-old eucalyptus and other trees. To you who have heard tonight's story, these surviving reminders of California's golden past will hold a fascinating interest because you know something of their history and the people who originated them. Title Insurance and Trust Company hopes that you have listened to all these programs and that each one has, in a similar manner, made some part of Southern California more real, more interesting, and enjoyable to you. Now, what's the story for next week, Frank?
Next week, we'll recreate the story of the marshland, which was also a great port. The story of Rancho La Bayona. That's the rancho which was the domain of the Machados, and the land which is today Palms, Culver City, and Venice. It's a story you'll enjoy. So until then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamond speaking. This is the Columbia Romance of the Ranchos.
Culver City, 1839.
Padres protest grant of land to rancheros.
Playa del Rey, 1887.
Seaside resort to become great harbor.
Venice, 1904.
Great seaside resort copies after European city. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the romantic and colorful past that created our Southern California of today. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, returns with a fascinating true story of the days of the Dons. Day before yesterday, several million more American citizens completed their registration for service with our armed forces. Many of them will be called to active duty. Many may actually lay down their lives in the service of our country. Most of us will not have to make that supreme sacrifice, but all of us are in this war and all of us are in the service. And one service that we can all render is to help finance the country's war effort, to help provide the weapons so desperately needed by those fellow citizens of ours who will do the actual fighting. Our dimes and dollars invested in defense bonds and stamps are the weapons most of us must use. Use them often and regularly. Buy defense bonds and stamps. Now here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, to tell us the story.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight our wanderings take us to the Rancho La Bayona, the great valley stretching from the Baldwin Hills to Playa del Rey on the south and to Pico Boulevard on the north, and containing the thriving communities of Playa del Rey, Culver City, Palms, Barnes City, Ocean Park, Venice, and part of Santa Monica. It's a story that covers over 100 years, and it's full of the romance of the ranchos. The story of the Rancho La Bayona starts back in 1819, while the Pueblo at Los Angeles was still a sleepy little village. At that time, only a few old soldiers had received grants of lands from the government and had started the first ranchos. But their example gave other men ideas, among them the young Machado brothers. One of them, Augustine, approached his friend Tomas Talamantes.
Tomas, mi amigo, you too have some cattle.
Si, my brother and I.
And as it is now, our cattle must graze on the community lands which belong to the pueblo.
Si, along with everybody else's. But it is good land.
Si, good land, but there is not enough of it. Our cattle are starving because there is not enough land for all the herds.
Starving? Augustine, you exaggerate. It might be better if there was more land, but what can we do about it?
That's just it. We can do something. Tomas, have you not heard of Don Jose Verdugo?
Si, of course.
And Manuel Nieto?
Si.
And Don Jose Dominguez and Don Antonio Maria Lugo?
Of course, but what of them?
What of them? You mean to tell me you do not know that they long ago have obtained land for themselves on which to keep their cattle?
Oh, si, ranchos.
Si, ranchos. And what they can do, you can do also.
I can have a rancho?
See, all you have to do is ask for it.
But what do I want with a rancho?
A place to keep your cattle, of course.
But I already have a place on the Pueblo land.
You are worse than hopeless. Look, would you not like to have a place where you could raise more cattle, make more money, become a big man?
Oh, perhaps.
Perhaps. Your brother Felipe has more sense. He has already said he would go in with us.
Go in with you?
Proposition. My brother Ignacio and I have some cattle.
Si.
And your brother Felipe and you have some cattle.
Si.
None of us has enough cattle to stock a rancho by himself, but the four of us together have more than enough.
You wish us to ask for a rancho.
That is the general idea.
And why did you not say so? I could have saved you much trouble. I could have told you I would not like to live on a rancho. I am quite satisfied to rest my bones in the shade of the Pueblo.
You do not have to live on the rancho, Tomas. You can stay here. My brother and I will live there and keep the cattle.
Then why, mi amigo, are you so anxious for us to join you? You two have enough cattle to stock a rancho. Why not just go ahead and ask for the rancho yourselves?
Because
Si?
Well, because we could not get it.
Could not? And why not?
Because neither my brother nor I are...
Si?
Well, we are not old enough. It is very silly, but they will not grant ranchos to young men. So we thought, you being older, perhaps...
So that is the reason. Well, my boy, maybe we can help you after all.
Tomas, I am no boy, and you know it.
Never mind, son. We shall help you get your toy. But tell me, where is this rancho of ours going to be?
Oh, it is a very fine piece of land. Most fertile, good for grazing.
But where?
From the Paso de Carretas to the sea.
What? You mean way out there in the wilderness?
Nonsense. It is only some 4 or 5 leagues from the Pueblo.
Only a whole day's journey? I will help you get it, mi amigo. But you will never get me out there to live. That I can promise you.
Señores Machados y señores Talamantes, you have petitioned the land called La Ballona.
Si, Capitan. You are going to give us permission to move our cattle there, no?
Well, as military commander, I have that authority. But something has come up. The padres of the Mission San Gabriel have protested against my giving you permission to use this land.
But why? It is not their land.
Well, they say it is. They say all of this land, except the Pueblo lands, are theirs for their cattle and their Indians.
Nonsense. You have given permission for other rancheros to take land?
See, I suppose that is why the padres are protesting.
Then if you have done it for others, you are obliged to give us permission. It is no more than right.
See, that is so. But I do not know what may come of this. I shall have to send word to the City of Mexico to find out whether I am right or the padres are right.
But in the meantime, Capitan, you give us permission?
See, with reservations. Provisionally, you understand.
See.
But you must build a house and stock the rancho with cattle. That is more than the padres have done. And I think that will satisfy the government in Mexico. So, senores, the Rancho La Ballona is yours.
Fortunately, Captain Noriega's provisional permit was not questioned. Many years later, in 1839, Governor Alvarado fully legalized the 4 men's possession of the Rancho La Ballona by issuing a grant to them. The Talamantes still didn't live on the land, and Ignacio Machado had moved to the Rancho Aguaje de la Centinela, leaving Augustine Machado in full charge of La Ballona. In the peaceful, happy years that followed, La Ballona became famous as the home of excellent white wine. Augustine Machado's vineyards produced a vintage much in demand in the north, and agents constantly called at the rancho.
You have only 12 barrels, mi today, senor.
See, the others took all the rest I can spare.
You have more for your own use?
Oh, see, a few barrels.
How many?
10, 12, something like that.
I'll give you 10 pesos apiece for each barrel here, if you'll add those other 10.
$10 for an 18-gallon barrel of vino? Oh, senor, I would feel I had robbed you.
Well, you needn't, senor, because between you and me, do you know what your vino sells for up north?
No. How much?
25 pesos a barrel, and that's a nice profit.
Madre sacra, 25 pesos. For that much, I should carry these barrels north myself.
All of the luxuries of life, and indeed some of its necessities in that early period of Southern California, were obtained from the trading vessels which anchored off San Pedro. It was the custom for all the rancheros, like Agustin Machado, to go aboard the ships and purchase whatever merchandise pleased them, pledging so many cattle hides in return. It was on one such occasion that Agustin Machado was highly insulted.
And will that be all, senor?
See, I think so. I have brought almost 300 hides worth.
See, that's right. Now, will you be kind enough to sign this note?
Huh? What note?
That's right, note, guarantee. You understand I must have some security for the hides you'll owe us.
Guarantee? Security? Oh, senor, what do you mean?
Or just that I've got to have
Senor, you are new as supercargo, are you not?
Well, yes, I'm only the assistant.
That is what I thought. And your superior is lax in his advice to you. Surely he knows that the word of a Californiano is as good as any bond.
Word? You mean a gentleman's agreement?
Of course.
Well, senor, we don't usually do business that way.
In California, that is the way we do business, senor. You had better find that out now before you have no business. But if you must have your security, then here it is, senor.
What are you doing?
Plucking your bond, senor. Here, deliver this to your owner. Tell him it is a hair from the beard of Agustin Machado. That is security enough for any man.
The word of the Californian was his bond, and it was as good as gold. This was the spirit in which they lived, and it was a good life. The peaceful flow of events on Rancho La Ballona was uninterrupted by the American occupation or the subsequent change of government. The United States Land Commission upheld the brothers Talamantes and Machado's claim to the land. But in 1854 came an event which was to destroy the simple harmony that had existed. Don Tomas Talamantes approached Don Benito Wilson, the American ranchero.
Don Benito, as one ranchero to another, I need your help.
I'll be glad to do anything for you that I can, Don Tomas. What is it?
Well, I need money.
Oh, I've heard that story too many times of late. It seems we all need dinero, doesn't it, Don Tomas?
See? It is an evil, perhaps, but a necessary one. I must have it.
How much, senor?
$1,500.
That's a lot.
Oh, see? But you have plenty. You will be able to spare me that much.
See, I suppose I will. The way things are now, senor, I need it too. And with money so badly needed and all, I'm afraid I'll have to ask for some security on this loan.
Security, senor? Oh, but surely you know that
Don Tomas, I hate to say this. I know that your honor is above question. But it's not a question of honor anymore. It's a question of your ability to pay. I know you'll want to, but it's a bad risk, senor. Whether you'll be able to pay or not is hard to say, and I haven't so much I can afford to throw it away. So I'll have to ask you to put up some security.
But, senor, I have nothing except the land of La Ballona, my undivided share.
Well, that will have to do then. I will give you the money for a mortgage on your share of La Ballona.
As Wilson had expected, Don Tomas was unable to pay off the loan, and Wilson had to foreclose. Now, for the first time, an American-owned part of the land. The ownership of the land became more and more complicated with the years. Felipe Talamantes died, leaving about 25 heirs. A few years later, Agustin Machado died, leaving heirs. Finally, the last of the original owners, Ignacio Machado, decided to deed his interest to his relatives.
Well, Don Ignacio, all I can say is that I'm glad I've already sold my share to the other American senores.
Why do you say that, Don Benito?
Because when you deed your interest to all your relatives, the Rancho La Bullona is going to be owned by about 30 people, all of them with undivided interest. That's too many for such a small piece of land.
What will they do? They can't all live there, keep their cattle.
I don't suppose La Bullona will be much of a cattle ranch anymore. But you're right. They can't all live there together, very peacefully anyway, until they know just which land is whose.
And how will they know that, senor?
There's only one thing I can see to do. Apply to have the rancho partitioned. Then each one will get his share of it, and they'll all be happy.
See, that is what they'll have to do before they all start scratching each other's eyes out.
And so the Rancho La Bullona was partitioned. A few years later, when the boom of the 80s engulfed California, part of the rancho was broken up again into city streets and lots of a community called the Palms. And at the mouth of La Bullona Creek, there was great activity, too. It was there on the beach that Moy L. Wicks talked to an engineer.
So you see, Mr. Crable, that's the layout. The tides back up in the creek mouth and form a lagoon. In flood season, they make this all a marshland. But we can reclaim the land and make this a great harbor with one operation.
You mean by dredging the lagoon?
That's it. That's the idea. We're going to make Port Bologna the big shipping terminal for Southern California. We've already granted a right-of-way to the California Central Railroad. They're starting to build out here, so it's high time we started at this end.
And that's my job?
Right. It's your job to make this a harbor. Now, I see a 200-foot channel right through here and a 2-mile inner harbor up this lagoon, 300 to 600 feet wide and 6 to 20 feet deep.
Well, you have vision, Mr. Wicks. But it's not going to be as easy as you think. These tides and the sand will make dredging difficult.
Oh, I am not worried. You're a good man, and you'll get the job done, I'm sure. In the meantime, I'll be busy building the first piers and the town of Port Bologna up on the bluffs there.
All right, Mr. Wicks. I'll try. But let's not be too optimistic.
Determinedly, M.L. Wicks went ahead with his plans. On the bluff, above what is now Playa del Rey, he laid out the town of Port Bologna, brought prospective buyers on excursion trips to see it. Lots were sold, buildings started. The California Central Railway, now the Santa Fe, completed their road to the proposed port, and celebrations took place. But the harbor itself was slow in taking shape. And suddenly, the real estate boom of the 80s crashed of its own weight. With great concern, Wicks came to engineer Hugh Crable.
Mr. Crable, something has to be done. Our funds are fast running out. We're not selling any lots, not building anything.
It's not my end of it, Mr. Wicks.
No, of course not. But it's because of you. People say, where's the port? We can't see any harbor. And what can I tell them? I can't see it either. When are you going to have some results?
You want my honest opinion, Wicks?
Of course.
Never.
What do you mean, never?
I mean it's an impossible task. We'll never be able to make a harbor here. The tides, the shifting sand, they undo our work as fast as we can do it. It would cost more to make and keep this harbor open than it would ever be worth.
You're joking.
Not at all. I thought in the beginning it might be like this. After these months of work, I'm sure of it. I'm sorry, Mr. Wicks, but I'm afraid your Port Bologna was only a dream.
Did you know that the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles maintains the largest collection of early California photographs in existence? This collection consists of 10,000 negatives and plates and more than 15,000 prints, some dating back over 80 years. They were gathered by Mr. C.C. Pierce, who came here as a young photographer from Chicago 56 years ago. Through the years, he photographed just about everything he saw of interest. Early day buildings, bicycle and tally-ho clubs, railroad and harbor construction, the first airplane meet, landmarks, Indians, balloon races, fiestas, visiting notables, people and things and scenes of every description. And all the while, Mr. Pierce also collected earlier pictures taken by others before his arrival in the West. So important became the historical value of this collection that the Huntington Library purchased many of these prints a few years ago. To preserve for this community and for California not only the prints but the negatives, Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles some months ago purchased the entire collection. Only occasionally can the company use the pictures in its own work, but authorities agree that to the community and the state, the collection may well be invaluable in years to come.
The optimistic plans for the magnificent port of La Bullona fell through, and the company dissolved. Never again was it to be thought of as a center for commerce and industry. Instead, it took a new lease on life when, in 1902, the Beach Land Company renamed it Playa del Rey and started subdivision of a resort and beach community. A great hotel was built, lots were laid out, beach frontage sold. The lagoon became canals, alive with boats, swimmers, and fishermen. A great holiday crowd poured into the resort on the newly completed Pacific Electric, then called the Los Angeles Hermosa Beach and Redondo Railway. One of the things to attract every eye was located on the Palisades above the beach.
I don't get it, do you?
No, never heard of a name like that. Not for a car, anyway. Alphonse.
What kind of a car is it? All lopsided like that.
It's one of them cable cars. This here's an inclined railway.
Uh-oh, there it goes. God darn it. Look, it's climbing right up the side of the hill. Come on, let's get out of the way. It's going to tip over and come down on us.
Wait a minute, you fool. That's just what it's supposed to do. Look up there. The other car on the second track's coming down.
You mean every time this one goes up, the other one comes down?
Sure. That's the way the incline works.
I'll be hornswoggled. Say, look at that. This car coming down's got a name, too.
Yep. Let's see, that one's, Gaston.
That's as goofy as the first one. What's it mean?
Don't you get it? Alphonse and Gaston. Two little men who are so polite, each one wants the other to go ahead. Well, that's the way with them cars. They never can get together.
On the high ground farther inland, a new city was born. First called Washington Park, lots and streets were laid out close to what was already known as the Palms. A year later, in 1913, a banquet was held at which the founder, Harry H. Culver, made an announcement.
Well, we're all ready to go. The preliminaries are finished, the streets laid out, the town flooded. We've only got one building so far. That's my real estate office. But it won't be the only one for long. This town's going to grow and grow fast. Before long at all, we'll have a real city. Half business, half residential. Yes, sir, Culver City.
Within a year, Culver City had stores, homes, a factory, a newspaper, a railroad station, a lighting system, and 600 real estate salesmen. But Culver City was not the only scene of activity on Rancho La Ballona, for in 1904, along the beach above Playa del Rey, had sprung up a new town founded by the enterprising Easterner, Abbott Kinney. But the visitor to this community was in for a surprise.
Whoa, Betsy. Well, George, here's where we get out.
What do you mean, get out? I thought you were taking me to a town.
I am.
Then come on, let's ride on in. I don't feel much like walking.
No, you're not going to walk the rest of the way. You're not going to ride either.
I suppose I'm going to fly, huh? Hey, look here, Jim. I ain't much in the mood for fooling. You dragged me clear out here to the beach to see a new town, and now you want to joke about it.
I told you this wasn't like no town you ever saw. Now, come on, see for yourself.
Well, where is this town?
Right down the street here.
What are you talking about? I don't see no street.
It's right here in front of you. And our carriage is waiting right there.
Man, you're plumb loony. All I see is a ditch full of water.
Ditch? Man, that's a canal.
Huh?
That there gondola is our carriage. We're going the rest of the way by boat.
What in tarnation?
I told you this town was different. There ain't no streets here, just canals. If you want to go down the street, you take a boat.
Well, I'll be doggone.
This here's Venice. Mr. Kinney figures to make it just like Venice, Italy. And he's sure doing it. I believe me, this is going to be the place for folks to come before long.
Abbott Kinney's vision founded the town of Venice. At first a curiosity spot, later a great resort along with its neighbor Ocean Park. Its canals have given way to modern streets, and today Venice is a great community of homes and one of the Southland's famous pleasure spots. As the years passed, communities sprang up all over Rancho La Ballona. Then, in 1915, an event took place which was to give great impetus to the growth of little Culver City. On the beach above Santa Monica, a pioneer motion picture director was working.
All right, come on, in a little farther. Show some emotion, George. Don't just sit there. All right. That's it, cut. No, man. This simply won't do. It's not going to look right, no matter how hard we try. Now, what we need is a river, and don't anybody suggest the Los Angeles River. I mean a river with some water in it.
Oh, Mr. Reds.
Huh? What is it?
Mr. Ince, I think maybe I can help you.
Yeah? Well, who are you?
My name's Harry H. Culver. I'm a real estate man.
Well, what are you doing around here?
Well, I just happened to see you working here, and I thought I'd stop and watch. Very interested in motion pictures. I believe they have a great future.
Of course they do. But what was this you said about being able to help me?
Yes, I think I can. You said you needed a river with water in it.
I do.
Yeah.
Script calls for a scene with 3 canoes full of Indians paddling down a stream. All I have to work with is the ocean. It doesn't look right.
Well, I know where there is a stream, yeah, and it has water in it.
So do I, but it's 500 miles away.
Well, mine isn't. It's right here, less than 15 miles away, near my town of Culver City.
You mean it really looks like a river?
Sure.
Well, man, you're a lifesaver. What are we waiting for? Come on, lead us to it. That's all for a while, men. Take an hour off for lunch. We'll shoot the rest this afternoon. Hello there, Mr. Culver.
Hello, Mr. Ince. How's it going?
Fine, thanks to your Bologna Creek here. We'll be finished in no time.
This isn't a bad location for a picture studio, is it, Mr. Ince? Hills over there, river here, ocean not far, always plenty of sunlight.
Wouldn't be bad.
Yes, we've already got one small studio, the Kayla Motion Picture Company in Culver City. I'd like to have another.
What for? We don't amount to very much yet.
Maybe not yet. But your flickering pictures are going to make a big industry someday soon. Going to employ thousands of people.
You're right there, of course. Yes, and maybe you're right about this being a good place for us. Sure, Mr. Culver. Maybe you can show me some of your land. I might be plenty interested.
When Thomas Ince moved his picture studio to a lot on Washington Boulevard, he started a great industry for Culver City. On that same lot today stands the great Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer plant, home lot of many of the brightest stars of Hollywood and many of its greatest pictures. Other studios came to Culver City in succeeding years through the efforts of Mr. Culver, including Keystone, Biograph, Griffith, Senate, Goldwyn, RKO, Hal Roach, Pathé, and Selznick. Culver City for many years has been one of the great centers for motion picture production in Southern California. But there were other incentives for the growth of Culver City. It was fast becoming a great city of residential homes, and Harry H. Culver was a born community developer. He introduced attention-getting advertising to stimulate sales of real estate in Culver City.
People are attracted by anything moving. If an object stands still, people will not pay much attention to it. So we're going to be on the move all the time. Give them action, something to watch, and then just watch us grow. Let's have carnivals.
Gee whiz, look at that. A searchlight on top of City Hall. They're having a marathon race from Los Angeles to Culver City.
Who ever heard of a baby contest to the building lot for a prize?
Glory be. A free trip around the world, just for the best name for our city park.
We can't play polo in automobiles.
Who says you can't play polo in automobiles? Look at that. They're doing it. Well, anyway, they were doing it.
Under the guidance of the expert developer Harry H. Culver, Culver City grew. Today it is a beautiful and prosperous community of homes and gardens. Together with Palms, Venice, Ocean Park, and Playa del Rey, it spreads out over the great Rancho La Ballona, the domain of the early Californians. And where once Port Ballona was started, the creek has been dredged and improved into a channel now perfect for boat racing. The marshlands have been reclaimed, and development of this land into residential and industrial property is a possibility within the near future. Such is the story of progress, and such is the romance of the rancho.
In just a moment, Frank Graham will be back to give you a preview of next week's story. The historical photograph collection I told you about a few minutes ago, which incidentally contains pictures of the Venice canals and many other scenes and places in tonight's story, is but one of the many ways in which Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles seeks to serve its community. But the company's primary service, the real justification of its existence, lies in the fulfillment of its obligations to its customers, present and future. This obligation, as the company's officers and personnel see it, is to provide the most complete, the most accurate, and most prompt land title insurance service of which they are capable. And to give this service, which is your protection against loss when you deal in real property, at rates which are substantially lower than the average cost of such service elsewhere. And now, Frank, what's the story for next week?
Next week, we're going to tell an exciting incident from the history of the American conquest of California. It's the story of a wild and difficult ride by a lone horseman racing to get help for his comrades. And the central character is Juan Flaco, who was known as Lean John. Be sure to hear this exciting chapter from The Romance of the Ranchos. So until next week, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores. The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamond speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Is he heavy, Matt?
Oh, somehow it was easier carrying him up to your office and back down, Doc.
Where are you going to put me, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, well, on the couch here, I guess. You be all right there, Chester?
Oh, yes, sir. This will be fine.
Good.
I'm sure sorry I'm so much trouble.
Chester, next time, try to land on just one foot. Even if you break a leg.
I know.
A man's in a terrible fix when he sprains both ankles.
He sure is, Doc. I don't know what I'm going to do.
I know what you're going to do. You're going to stay right there on that couch, and you're going to sleep there, too. Maybe Doc and I will bring you in something to eat every day or two.
Oh, now.
It's better than you deserve.
I know. I've been saying over and over to myself, Chester, you fool, you.
Well, the wages of sin, Chester. You were lucky to get off as easy as you did. The way I heard it.
Come on, Chester. Tell us what really happened, huh?
But I did tell you. I was looking out this second-story window, admiring the view, so to speak. And the next thing I knew, I fell. That's all, right onto the street.
You didn't say whose window, Chester?
In Texas, Doctor, a gentleman don't mention such things.
You ain't in Texas.
Well, sometimes I wish I'd never left.
Like now?
Yes, like now. Many a reputation's been ruined by just such loose talk that you're making, Doc.
Never mind, Doc, Chester. He's jealous, that's all.
Oh, jealous? Putting tracks in a man's yard? Not me. Not by a long shot. Why, no, sir.
Good morning, Marshal.
Oh, good morning, gentlemen. What can I do for you, gentlemen?
Oh, there's Chester. Heard about you, Chester. I heard...
Never mind what you heard, Torp. Chester just got thrown from a horse, that's all.
Yeah.
All right. What is it you want here, gentlemen?
Yeah.
All right, you tell them, Summers.
Well, Marshal, it's about tomorrow night.
Oh? So, what about tomorrow night?
Well, you know, it's the roundup. The sale season's over. There'll be 1,000 cowboys celebrating in Dodge.
Well, they always do at the end of the season. What about it?
Well, there's going to be more of them this year, and there'll be a lot of homesteaders in town, too. It's going to be worse than ever.
Well, I expect that.
There could be a lot of trouble, Marshal.
Yeah, there could be, Summers. Just what is it you want?
Well, we've talked it over, and we want you to get a lot of good, tough men together, maybe about 20 of them, and deputize them. That way there won't be any trouble.
That's what you want, is it?
Yes, we do.
Look, Summers, my job's to keep the peace around here, and I'm going to do it, but I'll do it in my own way.
Oh, I know, Marshal.
Now, you turn 20 deputies loose in that crowd looking for trouble, and they're going to find it. As soon as the wild ones heard about it, they'd bunch up and shoot it out with every one of them. Why, it'd turn into the worst slaughter Dodge's ever seen. I think that's about the most fool idea I ever heard of.
Yeah, no reason for you to talk like that, Marshal. I think it's a good idea. I sure don't want my place wrecked just 'cause you're mule-headed.
You're a gambler, Torp.
So
you can take your chances along with everybody else. Now, if you don't want that, then close your place up tomorrow night.
Lose all that Texas money? That's not likely.
Now, we're not all gamblers, Marshal. They can wreck my dry goods store just as fast as a gambling house once they get started. And it's up to you.
That's right. It is up to me. And we're going to leave it that way.
Then you won't do anything.
I'll do everything I can.
I don't know, Marshal.
Look, Summers, I know you've got your doubts about me. That's natural. Some people think I'm too lax with Front Street. Some think I'm too severe. But that's the way of it in any town. If a peace officer does his job well, he pleases nobody.
Marshal, we didn't come here for a lecture.
What did you come for, Torton? Maybe you had in mind to help me pick out those deputies. Is that it?
A matter of fact, I could, Marshal.
Yeah, sure. In a couple of hours, yours would be the only tables open for play.
No, that's not what
It's been done before, Torp.
Is that true, Torp?
We're not going to take his word for anything, are you?
I don't know. But anyway, he won't listen to us, so it's his responsibility. Come on, men, let's get out of here. I hope you can handle it, Marshal.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
That Torp is no good. He is just plain no good, Miss Dillon.
Well, I know one man that got skinned at his place, and Torp gave him back $20 so he wouldn't be broke.
Oh? Just how much did this man lose, Doc?
Oh, well, $500-600, they said. Then he...
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean, man.
I'm sure not going to be much good to you tomorrow night, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, you can watch the jail right here, Chester.
I know, but you just got to get somebody to help you out on the street. At least one man, anyway. You can't be everywhere at once.
Yeah, by tomorrow night, Dodge will be overrun with trail boys and homesteaders, all looking for satisfaction. No, I wouldn't ask any man to face that.
I know a few fellows who'd do it, and so do you, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, maybe. But I wouldn't ask anybody.
How many were killed last year, man?
I don't remember, Doc.
Well, I do. 6, that's what. We buried them all in the saddle blankets, all except one. I remember he didn't even own a blanket.
Well, then he was sure out of luck all the way around, wasn't he? Come on, Doc, let's go get some dinner. Huh?
All right. We'll bring you a piece of bread, Chester. Maybe.
I want a steak.
Where?
How come you're so hungry, Chester? Were you in such a hurry to get over there last night you didn't take time for supper?
Mr. Dillon, I will answer no more questions about last night, and that is final.
Well, we'll bring you something.
Yeah, I don't know if we should, though, Matt. A man can think about his sins better on an empty stomach. Close the door, will you?
The next morning, I had Mr. Hightower print up some signs for me, with a few rules that I made up for the roundup. They were fair and reasonable, and I hoped they'd be accepted without question. The principal restrictions were that there was to be no shooting, and no reckless riding in the streets. That afternoon, I went from saloon to saloon and left a sign at each one. The Texas Trail was my last stop, and there I sat down with Kitty for a short beer.
Town's beginning to fill up, Matt.
Yeah, it'll be swamped to the dashboard by dark.
You expect trouble tonight?
I always expect trouble, Kitty.
Yeah, I know. Matt, I heard something.
Yeah?
I heard Torp and a few of his men cut cards last night.
So?
I don't know who it came out for, but Low Man is supposed to kill you.
Yeah. When?
Tonight, I suppose. Why's Torp after you, Matt?
Torp says he wants an open town, Kitty. But what he's really after is somebody who'll close down every game but his.
Who's this, Matt?
What?
Rough-looking traveler headed this way.
But...
Well, I'll be. Why, it's Zell Matlock. Zell! You old badger. How are you?
Well, it's been a long time.
A
long time. Here, come on over here. Sit down.
Sure.
I'd like you to meet Kitty. Kitty, this is Zell Matlock.
Glad to know you, ma'am. Just rode into Dodge an hour ago.
It's your first time in it, Zell. Hey, would you like a beer? Huh?
Don't mind.
Good.
I aimed to get drunk tonight, but before I got started, I thought I'd look up the peace officer and shoot him. I'd be sure to tangle with him before the night's out. I always figure it's safer to do it sober. So
he half means that, kid.
So I asked around and found out the man's name is Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. I've seen it all now.
Well, I hope you're not disappointed.
I'll tell you, Miss Kitty, I knew Matt Dillon before he got civilized. Why, we had to tie his leg up to give him a haircut when he came to town.
Don't you believe a word that he says.
Yeah, the wilder the coat, the better the horse, Matt. Mm-hmm. But you was all right. The only trouble with you was that fool honest streak you always had.
Are you rich now, Zell?
Nobody's rich on the Mexican border. Land of sunshine and pinto beans. I hired out to a general over in Chihuahua 3 years ago. I lost 20 pounds and was lucky to get back at all.
Well, haven't you learned to stay out of Mexico yet?
No, I met the man he wanted me to shoot and turned out to be a better fellow than the general. So I told him I'd been hired to kill him and then rode for the border. The general lost 3 soldiers who tried to stop me from swimming the Rio Bravo.
You must be pretty handy with a gun, Zell.
Yeah, just fair, ma'am. But when I take my gun out, I go right ahead and use it. Some people stop and think for half a second.
There's a roundup in Dodge tonight. Matt's handling it alone.
Kitty, what?
Yeah, no, hold it, man. I heard about it. I heard all about it, and that's why I'm here. To say hello and sign on for a night's pleasure. Give me a star, Matt. I've killed on the side of the law before.
I don't believe that, and anyway, I don't want any killings here.
No, I was joshing you, Matt. I know what you want. It's true. I was sheriff in Tascosa for 6 months.
You what?
Yeah, it's in the record. Well, they caught up with me there, but I'd already done such a good job taming the place that the governor pardoned me. I won't kill anybody tonight that don't need killing.
All right. I believe you so. But I won't ask any man to come in when it's as rough as this roundup may be.
Well, you didn't ask me. Any other objection?
Well, the men don't know you around here, Zell. No telling how they'd take to a stranger.
First night I ran Tascosa, nobody knew me either. I'm not green at this business.
Yeah, but it's my job. Why should you get mixed up in it?
Well, I also heard somebody's planning a party for you tonight.
Well, you did, huh?
I've owed you something for a long time, Matt.
Oh, that's got nothing to do with it.
Oh, it has. You got no right not letting me pay it back a little. Now, there's a chance to.
Yeah, you're just as crazy as you ever were.
That's better. Well, come on, let's go find me a badge before it gets dark. Sure nice to have met you, Miss Kitty.
Well, good luck, Zell. I'll see you later, Matt.
Yeah, sure. So long, Kitty.
You sure been a long time coming to Dodge, Mr. Matlock. What do you mean, Chester?
Well, I've heard Mr. Dillon mention you a lot, but the way he talked, I wasn't never sure you were still alive.
Oh. Well, I was never sure either, Chester. You know, Zell isn't the most cautious man I ever knew.
You think being a U.S. Marshal isn't asking for an early grave, man?
Oh, maybe. But at least it's a way to do some good before you die. whether folks think so or not.
No, men like Torp, that's all.
Oh, no, Chester. Even good men have got a strange twist that makes them suspect any man paid to handle the bad element. Hey, you just can't help thinking that some of its dirt is rubbed off honey.
And I never thought about that before, Matt. Sure, how it was in Tascosa. They wanted me there all right, but they wanted me to keep my distance, too. It makes a man kind of lonely.
They just don't know what's good for him, that's all. Yeah. Instead of a real lawman, they'd rather hire some killer with a lot of notches carved on his gun.
Well, there are plenty of them around.
Sure are. Bragging kind. I never did like a man who has to notch his gun to keep his courage up.
My goodness. Look yonder. The street's about full already and it isn't even dark yet.
Yeah. Zell, give me a hand here, will you? We'll move Chester's couch away from the window.
All right.
There, that should do it. Yeah, you'll be safer here, Chester, in case somebody gets it in mind to shoot up the jail.
Thank you, Mr. Dillon. I can watch both doors from here. Just hand me my gun belt, if you will.
Oh, yeah. There you are. Well, come on, Zell. Chester, I'll get somebody at the Dodge House to fetch up some supper, huh?
Thank you, sir. And good luck, both of you.
So long,
I see you, Chester. How will we work it, Matt?
I'll tell you, Zell, you take this side of the street. I'm going up to the Dodge House, and then I'll be on the other side somewhere.
All right. Oh, say, you mind if I go back later and get that Spencer carbine of yours? Make a mighty handy club if I don't have to use it any other way.
Sure.
Who they got there? That fella on their shoulders.
Oh, that's Mr. Hightower. He runs the printing press here.
Shall we stop it?
Oh, no. They're just carrying him into the Longhorn to make him stand some drinks.
Oh.
They like Hightower. They won't hurt him.
Well, I guess that sort of officially opens this here roundup, huh?
Yeah, I guess it does. Well, I'll leave you here, Zell.
Yeah, sure. Sure, man.
And, Zell, I want to thank you for what you're doing tonight.
I ain't done nothing yet, but I'll do plenty if someone shoots you in the back. I can promise that.
Well, I'll see you later.
Sure, Matt.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, Sunday nights, you are cordially invited to escape via CBS Radio. Yes, every weekend for drama that will take you right out of this world. Listen for Escape at the Star's address. Also, tomorrow evening, CBS Radio brings you Lionel Barrymore on your Sunday night playhouse. Now, for the second act of Gunsmoke.
When I came out of the Dodge House, Front Street was so full that if anybody had been shot, the crowd would have carried him along like one of the living. I had a feeling that the word was out about Torp and his bunch cutting cards to see who would make a try for me, and that the crowd knew it and was waiting for it. I stood for a while with my back against Summers' dry goods store. Then I left the street and cut down an alley, thinking to change my position with as much irregularity as possible. I was passing the back door of the Texas Trail when I heard the first shot of the night. I entered the saloon from the rear and made my way into the crowd.
It's all right, Marshal. There's no fight.
It's not all right, Sam. I made a rule that there'd be no shooting for any reason. All right. Who fired that shot?
Oh, it's outside. It was Torp, Marshal. He just took a shot at the moon, that's all.
Yeah. All right, Torp. Put the gun away and come over here.
I'm bothering nobody, Marshal, excepting maybe you. Stand back, everybody.
I said that's enough, Torp.
No, it ain't, Dillon. This time I got the jump on you. You ain't pushing me no more.
Torp's bullet just grazed my arm. Then I put one in his head and another in his chest. And at the same time, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a figure with a gun in each hand move out of the shadow of the alley and turn toward me on the boardwalk. And without really looking, I dropped him with one shot. And then I faced the crowd and waited for the next move. But for some reason, none came.
Marshal?
Yeah, Summers.
That man you just shot, Marshal.
Thorpe got what he deserved.
Yes, I know. It's the other one that
So did he.
Marshal, you'd better go take a look at that man. He's dying.
Who is he?
I don't know him, Marshal, but you do.
What?
He's wearing a star.
No. No. Oh, Zell. Zell.
Man, I think that did it.
No, Zell. No.
There's my fault. I crossed the street a while back. Left the carbine with Chester. No fault of yours.
Matt? Hello, Jose. How is he? Oh, goodness.
No use, Doc. Thanks.
Zell,
Now, listen. Listen to me, Matt. You did right. The only thing you could do. It was my fault. I shouldn't have crossed over and come up behind you. Anyway, Matt, I ain't been living on my own time ever since that day you pulled me out of the mob in Alamogordo. I never thanked you for that. Guess I never will. Now, Matt, so long. I'll find someone to carry him over to your office, Matt.
No. I'll carry him.
Never mind them, Matt. They're just windbags. Mr. Dillon, what happened? I heard you shooting.
Put a blanket on the floor there, Doc.
Yeah, sure. Spread it. Okay. Here. He's dead, Chester. Well, who shot him, sir?
I shot him, Chester. I didn't know it was him.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon. It sounds like they're going to hoorah the town after all, Matt. Sure it does.
No, they're not.
It's going to be kind of hard to stop now, isn't it, Matt?
Maybe.
You taking a shotgun, Mr. Dillon? Matt, why don't you just let them fight each other? What are you going to do?
I'm going to close Front Street.
You're going to close...
The party's over in Dodge.
Mr. Dillon, you can't do that.
There'll be trouble if I don't. The mob's tasted blood now.
They'll shoot you sure as I'm laying here.
Will they?
All right, I can't stop you, but I sure do wish I could go with you. Yeah, Matt, I'll go. Maybe if they see me, they won't be so quick.
Thanks, but this isn't your job, either one of you, but thanks. Sam?
Yeah, Marshal?
Close up and turn out your lights.
What?
You heard me! Now listen to me! Front Street closed! Now get out of here and go home, all of you!
My home is in Texas, mister.
If you ever had one.
I ain't going home tonight. Not tonight, I ain't.
Don't interfere, fella. You got no chips in this deal.
I could buy in, mister.
Now I'll use this shotgun for what it was meant on the next man. Well? All right, Sam, close it up.
Yes, sir.
street's closed. Put out your light.
Huh?
You hurt me. Lock the place up.
I know. I ain't gonna do it.
Now, don't tell me what you're going to do.
All right, boys. We're closing up.
That took care of the Texas Trail and the Longhorn, and I moved on through the Oasis and the Olafraganza, then to the smaller bars that infested the outskirts of town. When I came back up Front Street, the crowd had thinned, its fever broken. I'd left Torp's place for the last, thinking to give his men a chance to get out of town before they faced me. It was a gambling hall on the same side of the street as the jail. And when I reached it and entered, there weren't more than a dozen men there. And most of them stepped quietly past me out into the street. What was left didn't seem to count for much.
Looking for somebody, Marshal?
You a friend of Torp's?
Yes, I was. Why?
Who else here worked for Torp?
Everyone's gone, Marshal. I heard you were all riled up and I left.
And you're alone. And still in bad company.
I wouldn't ordinarily take that.
Well, go ahead, mister. You're calling it.
No. Not now.
What's stopping you? Oh, if it's the shotgun. Now, does that make it easier for you?
I haven't been looking for you, Marshal.
You were in on the cut, weren't you?
Torp's dead, Marshal. Isn't that enough?
Torp! Mister, one of the best men I ever knew died tonight. And I killed him.
I'm not a gunman, Marshal. You wouldn't be proud killing me.
What does a man like you know about pride? Now, you get out of Dodge, and you get out fast.
But I don't...
You want to die in this place right now?
No. No, I'm leaving.
All right, hurry. The rest of the night, I walked the dark, empty street alone. And just before dawn, I got a spring wagon and loaded Zell onto it. A couple of hours later, I buried him out to the Arkansas in a little grove of cottonwoods. Maybe I should have put a marker on his grave, but I didn't. What I did instead, I did partly out of scorn for the kind of men Zoe said have to notch their guns to keep their courage up. And partly as a kind of a cross that I bear from now on. So instead of a marker on his grave, I took out my gun. And I cut a single notch on it.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner and Harry Bartell, with Lawrence Dobkin, Lou Krugman, and James Nusser. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Smoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Hey, all you pretty travelers, you listen to me. You gotta get welcome to Dodge City proper like. Hey, you there, mister. I said you.
You addressing me, sir?
I reckon I am. You a preacher?
Not exactly.
You dress like a preacher.
If you'll excuse me.
Back up, fancy pants. You ain't no preacher. I figure on making you dance some for the folks.
You think you can hoorah me?
Dude, I said dance. Dance or the next shot will take off one of your toes.
I don't think I'd like that.
Doc, no. All right, Thorne, put up the gun.
Marshal, you got a wild and woolly town here.
Marshal, you move aside. I'm going to make this grinning dude kick up his heels for us.
I'd say that might be quite a trick, Thorne. Unless he's changed a lot since I last met him. Have you, Doc?
Not for the good, Matt.
I was afraid.
Oh, you pasty-faced tenderfoot. I said for
Shut
you...
up, Thorne. He's drunk, Doc.
He's dead. You just don't know it yet.
I'll take it good if you'd meet me later at my office.
All right, Matt. For you.
Well, that's sure a lot of talk. Now I'm going to shoot that dude's boot heels.
Fire one shot and I'll pistol whip you, Thorne.
What's that? You're kind of forgetting who's holding a gun, ain't you? Oh!
I wasn't forgetting.
Oh, my wrist. You broke my wrist.
I doubt it. Now let's go to jail.
Oh, you can't put me in jail. I'm Phone Finley.
Move.
Oh, you wait till I tell Big Jack about this, and I will, too.
Do that. He might be grateful to me for saving your neck. You pulled some fool stunts, Thorne, but you've never been closer to dying than just a minute ago.
You mean from that fancy pants? Well, I could handle 6 like him.
That makes you a lot of man. I can name a dozen pretty good gun hands who can't handle one of him.
What?
That's Doc Holliday.
There you are. Salute, Matt.
Salute, Doc. That sounds worse, Doc.
Yeah, I got orders to go to Arizona. Air is dry there, better for my lungs.
Going?
Thought I might. Wyatt invited me to visit him. He and Virgil and Morgan are the law down there. Some little mining town called Tombstone.
Well, it sounds peaceful anyway.
If it isn't, it will be by the time Wyatt Earp gets through. He is the peacemakingest man I ever met outside of you. Matt, who was the tellerhead down at the depot anyway?
Oh, Thorne? He's just a spoiled kid.
Kid? Couldn't be much younger than you.
Sure, but Thorne never grew up. His father has coddled him and protected him and gotten him out of scrapes ever since he was a pup. He's never had to be a man. Not with Big Jack wet nursing him.
Big Jack. Big Jack Finley.
Oh, you know him?
I've heard of him.
Well, that figures. He owns about half of Kansas. Star in a box runs more cows than he can count.
Swings a lot of weight in Dodge?
Too much.
Mr. Dillon, somebody said that Doc Holliday'd come into town today, and he... Oh, excuse me.
It's all right, Chester. Why don't you shake hands with him?
Don't mind if I shake with my left hand. It's kind of habit.
Yeah, I know. Mr. Dillon has the same habit.
He would. How about dinner tonight, Matt?
Sure. How long will you be in Dodge?
Not long. Just till I finish a chore.
Oh? That chore have anything to do with Big Jack Finley?
Might say so. Gonna kill him.
All right, Dillon. Turn him loose.
to close the door, Mr. Finley.
You're going to turn my boy loose? Or I'm going to have to do it for you.
You got a writ of habeas corpus?
Writ? Thorne didn't commit no crime.
The charges are drunken, disorderly, disturbing the peace, and attempted assault with a deadly weapon.
Eyewash.
You still need a writ.
But, man, Judd Nathan does what I say, and you know it. Don't you think I can get a writ?
I'm sure you can and will. You always do.
Then what's the point, Dillon? It's just a lot of useless red tape.
It's a law. And close the door on the way out. All right, Thorne.
Didn't I tell you Big Jack would get me out? When are you going to learn you can't play?
Save the speech.
The law can't touch a Finley. You ought to get smart, Marshal.
Like you?
Sure, like me. Hi, Big Jack.
You okay, son?
Fine.
Anything else, Mr. Finley?
Why, yes. My boy here is a little boisterous sometimes, I know. High-spirited, you understand?
Uh-huh. So?
So, I want to put a stop to all this nonsense of yours, arresting him every time he kicks up his heels a bit.
Well, go on.
Well, I'm offering you a job. Let's say, protecting my interests. $200 a month.
And no work, naturally.
I see we understand each other perfectly. No work, of course.
All I have to do is just shut my eyes whenever Junior here breaks the law, huh?
I said we understand each other. There's no need to elaborate on it, Dillon.
There's a big need. Only how do I explain to a person like you that some men don't wear a price tag?
Huh?
How do I explain how I feel about a so-called respectable citizen making the law his private doormat?
Hey, you're nothing but the stupid gunman I've always thought you were. I understand you took the part of Doc Holliday against my son.
I kept Thorne from committing suicide, yeah.
You sided with a notorious killer against an important citizen of this community. Now I'm telling you, Dillon, get rid of Doc Holliday. I don't want him in Dodge tomorrow.
Doc may be a gunfighter, but he's clear with the law, Finley, and a better man than your son will ever be.
What? Why,
That hurts, doesn't it?
I'm serving notice, Marshal. You run that killer out of Dodge City, or I'll do it myself.
Big Jack Finley, cattleman and self-made king of southern Kansas. No better or worse than most of the men carving empires out of the West. Until love for his son blinded him to the fact that Thorne Finley had gone bad. And from here on, I knew the war was on between Big Jack and me.
So Big Jack Finley's going to run me out of town, huh?
No, unless I do it first.
Oh? You do something naughty, Matt?
You threatened a man's life.
What's that? And just between friends, Matt.
Anything else, Doc? Not murder.
Murder? I give him an even break.
With you, that's still murder. Don't you think you better tell me about it?
Mm-hmm. What if I don't tell you?
Then my job's to warn Finley and try to protect him.
You're a tough man to be friends with, Matt.
It applies to you, too, doesn't it?
Guess maybe it does at that. Didn't realize how I put you on the spot by spouting off my good intentions. Sorry.
Forget it. You want to talk to me?
All right. Remember a girl named Ruth Davis?
Mm-hmm. Died in a riding accident a few months ago. Always wondered if it wasn't suicide. She lost her brother 2 weeks before that.
No accident. No suicide.
You sure?
Sure. You know, Ruth and her brother ran the ranch alone.
Mm-hmm.
A man started pestering Ruth, and she hated him. Her brother kicked the man off the ranch. This fellow dry-gulched Ruth's brother, made it look like a robbery.
You have any proof of this?
Yeah. Ruth was afraid to go to the law, so she sent a letter to me. Here, read it yourself. She says the man was Finley and says she expects him to try and shut her up for good.
And that doesn't mean it's Big Jack.
I went to see Ruth's folks. They had her belongings. Among them, I found this.
Watch chain.
Engraved JF on the clasp. Jack Finley. You see why I've got to kill him, Matt? He forced Ruth's horse over that cliff, sure. But do you still think she died accidental?
No. But who's responsible is something for a court to decide.
Court? With Finley's money and influence, he wouldn't spend 5 days in jail even if he was convicted, which he wouldn't be.
He doesn't own the court.
Maybe not, but it's still the most powerful man in the state against a dead girl whose only friend is Doc Holliday. How do you think a judge will decide?
Doc, I'm going to ask you a favor.
Make it one I can give.
I got an idea, but you must let me handle it my way. Give the law a chance.
All right, Matt, I can wait.
Thank you. I'll keep this letter in chain for a while.
All right, but if the law fails, I'll brace Big Jack Finley when he walks out of the courthouse.
And you'll be bracing 2 men, Doc. Finley and me. Come in.
Morning, Marshal. Looks like it'll be a fine day.
Well, you're up kind of early just to bring me a weather report, aren't you, Judge Nathan?
Huh? Oh, well, I want to see you.
Go right ahead. You mind if I finish shaving?
No, please do. Just thought I'd chat with you about the...
About the Finleys?
Yes. It seems that Big Jack's very upset by your attitude.
I'm not surprised.
He feels you're a little rough on his boy.
I am. But then his boy's a little rough.
Yeah. Well, perhaps Thorne is high-spirited, like yesterday.
Yesterday he was just plain high. Tell me, Judge Nathan, how do you like being on Finley's payroll?
What?
You know, you used to be a pretty decent person.
Oh, you can't talk to me like
Yes,
that.
I can. I'm sending a copy of Thorne's record to the governor.
Governor?
And with it, I'm sending a list of the writs you've issued to get him out of jail and a copy of the court records.
I've only tempered my justice with mercy, that's all.
Thorne's been arrested for 18 offenses, convicted of 10, spent no time in jail, and paid a total of $15 in fines. I'd say you've been very merciful.
You said you were sending this to the governor. You haven't actually mailed it yet?
No. You got an out.
Not that I don't feel justified in any decisions I've made, but such a report might cause undue talk at the Capitol.
And ruin your political hopes. Well, my conditions are simple. Get off Finley's payroll now.
Very well.
And give me cooperation from here on, no matter who's involved. Do that, and I shelve the report.
I'll do it.
Mr. Dillon, troubles are making.
What kind of trouble, Chester?
It's Big Jack Finley, Mr. Dillon. He's rounding up his crew at the Alfraganza. They're going to ride Doc Holliday out of town on a rail. Did you cut yourself shaving?
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, don't forget, starting Monday, CBS Radio's tremendous news staff will start bringing you the complete coverage of the Democratic Convention in Chicago. As you found during the Republican Convention, CBS Radio never misses. So, starting Monday, stay with CBS Radio all day and evening for the Democratic Convention. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
Doc.
What?
Wake up, Doc. It's Matt.
Oh.
What's up?
Trouble. Lots of trouble. Big Jack Finley's organizing a little citizens committee of his own hand-picked men coming to escort you out of town.
On a rail?
Yeah, that's the general idea. Here, take the shotgun.
Yeah, I'll hide it under the covers, modest-like.
Here. I'll wait against the wall here.
Good. That'll put him in a crossfire.
If it comes to that.
If there's enough of them, we're in a spot.
Yeah, likely we are.
You're risking your neck to save me some bruises. One I owe you, friend Matt.
It's my job.
Still one I owe you.
There he is. Wrap him up. All right, stop right there. I'll shoot the man who takes another step.
You think you're going to stop us, Dillon?
I think so. Me and Doc.
Doc.
Show him, Doc.
Sure thing, Marshal. Look, boys, surprise.
Shotgun.
I sure do love surprises.
Dillon, I've got a dozen men with me.
Well, sure, about 6 of them will die, Finley, if you don't crawl out of here fast.
And guess who'll die first, Big Jack?
You there, Moncrief. I always figured you for some brains. Get your boss out of here, quick.
Sure talking sense, Big Jack. Shut up, Moncrief. You showing yellow.
Oh, but, man, there's nothing here for us to die over.
Listen to him, Finley. That greener Doc is holding has 18 buckshot in each barrel.
I'll get slaughtered if he triggers that thing.
And I'm getting edgy, Finley.
And me, if I get a coughing spell, I'm liable to shoot without meaning to.
All right. This is twice you have made a Finley back down. You'll never get a third chance. Let's get out of here.
Matt, when are you going to arrest him?
When I'm ready. Not long.
I hope not. Getting impatient to see that man dead.
I got your message, Marshal. I hope it's important.
It is, Moncrief. How long you been foreman for Big Jack?
15, 16 years.
You know him pretty well. Would he be the kind to kill a girl?
No, of course not. Guess he'd kill a man if he got mad enough, but he wouldn't kill no girl, Marshal.
Well, I have proof that he did. A girl and her brother, but it doesn't set right. I'm hoping you can help.
What's your proof, Marshal?
The letter that names Finley as the man. Ruth Davis wrote it before she died.
Ruth Davis.
And this watch chain was found with her belongings. It's engraved on the back.
I know. I was with Big Jack when he bought this chain in Chicago. It was right after his wife died.
Big Jack wear it all the time?
You rode the right hunch, Marshal.
What?
Thorne is your man, just like you figure. He had a yen for the Davis girl, but he kept it quiet. Guess he didn't want it known she throwed him over.
But the watch chain...
Big Jack gave that to Thorne on his 25th birthday. Whole ranch can testify to that.
Good. All right, thank you, Moncrief.
You, gonna try and arrest Thorne?
Why?
If Big Jack believes Thorne killed that girl, it'll break his heart.
Broke her neck.
If he don't believe it...
Then?
He'll protect Thorne. And, Marshal, there's not enough lawmen in the state of Kansas to make Big Jack give up his son.
Yeah, what it... Oh, it's you, Marshal. And,
John Holliday. Doc, this is Judge Nathan.
Holliday? Oh, yes, I've heard of you.
I've heard of you, too, Judge. Wonder which has heard the worst.
What's that? Why,
Judge, I'm here on business.
Oh, of course. Come in, won't you? In my study here, so we won't be disturbed. Oh. What is it, Marshal?
I want you to swear out a warrant for Thorne Finley's arrest. Charge, Murder. You sure you want to go with me, Doc?
I'm sure.
All right, hold up your right hand.
Oh, no, Matt, you wouldn't make me a lawman.
If you go as my deputy. I'm not letting you make this a private fight.
And with my friends, if they hear I wore a star. All right, Matt, it's your show.
You swear to uphold and enforce the laws of this community, the state of Kansas, and the United States to the best of your ability as deputy marshal, so help you God?
All of that?
All of that.
I swear.
Here, pen on this badge.
All right, man. You know, I have a feeling this badge is going to cramp my style something terrible.
Better breathe our horses going up through this pass. We still got a good ride ahead.
How far?
Oh, about 10 miles.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Matt? Will they fight?
Well... Doc!
Stay in your horse, Marshal. Grab some clouds. Keep those hands high. Bill Queen's on the other side of the path behind you. That's being smart, Dillon. Queen will drop you if you touch her gun butt.
You're handy at this bushwhacking, aren't you, Thorne? If Doc...
He's all right. My slug seems to have bounced off his thick skull.
Good.
Yeah, let's pull your teeth. Better you do it. With your left hand, reach down and across slow. Pull your gun out with your fingertips and toss it away.
Nervous?
Just cautious.
Or maybe this Queen doesn't exist, huh, Thorne?
Queen! Queen's one of Dad's men, but I pay him extra to work for me. Any more questions?
I guess not. There's my gun.
The rifle next.
I got a penknife in my pants pocket.
You know why Holliday came to Dodge?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you do. You wouldn't be riding with him. Well, he's not going to tell any stories to my dad or anyone else.
You can't kill us, you stupid...
Not planning on killing you.
And what have you got planned?
Queen's kind of a magician. He's going to make Holliday just disappear. Folks won't care much about one of his kind.
I would. I'd care so much I'd hang you for it.
No. No, with Holliday gone, it's your word against mine. And you won't be able to approve a thing, Dillon.
You sure of that?
I'm sure. Otherwise, I'd take care of you along with Holliday. Now get on and start walking back to town. It's like I told you. Law can't touch a Finley.
It was no time for heroics, so I walked. When I reached a turn, I cut back through the rocks, but it was too late. They were gone. And with them, the horses, guns, and Doc Holliday. 2 miles up the road, I found my horse turned loose. And with a mind full of cold hate, I raced on to the Star in a box. On the front porch of the ranch house was one of Big Jack's men.
Hold it right there.
Out of my way, mister. I'm in no mood to shake hands.
Where you heading, lawman?
You don't hear well.
Dillon.
Where's Holliday?
How should I know? Get off my ranch.
And where's that prize son of yours?
What?
Trot him out. I want him.
Do you now? What on earth for?
Thorne, put that gun away.
Oh, no. This is just in case the marshal loses his temper.
I've lost it, Junior.
Sure.
Dillon, I've had all I'm going to stand from you.
You just think you have. Where's Holliday, Thorne? Where'd Queen take him?
Holliday? Why, I haven't the faintest idea. Where is Queen, Dad?
The riding fence line, but...
See, Marshal, we don't know where your friend is.
You're under arrest, Thorne.
What's that?
Ask him to show the warrant.
Here. Read it, Finley.
Oh, no. No, that's not possible. The judge wouldn't issue a warrant without proof.
He has proof, Thorne.
This is a lie. Thorne couldn't be guilty of murder.
No. Take a look at his face.
Son.
Daddy's trying to frame me. Don't let him get away with this.
No, I won't. I won't. Get out, Dillon.
Man, open your eyes. This is not going to help you.
You heard me. I don't believe you, your warrant, or your proof. I believe my son. So get off this ranch. Get out of the state. You let me see you again, so help me, I'll kill you myself.
Forget me. You're bucking the law. You can't.
I make my own law.
So do I.
Doc Holliday.
Yeah, but you're supposed to be dead. Queen was supposed
He's
to...
the one who's dead. I carry a knife in my boot just for men like him.
Thorne. God help me. You are guilty.
He sure is. And if he knows any prayers, he'd better get them over with.
No, Doc. He goes back with us as our prisoner.
You're wrong, Marshal. I'll take care of my son.
Dad. No.
You rotten, lying, murderous pup.
Please don't,
I should have strangled you in the cradle when you were...
Stay away from the shoot! Don't shoot you all!
Finley, look out! I threw myself in Finley's both of us hit the floor, rolling away from Thorne as he raised his gun to fire. Then in the doorway, the blood-stained, terrible figure of Doc Holliday went into action. His pale hands blurred over his whole...
Ruth Thorne! Ruth?
Thanks, Chester.
You sure you won't stay around a while, Doc?
Yeah, we're good friends, Matt, but you're a peace officer. I guess I'm not a very peaceful man.
You could be, Doc.
No, I'm not going to change, and you shouldn't. Law needs men like you. No, if I stayed, there's too good a chance I might cross you.
Yeah.
Then I'd have to meet you over gun barrels, and it's one thing I'm afraid of. So long, Matt.
Good luck, Doc.
My. I never would have thought Doc Holliday was scared of meeting anyone in a gunfight.
You don't understand, Chester. Doc's afraid because he might beat me.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Herb Purdom, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in our cast were Harry Bartell as Doc Holliday, with Lee Millar, Nestor Paiva, Ralph Moody, and Tom Tully. Parley Bear is Chester. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
In a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the six-shooter, just one of the many fine programs brought to you Sundays on NBC. Later this evening, listen to the NBC Star Playhouse with one of your favorite stars. Hear Stroke of Fate and the story of what might have happened if fate had reversed historical facts. And be sure to keep tuned for the dramatic story of Last Man Out. It's a wonderful lineup of great programs, all of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl. Its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the six-shooter. a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the western territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends.
"50-Yard Canyon," that's what folks called it. Probably there was another name, more official, written down on a map in the territorial capital, but the people around Smoke Falls, they just called it 50-Yard Canyon. You see, it was only 50 yards wide, someplace even narrower, but it was close to 35 miles long. And riding through it was sort of like riding between two giant slabs of granite, all polished and smooth the way a gravestone's fixed up. Except that these slabs were close to half a mile high. Well, anyway, that's what we were coming into, Scar and me, following a trail east to Smoke Falls. We were just getting on toward daybreak, and the sky was kind of a oatmeal gray, heavy, wet, waiting for the sun to come up to stir some life into it. We rounded a sharp bend, and Scar flared his nostrils and slowed down to a walk. "What's the matter, boy? Come on. Come on. The canyon got a little wider up ahead, and the sides angled up somewhat gentler than usual. I saw some clumps of trees and some mesquite, but it was still too dark to see anything real plain. I got off Scar as fast as I could dive out of the saddle. What the Sam Hill? Now, who in the thunder are you shooting at?
I ain't particular, mister.
Well, I am. I couldn't make him out. He was just a shadow part way up the canyon wall, maybe 30, 40 feet. His gunfire gave me a pretty good notion of where to aim. For a couple of minutes, everything was real quiet. Oh, I didn't stand to reason that I'd hit him with that shot. I hadn't. I inched my way across the floor of the canyon. I started up the side. The bullet nicked a rock right about a foot left of my face. He knew where I was, all right. But then I had a pretty good notion of his whereabouts, too. Well, a man's entitled to a lucky hit every once in a while, if he wasn't faking that yell. It seemed like there was only one way to find out. All right, drop it. Come on, drop it.
Okay.
The pistol slid out of his hand. His shirt sleeve was stained pink at the elbow. Twisted around and gave me a squint. Just then the sun swung up over the top of the canyon and spilled over the sides. Why, Art. Hey, Art Hamper.
Who'd you think you were? Holy mackerel, Britt. Well, I'll be doggone. You're just about the last person in the world I ever expect to bump into out here.
Yeah, well, you sure were expecting to bump into something.
Yeah.
What's the trouble, Art? Who are you gunning for?
Somebody's gunning for me.
Huh?
Clyde's dead, Britt.
Clyde? What?
He was shot yesterday morning. Shot in the back.
Well, you know who did it?
I know who the sheriff says did it. Me.
What, he thinks you killed your own brother?
Stepbrother. Clyde and me weren't real kin. But we was as close as if we did have the same blood.
Yeah. Well, speaking of blood, Art, that elbow of yours.
A bullet only grazed me. I'll tie my bandana around it.
No, you better let me give you a hand. Here, I'll tell you. Where'd the sheriff get the idea you had something to do with Clyde's being shot?
Well, it's kind of a roundabout story. You see, Pa died a couple of months ago.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, well, that ought to take care of your arm for the time being.
Thanks. Well, in his will, Pa left things equal, half to me and half to Clyde.
Uh-huh.
Folks got the idea that him being my father and not Clyde's, well, they thought I was kind of put out by Clyde's getting the same as me.
But you weren't.
Oh, of course not, Britt. I didn't have no complaint. Clyde was as close to Pa as I ever was. He was entitled just as much.
Uh-huh. Well, how did Clyde happen to get shot, Art?
That's what I don't know. I just don't. I'd give anything in the world if I did.
Well, you said yesterday.
Well, in the morning, about 7 o'clock, I was in the barn hitching up the buckboard. I heard somebody at the pump outside. I figured it was Clyde drawing a bucket of water, and then I heard the gun go off. I started for the door, but before I could get there, Clyde stumbled into the barn. He was holding on to his belly, and he fell forward into my arms. That's where he died, Britt. In my arms.
He didn't say anything?
Oh, he tried to talk, but the words just wouldn't come out. He tried to tell me who shot him, but just couldn't. I'll find out, though, Britt. Someday I'll find out and I'll get even.
I'll take it easy, Art.
Instead of blaming me, why ain't Sheriff Vale looking for the guilty man? Why ain't he going after the real killer?
Well, you're sure the sheriff does blame you?
Well, he arrested me yesterday afternoon.
Oh, I see.
Tried to take me into town, but I gave him the slip. Rode up into the canyon here.
Oh, well, now, you shouldn't have done that, Art. If you're innocent, you'll get a chance to prove it. Running away, that just makes you look guilty.
I gotta prove anything dangling from the branch of a tree.
What are you talking about?
They was gonna lynch me. George Crump and Sam Bitley and the other fellas were the sheriff, and he wasn't gonna do nothing to stop him. He said hanging was better than I deserved. You don't know Sheriff Elbridge.
No, you must be new to Smoke Falls.
Well, you don't believe in wasting time with trials and juries. I wouldn't be the first man Vale's let the boys take care of.
I see.
That's why I had to get away. Oh, I knew I couldn't run too far before they'd catch up with me out here in this canyon.
Well, you are kind of boxed in.
Yeah, but I figured a day or so and the fellas had cooled down, listen to reason. Maybe they'd even pick up the real killer's trail by then.
Uh-huh.
I thought you was one of Vale's posse when I heard your horse. That's the reason I fired. I wasn't aiming to kill anybody, understand, Britt? I was just hoping to scare you off.
Uh-huh. Well, even so, it sort of seems like to me you stand a good chance of making things worse for yourself the way you've been acting. I'm not saying that a man has to sit tight and let himself get lynched, but it just...
What do you think I ought to do, Britt?
Well, I don't know. I'm riding into Smoke Falls. We could ride along together. If you give yourself up, that ought to be something in your favor.
Well, yeah, I guess you're right. My horse is starting to go lame. I couldn't go much further anyhow, but tell you the truth, Britt, I'm scared.
You scared?
Well, they had a rope. George Crump was carrying it when the sheriff arrested me. And the way the fellas looked, their eyes half closed and their faces red, sort of like they had a fever. I ain't never been a coward, Britt, but I was scared.
Well, like you said, they'd probably cool off by now.
Well, if there was some way I could just be sure. Britt, maybe if you was to talk to him first.
Talk to him?
Well, before I give myself up. They must be following me. You're bound to run into them on your way into town.
Well, I suppose so.
Oh, they'd listen to you. They respect you, and they'd have to listen. Even Sheriff Vale must have heard about the six-shooter. You could tell him that I never had nothing against Clyde. You knew he was always friendly, even when we was kids.
Sure.
Well, if you'd make the sheriff understand and the boys with him, well, then I'd feel better about going back into town. Britt, you ride on ahead. They can't be more than an hour or so away. Tell them I'll give myself up. Tell them to wait for me at Squirrel Rock. You know where that is, don't you?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, tell them I'll meet them there at noon.
I don't know, Art.
You don't think I'd run out on you, Britt? You don't think I'd do a thing like that?
No, but I...
Well, all right, then. Squirrel Rock at noon. That'll give my pony time to rest up.
Uh-huh. Well,
afterwards, after I'm all straightened out with the sheriff, we'll find out who killed Clyde. You'll help me find out, won't you?
I'll help if I can, all right?
Thanks, Britt.
There's just one thing, though.
Yeah.
Now, suppose I don't meet up with the posse.
Well, you couldn't very well miss them here in the canyon.
No, maybe they've turned around. Maybe they've gone back.
Well, in any case, I'll be at Squirrel Rock at noon. If the posse ain't there, you wait for me just the same. I'll go into Smoke Falls with you.
All right, Art. All right. I guess you know what you're doing. All right. I'll be seeing you. It was about 10 o'clock in the morning when I passed Squirrel Rock. Not much later when I met up with the posse. It wasn't much of a posse, though, just 3 men. Fellow in the lead gave his pinto the spur and trot up ahead of the other 2. He's a good-sized man, big bone, solid, with a tangle of red hair and swatches of freckles across his face. And the way he wore his revolvers and rested his hand against the butt of one of them, you could tell who he was, too. Even if you didn't happen to notice the star on his breast.
Howdy.
Morning.
I'm Sheriff Vail from Smoke Falls.
Yeah, I've been expecting to run into you, Sheriff.
Oh?
My name's Ponset.
Britt Ponset?
It sure is. Well, how are you, Britt? What are you doing around here?
Oh, I'm just passing through, George.
Sheriff, ain't you never met up with the six-shooter?
No, can't say as I have. Heard about him, though.
And this here's Sam Bitley, Britt.
Oh, yeah.
Howdy. You said something about expecting us, Ponset.
Yeah. Art Hemper thought you'd be heading up this canyon.
Hemper?
What were you... You mean you ran into Art, Britt?
Early this morning.
Oh, doggone it. That's who we're looking for.
Yeah, he told me.
Well, did he tell you why?
Sure. Yeah, his brother was killed yesterday. You wanted for murder.
And you knew all that? You just let him go scot-free?
Well, what'd you expect me to do?
You could have brought him in, saved us the trouble.
Yeah. I'm not a part of your posse, Sheriff. Besides, Art willing to give himself up.
Give himself up?
He says he didn't have anything to do with Clyde's death. The only reason he ran off is because you were talking about lynching him.
Say, Britt, how you gone loco?
You didn't actually believe him, Ponset.
Well, I've known Art for a good many years, Sheriff.
Well, looks like we know him a little better than you do.
Yeah, I saw it, Britt. The whole thing with my own eyes. I saw the murder.
Now, hold on, George. Now, you didn't see
I tell you, I saw it. I was riding past the Hemper Ranch, and Clyde and Art were out behind the barn. They didn't notice me. They were too busy arguing and shouting. Then Clyde turned and started to walk towards the house. Well, Art pulled out his gun and shot him in the back. Clyde didn't even have a chance to draw.
Well, is that the truth, George?
As true as anything in this world. Well, I swung around, and I headed into town to get the sheriff. And that's when Art spotted me. He got off a couple of shots, but I was out of range.
The story he told me is entirely different.
Well, that shouldn't surprise you too much, Ponset.
No, I guess not. What happened when you arrested him, Sheriff?
Well, we didn't arrest him.
No, we didn't.
Why do you think we're out here looking for him?
I see.
Well, he took off before I could bring the sheriff back. We picked up his trail and followed it into the canyon here.
Yeah, and as for anybody trying to lynch him, well, there'll be no lynch law in Smoke Falls while I'm sheriff.
Well, that's good, Sheriff.
Yes, sir. And besides, ain't no need in his case. Any jury in the territory will convict him on the evidence.
Why, of course.
Yeah, well, it sure sounds that way, doesn't it? Well, doggone, I just don't know what to say, Sheriff.
Well, you weren't to blame for believing Art. You were a friend of his. Before he changed. You went around to see how mean he's got the last few months. Always picking on Clyde and making life miserable for him. As if it was Clyde's fault the old man left him everything.
Everything?
Well, sure. Ranch, cattle, the whole shebang.
The whole shebang.
Yes, sir. I guess Jake Hemper knew Art wasn't any good underneath. I guess that's why he picked Clyde to inherit, even though he wasn't a blood relative.
Well, you gotta admit, there's one thing Art's good at.
Huh?
Lying. The way he fooled Britt Ponset, he must be a pretty convincing liar. Well, you'll have to give him that much. Won't you, Britt?
Yeah, I'll give him that much.
We'll continue with James Stewart as the six-shooter in a moment, because I'd like to answer a question that so many of you have written in to ask. It's about our theme music on the show, and believe me, we like it too. It's called Highland Lament, but I'm sorry to say there's no way for you to obtain it to play in your own home. You see, all of our music has been recorded for broadcast only, and it simply isn't available in any form at your music store. But thanks for writing anyway. Your good letters are tremendously appreciated by all of us. Incidentally, while Jimmy Stewart is kept pretty busy with the six-shooter and his motion picture work, one of his happiest activities is keeping up with his twin daughters, Judy and Kelly, at home. There's a nice picture story of the Stewarts and their twins in the current issue of McCall's Magazine. Now, Act 2 of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponset.
Well, there wasn't anything else I could do but just tell Sheriff Vale the whole cock and bull story just the way Art had given it to me. I felt like crawling in a prairie dog hole. Oh, not just because Art had made a fool of me. It was more than that. We'd been pretty good friends once, all three of us. Art, Clyde, and me. Now Clyde was dead, and sooner or later Art would be brought in for killing him. If I wasn't so doggone gullible, it might have been a lot sooner.
Swell Rock, eh? It's only 3 or 4 miles. You must come by it.
Yeah, that's where he said he'd give himself up.
Oh, is that so?
Well, if he told you to wait for him there, you can be darn sure it's the last place he'll be. He's probably still up at the end of the canyon, trying to find the pass you come through.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, sure.
Well, we better ride on ahead. You want to come with us, Ponset?
No, I think I'll head back for town.
Well, suit yourself. I left a couple of the boys along the way in case Hemper gives us a slip and starts backtracking. You might tell him to keep the eyes open, that we haven't caught him yet.
Yeah.
All right, Sheriff.
Okay, George. Sam, come on, let's go.
Come on, boy.
Well, that's what I intended to do. Just head straight for Smoke Falls, but somehow I found myself turning around. I took it real easy, and then when I came to Squirrel Rock, I couldn't help pulling up. Whoa, Scott, whoa. It was just about noon. The sun was square in the middle of the sky. There sure wasn't any sign of Art Hemper either. Not that I really thought he'd be there, not after what I'd found out from the sheriff. I'd never looked at that rock real close before. It was a lot bigger than most of the other boulders along the way, but that was about the only difference. I couldn't figure why folks got the name. It sure didn't look much like a squirrel to me. It was big, though. Wasn't any doubt about that. If it had been a couple of feet wider, it had blocked the whole canyon. And I remember thinking to myself, a man could hide almost anywhere around there real easy. The only trouble was I didn't think of it soon enough.
You're right on time, Britt.
Yeah, so are you, Art.
You don't mind getting off your horse, do you?
Well, as a matter of fact, I'd just as soon not.
Well, you better do it anyway. Keep those arms stretched way up high.
Uh-huh. All right.
Now, you can unbuckle your gun belt, but use only one hand, your left one.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks.
I guess you know I ran into Sheriff Vale.
Sure. I told you you would. Him and his boys come riding through here just a few minutes ago.
Mm-hmm. Didn't even stop, huh?
I must have figured I was up at the end of the canyon hunting the pass you come through.
Yeah. Art, George Crump says he saw you shoot Clyde.
Did, huh? Well, I didn't pick a very good time for it, did I?
You're not going to deny it again, huh?
You wouldn't believe me if I did. I already pressed my luck with you once today, Britt. I won't try it twice.
Why'd you kill him, Art? It wasn't Clyde's fault your father left him the property.
The ranch wasn't the real reason. I guess folks never will believe me, but that wasn't the cause.
Well, what was the cause, then?
I can't even put it in words. I reckon I hated Clyde. I reckon I always hated him, but I didn't know how much until they read the will, until I found out how Pa really felt towards me. You see, I never had no mother. She died when I was born.
Oh?
It wasn't very long after that Pa married again, and I had me a ready-made family. Oh, she wasn't like one of them stepmothers you read about in stories. She always tried to be fair and honest. Maybe that was it. Maybe she tried to be too fair.
Yeah, too fair?
Well, whenever I did something bad, never said a word to me. She waited till Pa come home and told him about it. I was his son, she said, and she didn't have no right to punish me. It was up to Pa to take down the razor strop and give me a whaling. Not that she was easy on Clyde. She wasn't. She saw to it that he toed the line. But he belonged to her. He was her responsibility. He got plenty of whippings, too, but it was her that give it to him. I guess it don't sound very sensible, Britt, but there was times when I used to wish she'd care enough about me to, well, just slap me or give my ears a good boxing. But she never did. I was Pa's son.
Now, you couldn't blame Clyde for the way his mother acted toward you.
Oh, I didn't blame him. Not at first. I told myself we were even Stephen. He had a ma and I had a pa. That was fair enough. And whatever happened, I was Art Hemper. Britt, he wasn't even entitled to the same name, not by any rights. Once I asked Pa about that, I asked him why Clyde was calling himself Hemper. Real good tannin. That's the answer I got. Mm-hmm. That's the way it was. All the time I was growing up, all the time until she died. I was kind of happy when it happened. I thought maybe now it'd be me and Pa again. I thought her being out of the way would sort of push Clyde to one side. Things didn't work out like I figured. Clyde and Pa, they mourned together. They seemed to be closer than before. So I told myself all I had to do was wait. I was Pa's son. Everybody knows when a man dies, it's his son that inherits. All I had to do was to wait. And then it did die. And I found out I'd been living my whole life on lies. I'd convinced myself that when the chips were down, Clyde wouldn't matter anymore. Pa'd realize I was his son, his only son. And then the day they read his will, I knew that I hadn't had a ma and I hadn't had a pa either. Clyde had had them both all the time. So I had to kill him. Maybe if he was dead, things would be different.
Art.
Stay where you are, Ponce.
Now listen, Art. Now listen to me. I think I understand what you're trying to tell me. Some of it, anyhow. And maybe you weren't exactly responsible for what you did to Clyde, but you've got to give yourself up.
Give myself up! For the first time in my life, I've got a reason for living. There's nobody standing in my way, not anymore.
There's a posse standing in your way.
They're past us now. They've gone up the canyon. I can ride out the Smoke Falls Gap without them even knowing it.
Sheriff Vale's no fool, Art. He figured you might slip by him. That's why he left some men behind.
Well, they won't stop us, Britt.
Us?
Sure. You're taking me in town. I'm your prisoner. Of course, this gun of yours won't be loaded, but nobody's going to know that. And nobody's going to know I'm holding my own gun just inside my shirt. That nick you give me on the elbow, it's going to come in real handy. All right, Britt. Here's a 6-shooter. Not that it'll be much use to you now.
Art brought his pony up from behind the rock, and we started down the trail. In a way, I felt kind of sorry for him. But that didn't justify what he'd done. It didn't justify him getting loose and killing somebody else, maybe. We were getting close to the mouth of the canyon now, and the trail kind of straightened out. I figured we ought to meet up with one of the sheriff's boys somewhere along about here. Be their last chance of stopping Art before we hit the flat country. I guess Art was figuring the same thing.
Hold your gun on me, Britt, like you were serious.
All right.
Don't try anything fancy.
We rode out for about 5 minutes more, and then I spotted him. Fellow leaning against the side of the canyon with a carbine across his arm. He must have been dozing, but when he heard us, he came awake fast, and the carbine swung around ready for business.
All right, hold up there. So you got him, huh?
Yeah, I got him.
Who are you, mister? I didn't see you with the posse.
My name's Ponsett, Britt Ponsett.
Oh, sure, the 6-shooter. Did he give you any trouble, Mr. Ponsett?
No, not so far.
Well, where's the sheriff?
He's back a ways. He'll be coming along.
Well, maybe you ought to wait up here. We can all ride into town together.
Now, the sheriff said Ponsett was to go on ahead.
Oh? That's so, Mr. Ponsett?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Well, I guess you can take care of him. You ain't going to need no help. Not with that gun of yours. I hear it's about the fastest shooting 6-gun ever been turned out.
Say, maybe you would like to take a look at it.
Wait a minute.
Here, catch.
Are you crazy, Mr. Ponsett, throwing your gun around like that? Why, if I wasn't covering Art there...
But you are covering him.
Huh?
Britt, I told you.
Look out,
I was
Ponsett!
already diving for the ground. Art fired through his shirt. The bullet slid across the back of Scar's neck. Art didn't get a second chance. The carbine slugs tore into his chest and knocked him off his horse. He just lay there. He was bleeding bad.
Britt.
Yeah?
There.
There's something I got to tell you.
All right, go ahead.
Sorry I lied to you this morning. A man shouldn't lie. That's what my pa always said. And you were my best friend. Shouldn't have lied to you especially.
Well...
Besides, it didn't do me no good. It just goes to show you that lying don't pay. Pa used to whip me whenever I lied. I should have known better, Brett. I should have known that. Well, if that don't take the cake.
What?
Not more than a minute ago, he tried to shoot you down. But now all he said was he was sorry he lied to you. What happens to a man like that, Mr. Ponce?
Oh, I don't know. I just don't know.
The Six-Shooter is a transcribed NBC radio network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Burt, and it's written by him. Mr. Stewart may soon be seen in the Universal International picture, The Glenn Miller Story. Others in the cast were Shepard Mencken, Bill Johnstone, Frank Gerstle, and Howard McNear. Special music for this program was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. This is Hal Gibney speaking. This is the NBC Radio Network. In a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the Six-Shooter, just one of the many fine programs brought to you Sundays on NBC. Later this evening, listen to the NBC Star Playhouse with one of your favorite stars. Here, Meet the Press, America's #1 newsmaking program, and be sure to keep tuned for the dramatic story of communism in America on Last Man Out. It's a wonderful lineup of great programs, all of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the Six-Shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother-of-pearl. Its handle unmarked. People call them both the Six-Shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the Six-Shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends.
It must have been about 4 o'clock in the afternoon when I rode out of the Saucer Mountains and hit the flat, and Scar stretched his legs and went into a high lope. He seemed real anxious to get across the 8 miles of prairie between the hills and Clay City. Oh, easy, boy. Easy now. Hey, what's your rush? I don't know. Maybe he was hungry, and maybe he was thirsty, or maybe... Oh, no. No, it couldn't be that. Why, it was over 6 months since our last visit at Clay City. Scar couldn't still be remembering the filly from the livery stable, not after all that time, no. Besides, horses don't have memories, at least not as good as... Now, you just slow down, boy. Now, quit. Well, wasn't anything I could do except just keep a tight rein on him, I guess. Something sure was spurring Scar along. Whatever it was important. At least it was to him. Well, we'd covered about half the distance to town when I noticed a couple of dark specks, maybe a mile or so ahead of us. And the way they were shaped and the way they were barely moving, well, they just about had to be pack burros. But it wasn't until we'd almost caught up that I spotted Hiram. And he was beating one of those burros with a cottonwood switch and giving it such a cuss, and he didn't even hear us riding up toward him. Easy, Scar.
Right, you
Easy, no.
rat-tailed desert canary. You start traveling, I'll set fire to you. And I don't... I'm not fooling. I'm warning you. I'll give you such a burning that you won't be able to...
Hello, Hiram.
Where'd you come... Oh, Britt, for a second there, you kind of startled me. I didn't know you was on my tail.
The burros been acting up, Hiram?
Oh, they're just being themselves, Britt.
No.
That's the trouble, they're just being themselves.
Yeah, I sure know what you mean.
Where you heading, Clay City?
That's right.
I heard you was riding herd for the Circle G. Last time I was in getting some supplies, it told me. You going to town on business?
No. The ranch gave me a day off, tomorrow being 4th of July.
4th of July? Well, I'll be cussed. 4th of July. I've been out in the hills so long I lost all track of time. I didn't even know what month it was. Not for certain. So you're going to do a little celebrating, huh?
Well, I just thought
Come to think of it, I got me something to celebrate, too. And it's more than just Independence Day, Britt. It's a darn sight more.
Is that so?
Oh, yes. If these critters don't stop balking, it'll be Christmas before we ever get to Clay City. All right, Pierre, come on, start moving. Come on. Yeah, that's it. Now, you too, Yvette. Both of you, come on.
Hey, what was that you called him, Hiram?
What's that?
Well, it sounded like Pierre.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's their name, Pierre and Yvette.
Oh, no.
Well, what's the matter? They're perfectly respectable names. I seen a show once in Denver called the Paris Review. That was the title of it, from Paris, France. And there was a couple of dancers. Well, sir, if they didn't put on a jig. I'm telling you, Britt, it sure was something. The fella, he just picked up this girl and he threw her every which way. I thought she was going to land right in my lap.
Oh, you did?
Yes, that's the truth, every word. And this here girl dancing with him, she kept coming back for more, like she enjoyed being used for a lasso. Yes, Pierre and Yvette. That's what they was called. It was on a sign out in front of the Tabor Grand Opera House. Those names always kind of stuck with me. So when I bought these burrs, well... You know bears, they ain't very particular about what you call them.
No.
Now, you just keep moving, Pierre. Come on, keep moving. That's it.
That's quite a load you're carrying there, Hiram.
It sure is.
Well, I guess I'll ride on. Maybe see you in town, huh?
Hold up a minute, Brett. Ain't you going to ask me what's in them bags?
Well, no, I just figured it wasn't any of my business.
Well, I'm going to tell you anyhow. Yeah, if I don't tell somebody, I'll bust. Besides, I know I can trust you. Yeah, whoa, Pierre. Whoa, there. Britt, I've struck it. I've made a strike the like of which I never even dreamed of.
Oh? Easy, Scar.
Now, you see this here sack right here?
Yeah.
This one right here? If it don't assay out to over $1,000...
$1,000?
That ain't the half of it. There's plenty more where this come from.
Well, that sure sounds good,
It is good. Well, I'll just bet the vein I find delivers more gold in a year than they ever took out of California.
Is that so? Well, you sure are entitled to a strike, Hiram. You've been prospecting for quite a spell.
I sure have. 45 years, but
Yeah.
45 years, come winter. But I ain't got no regrets. Not now, I ain't. I told them in Clay City. I told them all there was gold in the Saucer Mountains. Oh, I could smell it. Just the way my birds sniff water. But they wouldn't listen, no. They said old Hiram was touched, that I'd never find nothing but yellow-colored rocks. Yeah. They'll start singing a different song now.
Oh, you're sure it's gold you found?
Oh, you think I don't know it when I see it? You mark my words. Old Hiram has turned up the real thing. Of course, you mustn't let the news out.
Oh.
Not until after I get my assay report and file my claim.
Oh, sure.
But I just wish there was some other assay office around here.
What's that?
Well, that Enoch Wilson, he wouldn't know a gold nugget from a tea kettle. And what's more, I don't trust him. I don't trust him a bit.
Well, no harm. You know.
Some of the samples I brought him in before looked mighty good to me, but not to Enoch. I don't think he even tested him. Well, just let him try to say that this batch is worth it. Yeah, just let him try to say that.
I don't know what's the matter with Scar. He sure is restless.
Well, then you go on ahead, Brett. Just go on ahead.
Well, I guess I might as well. Easy, boy. Easy. I hope everything works out the way you expect, Hiram.
Don't you worry yourself about that.
Yeah, nice run into you.
Mutual, Brett, mutual. All righty, Brett. Come on. You can't eat that cactus. Get your nose out of there. I'll give you a taste of something worse than that spicy.
The sun was just going down when we got to Clay City. I figured on stopping at the hotel first, making sure of a bed, but Scar had other ideas. He headed right straight for the livery stable. There just wasn't any doubt about it. He'd remembered that filly. Yes, sir. And mind you, I'm not saying that a horse can really get a disappointed expression on his face, but I'll tell you this much. Scar gave a pretty good imitation of it when he saw a big roan stallion occupying what had been that filly's stall. Well, I left him there anyway, and I got myself supper in a room. And about 9 o'clock, I started feeling sleepy, you know. I pulled off my boots. Yeah, doggone it, man sure does get tired and he stays up late. Holy smoke, what's that? Oh, those shots right outside my window. I grabbed my gun and and then I saw I wouldn't be needing the gun. A couple of kids shooting off Chinese firecrackers. Well, it didn't look like I was going to get much sleep that night. And the way things worked out, I sure didn't. Well, yeah? Who is it?
Hiram, Britt. I got to talk to you. It's important.
Well, come on in.
Oh, thanks, Britt. Thank you.
What's the matter? What's the matter? You look like you're getting ready for a real hard winter or something.
Enoch Wilson. That's what's the matter. Remember, Britt, I told you I didn't trust him? Do you remember that one? Yes, well, I got me some proof. What's in
carnation? It's just some firecrackers, Hiram. And Enoch, he said you haven't found gold.
No. He ain't said nothing one way or the other. But by the time I got the birds into town tonight, it was almost 7 o'clock. Enoch was just closing up the assay office.
Uh-huh.
Well, I give him them sacks of gold, you see, and I said I wanted a report as soon as possible. And you know what he told me?
Oh, I can't say as I do, no.
Friday. He says I couldn't have no word before late Friday. Why, Britt, that's 2 days off.
Well, tomorrow being a holiday.
Well, that's the excuse he tried to hand me to. Oh, that lying skunk.
No. You know, the 4th of July is a pretty important occasion.
Well, that don't give him the right to tell me a whole pack of lies, does it?
No.
Well,
no,
of course
not.
No. Anyhow, I had to leave my gold with him. I didn't have no choice. So I got me a bowl of Irish beef stew over at the O'Brien's Cafe, and then I went back to see about the burros. And that's when I noticed the light in Enoch's office.
Oh?
Yeah, so naturally, I was kind of suspicious, so I snuck up and I peeked through the window. You know what I saw, Brett?
I haven't the faintest idea.
He was sitting at the desk, Enoch himself, getting ready to do some assaying. And if those weren't my 3 sacks of gold in front of him, I'll trade you a whole hog for a slice of bacon. That's what I'll do.
Well, supposing Enoch was testing your ore, that doesn't prove anything.
Don't you see, Brett? He's fixing to take my ore for himself. And once he makes up his mind how valuable it is, he'll do a little substituting. And I'll wind up with 3 bags of rocks when I come in to see him on Friday.
Oh, now.
Probably aims to find out where I got it, too. Oh, yes. File the claim himself.
No, now that doesn't sound very
then
likely.
Then why did he say it'd be Friday before he'd know anything? Why'd he tell me that if he was planning to work tonight?
Well, if you're so upset about it, you should have just come right straight out and asked him.
I'm going to ask you, Brett. That's just what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask him. But I want you there when I confront him.
Me?
Enoch's already lied to me once today. But if you're with me, if he sees you're my friend, maybe he'll think twice before he tries anything funny. Huh? Maybe I'll get a decent assay for a change.
Well, I'm afraid I don't understand where I come in.
Enoch knows you, don't he? Knows that you're the six-shooter?
Well, we've met up a couple of times.
Yes, well, come on then. But let's get over there while we can catch him red-handed.
Wait a minute. Now, hold on.
Brett, you know how much this strike means to me. You ain't going to let anybody swindle me out of it.
No.
Well, then hurry up. We ain't got all night.
All right. Just give me a chance to tuck in my shirt tail.
You see the light, Britt? He's still here.
Now, you just remember one thing, Hiram. This wasn't my idea.
Sure.
Remember
I
that.
remember that.
Who is it? What do you want?
Hiram Garver. That's who it is. And Britt Ponset with me, too. So you better get this door open.
Now, Hiram, you just remember.
Howdy, Brett. What's the trouble?
Well, I
There you are,
over
Britt.
here with...
There you are. There. You see right there? See? Them are my sacks.
Of course they're your sacks, Hiram.
You see, he ain't denied it either.
Hiram, are you going loco or something?
I'll do the asking, Enoch. You'll do the answering from now on. And you better not lie in front of Britt Ponset either.
Huh?
I thought you said you wasn't going to be able to assay this whore before Friday.
What if I did?
It appears like you changed your mind, don't it? Well, Britt wants to know the reason.
Well, it was just that you were kind of anxious, that's all. And your stuff did look a little more promising than usual.
What'd I tell you, Britt? Yeah, what'd I tell you? Yeah, he knew it was good.
I said it looked promising, Hiram.
Promising enough so you try to cheat me out of it, eh? Well, you're not getting away with it, Enoch. The six-shooter here will see to that.
Now, just hold on.
Hiram Grover, I ought to throw you right out of my office. If I was trying to cheat you, would I have sent word for you to stop in tomorrow morning before the parade and get your assay report?
You sent word?
You just asked Mike O'Brien. I was over at his cafe looking for you. You'd already left, though. I told him if he saw you to give him the message.
You told Mike?
Well, Hiram?
Well, doggone it, Britt, how was I to know?
You think he might have stumbled into something, Enoch? Real strike?
Well, I ain't positive yet, Britt, but some of the samples are mighty encouraging. A couple more tests.
Evening, gentlemen.
Who are you?
Don't turn around. Just grab for some air. All three of them.
Well, no, you
Come
just
on,
wait
come
a minute.
on. Do a little stretching before we... That's better.
It was real considerate of you to stay open tonight, mister. Saved us the trouble of breaking in.
All right, Thad. Let's start loading up.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in just a moment. Our religious institutions are strongholds of the American way of life. Our country was founded by men who had faith in God and who were willing to endure hardship and sacrifice for the sake of that faith. Today, the religious institutions in your community need your interest and support, so take an active part in religious affairs. Your pastor, rabbi, or priest will give you invaluable family counsel and aid if you are a newcomer to the community. To face the problems of the future, America must be morally strong. And that moral strength comes through worship and faith. Go to church this week and take someone with you. Now, Act 2 of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponset.
There were two of them, young fellas, both wearing Levi's and leather jackets, both carrying .45s. They're about the same build, same coloring, looked enough like to be brothers. They hadn't bothered covering their faces. That meant that they weren't worrying about being recognized. Probably didn't come from Clay City. The tall one gave most of the orders.
Who's running this office? Will somebody speak up?
I do the assaying.
That's more like it. And you'd be the fellow who'd know how to open this safe.
Well,
Ain't really nothing worth... Cut out the stalling, mister. Get over here. Move.
Oh, okay.
Enoch saw he didn't have much choice. So he bent down in front of the cast iron safe. He started fiddling with the dial. And the other outlaw, the short one, he was standing beside the desk. He reached out his free hand. He picked up one of Hiram's ore sacks.
I hear something, Len. Feels pretty heavy, too.
You let that alone, mister.
All right, take it easy.
That there ore belongs to me. You ain't got no right to it.
Guess you don't hear so good. I told you to take it easy.
You think you can bully me just because you're holding a 45?
No, Hiram.
Yeah, you've got another thing coming, young fella. I spent most of my life hunting that gold, and you ain't gonna walk in here and swipe it. You just let it be, or
The next thing I knew, Hiram gave a leap forward. I tried to stop him, but it was too late. For a second, he just kept on moving. A step or two. Then his legs buckled, and he grabbed the edge of the desk. But his fingers couldn't hold the grip. Both the outlaws were staring at Hiram. They weren't watching me. Get down, Enoch. My bullet hit the short one in the arm. The gun flew halfway across the office. And the other one spun around and knocked over the kerosene lamp. I got off a second shot. It was so dark, I wasn't sure I'd hit anything or not. For a couple of minutes, there wasn't a sound. Nothing but heavy breathing. I stretched out my hand, and I felt a chair. I waited a second, and then I gave it a good hard push. He sure had good ears. The bullet splintered into the chair before it even toppled over. But the flash of his gun showed me where he was. Crouched right behind the safe, out of range. I edged over to the right. If I could just get past the window without him seeing me. I made a dive and fired. Enoch lit up another lamp. The boy that was shot in the arm, he hadn't passed out. He was just lying there, staring at me. Looking even younger than he had when he first came into the office. The other fella, he'd taken a bullet in the shoulder, and he was bleeding pretty bad. But Hiram, he was worse off than either of them. He was flat on his back, gasping for breath. There was a big red splotch on his chest, and his mouth was covered with sort of a pink foam like. It's a good thing Doc Nibble's house was in the next block. Well, Doc?
Oh. It's too early to tell anything yet, Bert. I got the bullet out, and it's still hemorrhaging.
I see.
And them other two, they'll be as good as ever in a week or so. Good enough for a hanging if Hiram don't pull through.
Oh, no, he's just got to pull through, Doc.
He's an old man, Bert. I've seen fellas a lot younger.
Yeah?
Well, you better get yourself some rest. It's almost 4 a.m.
Well, I thought maybe
No, there's nothing you can do here. Ain't a chance of him coming to before morning.
I was standing right beside him when it happened. I could have drawn, maybe, and then...
Maybe then you'd both be shut up. But I'll see you in the morning, Bridge.
I went back to the hotel, but I just couldn't sleep. About 6:30, I gave up trying. I figured it was too soon to find out how Hiram was doing, so I went for a little walk around town. I wasn't very hungry, but as long as Mike's Cafe was open, I thought I just might as well stop in for a cup of coffee. And I was just going through the door when Enoch Wilson came up running.
Britt.
Yeah? Good morning, Enoch.
I was hoping I'd run into you. Stopped by the hotel, but they said you was out.
Yeah, I was sort of looking the town over.
I just left Hiram.
Oh, well, he's not...
No. It sure don't look good.
Oh?
Doc Nibble says he's got a good, strong constitution for a man his age. He'd have a pretty fair chance. But Hiram just don't seem to have any fight left in him. Ain't even trying to live.
Well, has he come to?
Yeah, about an hour ago. I happened to be there. You see, I went back to the office after that gunfight last night and finished up Hiram's assay.
Oh?
Well, I thought maybe if it turned out to be something good, well, I wanted Hiram to know about it before he...
Oh, yeah. Well, that was mighty thoughtful of you, Enoch.
Yeah, and it is good, Britt. A real strike.
Well, didn't you tell Hiram?
Oh, sure. But it didn't seem to make no difference to him. He just nodded and sort of dozed off like he didn't even care.
Is that so?
And Doc don't understand it neither. You'd think, if anything, it'd make him want to live. Knowing he found gold sure turned the trick.
Yeah, you sure would.
Maybe he figures I'm lying to him because he's so bad off.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess it could be that.
Yeah. So we thought, Doc and me, we thought, maybe if he was to hear it from you, well...
Oh, sure, Enoch. I'll go right over there, sure. Hello, Hiram. How you feeling?
Oh, pretty good, Brett. I'm pretty good.
Oh, well, the doc says you're going to be all right real soon, too.
Yes.
Sure. Of course, you've got to help him along some, you know. He can't cure you single-handed, you know.
Oh, it don't matter, Brett. Just don't matter.
Oh, now, what are you talking about, Hiram? Well, I figured you'd be jumping up and down, fighting your way out of bed when you heard the news.
You mean about the gold?
Sure. Enoch said he told you.
Yes. He told me.
Well, you believe him, don't you, Hiram?
Why shouldn't I believe him? I knew it was the real thing when I first found it. I knew it was real. Still, maybe that was the sign.
The sign? What?
That my life's over.
Well,
45 years I spent looking for that yellow stuff. Well, now I finally found it. I ain't got no reason to go on looking, no reason at all. I found it. I'm awful tired, Brett. I'm awful tired.
Well, you're going to be a rich man, Hiram.
Oh, I wasn't hunting gold because it's making me rich, Brett. Oh, maybe when I was younger that was the reason. But lately, these past few years, I just wanted to prove to folks that I knew what I was talking about. So that I wasn't touched like they thought.
No, of course you are.
And those ore samples prove it, Brett, so it ain't going to be too hard to die. Ain't going to be hard at all. I've done what I set out to do, so I reckon I'm luckier than most men.
Well, that's one way of looking at it, I guess.
Yeah, it just goes to show you things work out for the best, Britt. For the best.
Yeah. Well, maybe Enoch did the right thing after all, so...
What's that?
Oh, nothing, Hiram, nothing. No, you better get some rest.
You started to say something about Enoch.
Did I?
Yes, finish it up, Britt. What was that you were going to say?
What I was going to say. Well, no, you're a pretty sick man, Hiram. I wouldn't want to get you all upset.
Upset? What are you driving at, Britt?
Well, you're weak and feeble, and it wasn't my idea, of course.
Well, you don't mean that Enoch was lying to me, that ore wasn't full of gold?
Now, I didn't say that.
I know Enoch Wilson couldn't be trusted, so it ain't true about my strike.
Now,
so they figured I was going to die, didn't they? Then they'd all have the laugh on me. Well, I ain't going to be that obliging. I'll get well if it kills me. And I'll find gold, too, right out there in those mountains where I always said I'd find it. Oh, they think they're going to soft-soap me into kicking the bucket, don't they? Oh, they do. Well, Britt, you just tell them different.
I'd be glad to, Hiram. I sure would be glad to. Well, by the time Hiram got well and found out he was responsible for a genuine gold rush, there just wasn't much he could do about it. And the way the money poured in, faster than Hiram could spend it, no matter how hard he tried. He sure went in for some fly-by-night schemes, too. Like that with that organizing a prospecting expedition to go up to Alaska, someplace called the Klondike, I think it was, something like that. Everybody knew he'd never find gold up in a place like that because they're all expecting him to come back any day now. Admit that it was just a wild goose chase. But he hasn't shown up last time I was through Clay City. Folks are beginning to wonder what's keeping him.
The Six-Shooter is a transcribed NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Burt and is written by him. Mr. Stewart may soon be seen in the Universal International picture, The Glenn Miller Story. Others in the cast were Herb Vigran, Bill Johnstone, Barney Phillips, Tony Barrett, and Howard McNear, who played Hiram. Special music for this program was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. This is Hal Gibney speaking. This is the NBC Radio Network.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
Listen at the close of this program for an important announcement of a change in time for Tales of the Texas Rangers.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joe McCrae in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. From the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, blood relative.
It is 4 p.m., June 26, 1949. Will Bonner, proprietor of the general store at Stump Hill, Texas, is waiting on Mac Kennedy, a dirt farmer.
Yeah. 50 pounds of flour and the bacon, Mac. Anything else?
Yeah, carton of cigarettes.
Yeah. How about making it a couple of sacks of tobacco, huh?
What's the matter, Will? My credit no good anymore?
Mac, I think you ought to pull in your horns a little. Your bill's running kind of high.
You get your money, don't you?
Ain't a question of getting it, Mac. You stand to make a good crop this year. Unless you have to pay out, the better chance you'll have to get on your feet permanent, without no credit.
Let me worry about... go ahead. Wait on him.
Yeah.
That's all right. I got time.
No, I'll take care of you, stranger. What'll you have?
Stranger? Time ain't helping your sight any, is it, Uncle Will?
Huh? Ben! Well, dang it, boy, you changed. How do you like that? Didn't recognize my own blood relative. Oh, Liz! Come see who's here. Well, Willie Ann sees you.
What is it, Will?
Hey, don't say nothing. Fella wants to know you want to buy some perfume.
Perfume? Why, land no, Will. You could have told him that. What would I do with... Why, it's your brother's boy, Ben.
It sure is.
Stop cackling, Will. You know about your pa.
I know he's dead.
Oh, being glad to see you, Ben. I almost forgot. It happened last winter.
The pneumonia.
Yeah, we tried to locate you, boy, but nobody knew where you was.
Nobody would have wanted to know. I was in the pen at Huntsville.
Huh?
That's where I've been for 4 years.
In the prison? Your pa never said...
Wasn't nobody's business but mine.
Well, Ben, I guess we can talk that over later. You want to stay? There's a place here.
I ain't asking you for nothing except what's coming to me. I just want you to buy out my pa's share of the store and pay me off.
Well, Ben, your pa never did have a share in the store. You only worked for me.
What you trying to get away with, Uncle Will? He told me he was going in with you when he moved out here.
But, Ben, you knew your pa. He always talked big, but he never did have a dime of his own.
You telling me about my own pa?
No, we ain't running him down, boy. He never harmed nobody, but talking big was just his way.
Look, I come to get what's mine. Do I get it or don't I?
Ben, there's a bed and a job waiting for you if you want 'em. You're kinfolk, and that makes you welcome. But outside of that, there ain't nothing here that's yours.
You're going to pay me out.
What are you? Just hold on, young.
Now let me go.
Hey, turn him loose, lad. Reckon I can still take care of myself.
Maybe you can, maybe you can't, Uncle Will. I'm staying around town to give you a chance to change your mind. Now I'm warning you. I'm going to get what's mine if I have to kill you for it. On the following morning, June 27th, neighbors found Will Bonner shot to death and his wife Liz critically wounded and unconscious in the back room living quarters of their store. The sheriff called with the assistance of a Texas Ranger. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned to the case.
Well, that's all of the story, just like I found it, Jace.
You look pretty downhearted, Sheriff. Bonner a friend of yours?
I knowed him all my life. He helped me get elected. Hey, body's in the back room. You want to see it?
Yeah. You can stay here if you'd rather.
No, I'll come. Guess you noticed the way the safe was cracked and the door where the killer got in?
Yeah, professional job, all right.
I covered Will over with a sheet. Maybe I shouldn't have, but
It's all right. Coroner hasn't been here yet, huh?
No, he's on his way.
Dead about 6-7 hours.
How do you figure that, Jace?
Rigor mortis just beginning to set in. You see a lot of them, you get to know.
9 o'clock now. That means it happened about 2 or 3 this morning, huh?
That's close to it. How about Bonner's wife? She going to pull through?
Doc Woodson took her to the county hospital. He said there's a little chance.
You've got a deputy posted at the hospital in case she comes to?
Yep, he can take any statement she...
Sheriff, I got to talk to you a minute.
Well, all right, Jody, come in. Farmhand works for Mac Kennedy on and off.
Howdy, Ranger. Sheriff.
What's on your mind, Jody?
Well, I just come to pick up some feed in Mac's pickup. Heard about what happened.
Know anything about it?
Not exactly. But I was in town with Mac yesterday afternoon. He come to trust some supplies from Bonner.
What time?
Oh, about 4 o'clock. I wasn't in the store with him, but when he come out and we was driving back, Mac said Bonner had a fuss with somebody. Fella threatened to kill him.
He say who the fella was?
No, but whoever it was, he took a swing at Bonner. Mac had to grab him to stop a fight.
Where's Kennedy now?
Well, he was out plowing when I left.
Won't be able to get him by phone then. Come on, Sheriff. Let's get out there and talk to him.
Dead? Will Bonner dead? Yeah, and Liz is mighty close to joining him, Mac.
Better cut the motor on your tractor.
Yeah. Sheriff, Will should have told you about that fella. I should have called and told you myself after what he threatened to do to him.
Too late for what anybody should have done. You know the man?
Never saw him before, but I know who he is. Bonner's nephew. Fresh out of Huntsville. I heard him say so. An ex-con, and you didn't say anything about it? Well, Sheriff, how could I know he'd do it? A blood relative. Wasn't my affair, was it?
You know the man if you saw him again?
I'd know him any place.
You better come into town with us. Talk while we ride.
Okay.
Did Bonner mention his nephew's name?
Well, he called him Ben. Hey, Will Bonner had a brother died last year. Must have been his boy.
We'll find out. On the way into Stump Hill, Mac Kennedy told us the story of the threat and gave me a description of Ben Bonner. I put a shortwave radio call through to KTXA. Unit 10 to KTXA.
KTXA, go ahead, Unit 10.
Request all units be alerted to look out for subject Ben Bonner, recently released from Huntsville. Subject wanted for questioning in murder of Will Bonner at Stump Hill.
10-4.
Request special alert on all roads leading from Stump Hill. Subject may be leaving area on foot or by hitchhike.
10-4.
Unit 10, clear.
KTXA, Austin.
Maybe young Bonner didn't run for it, Jace. He may be hiding out someplace nearby.
Not likely, Sheriff. If he killed his uncle, he'll go for distance.
He killed him, all right. You can bet on that.
When a man's life's at stake, Kennedy, I don't bet. Ben Bonner wasn't around Stump Hill. He'd pulled stakes and made a run for it, all right. We got the information from a woman in the crowd near the store when we got back to town. Her name was Sadie Wattle. She ran a rooming house.
I rent all my rooms to extra farmhands, generally, because I don't have to serve no meals that way, with them eating where they're working. So naturally, I thought this fella was one of them migratory hands.
Yeah, I understand all that, ma'am. All I want to know is when Ben Bonner left your place.
Well, it must have been just around midnight last night. Everybody was in and sleeping, and the house was locked up. And, well, the phone woke me up, and it was for him, that Ben.
Phone, huh? You know who called him?
Of course not. I didn't know who he was or nothing about him, except his name was Ben.
Did you recognize the voice of the person who called?
No.
Well, please go ahead about the phone call.
Well, I called him to the phone, that's all. Fine time of night to be waking people, I told him. Then he answered it. Right after that, he lit out like the devil was after him.
You hear any of the conversation?
I did not. I mind my own business. Besides, all he said was hello. After that, all the talking must have been done by whoever called him, because he never said another word, just listened a minute, then hung up and lit out.
Phone ringing in the store, Jace. I better get it.
Go ahead, Sheriff. Well, thanks for your help, Mrs. Waddle.
I'm glad I'm alive to give it. Whew. I might have been murdered in my own sleep with an ex-convict under my roof. Ought to be some way we could tell him from other folks.
A man who served his time can't be expected to carry a brand, ma'am. Besides, how did you know Ben Bonner's an ex-convict?
How did I know? Huh. It's all over town, ain't it?
Jace, the call is for you.
Right there, Sheriff. Thanks, ma'am. Excuse me. Who's calling?
Your headquarters, Captain Stinson.
Hello, Captain.
Got some good news for you, Jace. The Highway Patrol has picked up Ben Bonner.
Fine. Where'd they get him?
Almost to El Paso. Patrol car was stopped at a railroad crossing waiting for a freight to get through. They spotted him right in an empty flat.
Freight, huh? It's a good thing they saw him. If he'd made El Paso, he'd been across the border into Juarez in no time.
Well, he didn't make it. They're bringing him back to Stump Hill now. You'll have him there in a few hours. You getting a case against him?
I seem to be getting plenty.
Well, you don't sound too sure, Jace.
I don't know. You look up his record? What was on his last ticket to Huntsville?
Burglary, Jace. And that fits. Except for the killing this time.
Yeah, it fits all right. Like the executioner's glove. Stump Hill was 5 miles cross-country from the nearest railroad spur. We had time before the highway patrol would be delivering Ben Bonner. We sent Kennedy back to his farm. I unloaded charcoal from my horse trailer, and the sheriff got his horse. We rode to the railroad tracks.
He was smart, Jace. Almost got away.
Lots of them almost get away. He sure made a lot of distance in a hurry.
Don't know why you wanted to be sure he came this way to get to the train.
I just wanted to be certain he cut through this 5 miles on foot. Proves he didn't hitchhike a fast ride and pick up a train further on down the line.
Well, luck was with him for a while. He caught the only train he could have caught.
You mean only one freight goes through here at night?
Yep. Hotshot passenger clears first at about 1 a.m. Freight comes through about 15 minutes later. Slows for the grade here where he jumped it.
About 1:15 is the schedule for the freight then, huh?
That's right.
Well, let's get back to town. Come on, Chuck.
You look like that train schedule means something, Jace.
It might. Coroner's report ought to be in by the time we get back to town.
Hey, I see what you mean. If Bonner was killed between 2 and 3 a.m., like you figured...
It'll mean his nephew Ben was on that freight at the time the old man was killed. The coroner's report had been completed. It was waiting at the sheriff's office when we got back.
Well, you didn't miss by much, Jace. Here's the report on the time of death.
What is it?
Between 1 and 2 a.m.
Then Ben Bonner didn't kill his uncle. Even if he ran the 5 miles across country, his tracks showed us he walked, he couldn't have made it in time to catch that freight.
Doesn't look that way. Bullets from Bonner's body have been sent through to Austin. We may get a lead from ballistics.
I'm going to do some more checking around town on the...
Just a second, Jace. Sheriff speaking. Oh, good. She did, huh? No, you stay right there. Goodbye. Well, Jace, looks like there's been a mistake someplace. That was my deputy at the county hospital. Liz Bonner regained consciousness for a few seconds.
What'd she say?
She said her and her husband were shot by their nephew, Ben.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. We continue with tonight's case, Blood Relative, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
The highway patrol brought Ben Bonner back to Stump Hill and unloaded him at the local jail where the sheriff and I questioned him.
But I didn't kill him, I tell you. Didn't even know he was dead till now.
You said you was gonna kill him. You said it in front of a witness.
Man, there's a difference between saying and doing.
If you had nothing to do with it, why'd you run away?
Because somebody called me up last night at the rooming house late. It was a man. Said he was a friend and wanted to warn me the sheriff was going to pick me up for threatening Uncle Will.
You scare easy, don't you?
You bet your life I do, mister. I just pulled 4 years at Huntsville and I had enough. I don't want no more. Maybe I was tough when I went to Uncle Will yesterday, but last night when I got that call, I was scared sick.
And you don't know who called you?
No, I don't know.
You sure it wasn't somebody you served time with, letting you know he was here to help you with the job?
No. Look, you gotta believe me. This is a murder rap. You can't send me up for it just because I shot off my mouth. That ain't evidence.
Ben, there's more than that. Your Aunt Liz didn't die. She came to at the hospital. She says it was you who gunned her and her husband.
That's a dirty lie. Look, if I did that, if I shot them and robbed the store, what was I doing on a freight? What did I do with the money? I ain't going to say any more. I ain't going to talk till I see a lawyer.
That's your right. We told you that in the beginning. All right, Sheriff. Guess you can lock him up again.
Go on. Go ahead, then.
Ranger, please, I didn't do it. Maybe the fellow who told you I threatened Uncle Will didn't tell you everything. Maybe you ought to ask him why there was arguing when I come into the store.
All right, Ben, all right. Well, what do you think, Chase?
I don't know. Let's get outside.
If he did have an accomplice, the other fellow might be carting the loot and the gun.
Might be. I'll see you later, Sheriff. I'm driving over to the hospital at the county seat. I want to talk to his aunt, Liz Bonner. Mrs. Bonner, the doctor will only let me stay a minute.
Well, shot Will, just getting up.
Who shot him, Mrs. Bonner?
Ben, ungrateful, wanted to help him.
How did it happen?
There was a noise in the store. Woke us up.
Mm-hmm.
Will called, said, "Who's there?" Then he got up, went to put on the lights, but Ben shot him.
Did he get the lights on? Did you ever see your nephew?
No, but it was him. He said he'd do it. It was him.
If you didn't see him, did he say anything? Did you hear his voice and recognize it?
No, he just shot Will. I screamed, and that's all.
But you didn't see Ben or recognize his voice?
No, but he said he would. It couldn't be anybody else.
I think you're wrong, ma'am. I think it could be. I burned up the road back to Stump Hill and got the sheriff. I wanted to make another check of the store and find out a few things about Mac Kennedy.
Doggone it, Jace. You're sending your dogs at the wrong tree. Mac Kennedy's been Will's friend for years.
I just asked if Kennedy'd ever been in trouble.
Never. He's an honest, God-fearing dirt farmer, and that's all.
What kind of shape is he in financially?
Well, Oh, Jace, a man don't have to be a criminal just 'cause he's down on his luck. Mac's crops have been bad.
Sheriff, I'm just asking a few questions, that's all.
Well, I'm sorry, Jace. I reckon Mac's in hock up to his neck. Place and all his equipment is mortgaged.
How come he can afford a hired hand?
You mean Jody? Oh, he just drifts in and out. Ain't much of a worker, but is all Mac needs. Migrates in the spring for planting season, then out again in the fall after harvest.
He doesn't work for nothing, does he?
Mac pays him right off when he makes his crop and sells it.
That the way he pays everybody?
Yeah, it's the only time he ever has any cash. Why?
Just wondering. Did Mac buy here on credit from Bonner?
Well, I guess so. Why? You find something in the ledger?
Come take a look. Seems to be a page torn out. The book is kept in alphabetical order. Missing page is in the K's. If there was a charge page in here for Kennedy, it'd be right here.
Now you got something I can't fight, Jace. What a setup. An ex-con threatens to kill a man, makes it perfect for somebody else to do the job and set the jailbird up for a frame.
Come on, Sheriff. Let's get out to Kennedy's place again. Only this trip, we won't be asking questions about Ben Bonner.
There's one thing still bothering me, Jace. Mac Kennedy's never been in trouble. So how come we both spotted the marks of a professional knob-knocker on the burglary?
It's been bothering me, too. And the more I think of it, the more I wonder why he tore that charge page out of the ledger. Why do something that would point right at him when he had somebody else all set up to take the fall? Just beating the bill wouldn't make the chance worthwhile.
Not with murder, it wouldn't.
KTXA to Unit 10.
Oh, this may be the ballistics report, Jace.
Yeah. Unit 10, go ahead, KTXA.
Lab report completed on bullets used in slaying of Will Bonner. 38 caliber, probably Smith & Wesson Police Special.
10-4, Unit 10, clear.
KTXA Austin.
A minute, KTXA. Stand by, please.
KTXA standing by.
What's the matter, Jace?
Just got an idea, something that didn't fit before. That hand who works for Kennedy, that Jody. What's his last name?
Jody? Let's see. It's Pelham. Jody Pelham. Why?
I'll tell you in a minute. You there, KTXA?
Standing by, Unit 10.
This unit requests quick check on subject Jody Pelham. Repeat, Jody Pelham. Urgent.
10-4. Get back to you with information soon as possible.
Unit 10, clear.
KTXA Austin.
Jace, you figuring Jody helped Mac Kennedy to pull this job?
Maybe. Or maybe Jody did it on his own. I want to know if he's got a record.
What switched your thinking to him?
He was waiting outside Bonner's store for Kennedy when Ben walked in yesterday and made his threats.
Well, sure, he admitted that. Kennedy told him about Ben when he come out, and they drove on back to the farm.
Yeah, but when Jody came into town the next morning and came to tell us about the threats, he pretended he didn't know too much. Just knew that old Will Bonner had been threatened. Couldn't say who made the threats.
Well, I don't get what you're driving at, Joe.
If Kennedy told him, he must have told him the whole story about the threats coming from Bonner's nephew. A nephew just gotten out of prison. That'd be the logical way to tell it. And that's the way Kennedy did tell it. But Jody was anxious not to seem to know too much.
Hey, sure, I see what you mean. Kennedy wasn't in town this morning till we went out and brought him in.
Yeah, but when we got back, everybody in town knew that the man we were looking for was Bonner's nephew and that he was an ex-con. Sadie Waddles told us that.
Only one it could have come from was Jody. He spread it around while we were out getting Kennedy.
When we get to the farm, draw him out. Don't pounce on him until I get an answer on him from Austin.
I hope it's the right answer. It may save Mac Kennedy's life.
It was dark when we reached the farmhouse. There was a light on in the house, but the pickup truck wasn't in sight in the open garage. We left my car around in back of the house and went up on the porch.
Okay, hold your horses. Oh, Sheriff, Ranger, huh? I thought it was Jody coming back with the pickup.
Where'd he go?
He drove up north to Edgeville this afternoon. Said he wanted to get something. He ought to be back soon.
Well, aren't you going to ask us in, Mac?
Oh, sure thing. Make yourself at home. Understand you got Bonner's nephew today. Heard a couple of women chewing about it on the party line.
Yeah, we got him temporarily.
What do you mean, temporarily?
He didn't kill anybody, Mac. You had an argument with Bonner yesterday. What about?
I reckon that's my business.
Yours and Bonner's. But he's dead now, so that makes it my business.
Better talk up, Mac.
Well, I've been running up a big bill. Will was cutting me down a little.
You admit you owed him money.
Why wouldn't I admit it? I pay my bills. Any man says otherwise is a liar.
Nobody is saying otherwise, Mac.
You keep a gun around here anyplace?
Yeah.
What kind?
Smith & Wesson 38. It's right there on the mantel over the fireplace.
I'll get it, Jason.
Oh, don't wipe off any prints. Stick a pencil in the muzzle and lift it that way.
Okay. Pencil won't go in, Jace. Something jamming it.
Let me see. Don't have to worry about prints on that. Outside's been wiped clean with an oil rag.
Looks like paper jammed in there.
We'll soon find out. I'll take these shells out and poke the pencil through. There.
Why, it's Mac's charge page from the ledger.
What's that? What are you trying to pull?
Take it easy, Mac. We're not after you. Smell this gun and look at it, Sheriff. It was used, then reloaded, but never cleaned.
Well, that gun hasn't been touched in years.
Mac, this gun killed Will Bonner and almost killed his wife last night. Jody Pelham did it after you told him about Bonner's nephew.
But why would he tear out that page and plant it here?
So he could use Mac here to give himself a double cover-up. He made the call to the rooming house and got Ben Bonner to run. But he knew if Ben was caught any place and could set up an alibi, there'd be a second search. That's why he tore out the page and planted it here on Mac.
I'm sure glad you know it wasn't me.
If it was you, you'd have burned the page.
Yeah, that dirty little... Hey, there he comes now. That's the pickup.
You want to help us nail him?
I'd like to blow his brains out.
There's a better way. Let him feel safe. Here, let me put these cuffs on you quick.
Mm-hmm.
Put that gun back in the mantel, Sheriff.
Yeah, but are you sure that you...
Like he says, Mac.
Boy, I didn't know anybody was here. Mac, what's the matter? What are you doing with those things on?
What's your guess, Jody? Or what's in that bag you're carrying?
But I just picked me up a bottle, a package store in Edgeville.
Yeah, what'd you use for money? You don't get credit on liquor.
Well, Mac, he paid me some wages this morning.
Why, you dirty little liar.
Oh, I get it. I kind of wondered where he got the money.
Now you know, huh?
Well, when I got up last night and found he was gone, I sort of got to wondering this morning.
You shut up, Mac.
All right, Sheriff. I guess we can take him in. You better come along to make a statement, Jody.
Sure. I hate to do a thing like this to a friend, but I guess he deserves it, doing old Bonner like he did.
Yeah. I thought you'd feel that way. Let's go. You might as well admit you fired the gun, Mac. A diphenylman test will prove you did.
What kind of test is that?
A man fires a gun, the nitrate from the powder gets into the pores of his hand. Chemical application shows it up.
Well, he's washed his hands since last night, I reckon.
Oh, washing won't get it out. Stays for a couple of days. You fired a gun recently, Jody?
No.
Well, then we make the same test on your hand. It'll show you the difference.
Well, you don't have to do that. I don't understand that kind of stuff anyway.
That's too bad. I thought you might like to see how we work. Get in. Watch him, Sheriff.
All right.
Austin ought to have that information I requested before, Sheriff.
Yeah?
This might bore you, Jody. Unit 10 to KTXA.
Go ahead, Unit 10.
This unit back in service.
Been waiting for you. Have information you requested on subject Jody Pelham.
What's that?
2 years Huntsville burglary. 3 years Louisiana State Penitentiary burglary and safecracking.
10-4. Unit 10 clear.
KTXA Austin.
Stop this car. Let me get out of here.
Watch him, Sheriff.
Don't make me use this gun, Jody.
You rotten.
Never mind that, Mac. Here, take these keys and put the cuffs on the right man, Sheriff. We might as well have him there. He'll be wearing them a lot until he reaches the death cell at Huntsville.
Jody Pelham was tried and convicted for the wanton murder of Will Bonner. On the morning of December 6, 1949, at Huntsville Penitentiary, his sentence was carried out. Death in the electric chair.
And now, here again is the star of our show, Joel McRae.
Folks, Tales of the Texas Rangers is moving to a new time. You won't hear us next Sunday, but the week after that, we'll be back just an hour and a half later than usual on NBC, right after Theater Guild. So we'll see you in 2 weeks, on Sunday, November 26th. And I hope you'll be listening. Good night.
Good night, Joel. See you 1 week from this coming Sunday. Remember, friends, as Joel told you, Tales of the Texas Rangers will come to you an hour and a half later, immediately following Theater Guild. Beginning next Sunday at this time, you'll hear Hedda Hopper's fine program. The week after next, November 26th, Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson will be with you again. A week from Sunday, Joel McRae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McRae is currently seen starring in the MGM production Stars in My Crown. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Bill Johnstone, Joe Duvall, Virginia Gregg, Parley Bear, and Byron Kane. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. 1 week from next Sunday, Tales of the Texas Rangers will be back with you immediately following Theater Guild. Consult your local radio schedule for time. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McRae in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, hanging by a thread.
At 9:15 on the morning of May 5th, 1947, the telephone rang in the sheriff's office in the little town of Finney, Texas. Sheriff Hanson answered it.
Sheriff's office, Hanson speaking.
Sheriff, this is George Hawks.
How are you, George? What can I do for you?
Nothing now. Nobody can.
How's that?
I just called to tell you I'm going to kill myself.
What did you say?
You heard me. It'll take you 20 minutes to get out to my place. By that time, I'll be dead.
Now, wait a minute, George. What? Hello? George! Operator!
Yes, sir?
Oh, this is the sheriff. That caller just came in here. Where was it from?
One moment, Sheriff.
If this is someone's idea of a practical joke...
Hello, Sheriff?
Yes?
That call was placed from 317 out on Gum Creek Road, the residence of Mr. George Hawks.
The sheriff raced out to the Hawks Ranch and found George Hawks dead, hanging in the barn. Then he made another discovery which prompted him to put in a call to the Texas Rangers. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned to the case and drove to the Hawks Ranch to meet Sheriff Hanson.
Jace, am I glad to see you.
Howdy, Sheriff. It's been a long time.
Yeah, a month of Sundays. Now, I hope I didn't call you down here for nothing, Jace, but this looks mighty fishy to me. So I want you to take a look at the body.
Hasn't been taken down yet?
No, I put in a call to the coroner, but he was out somewhere. I left a message for him to come out here as soon as they could locate him.
How'd you find out about the body, Sheriff?
I got a phone call, Jace, about 9:15. Said it was George Hawks and he was going to kill himself. I thought maybe it was some joker, so I traced the call.
And?
It came from here, all right. So I drove out fast as I could, but George was dead. Hanging by the neck in the barn. No pulse. Body still warm.
Sheriff, I know you didn't call me down here to investigate a routine suicide. What's the catch?
Well, I'm getting to that. Come in the barn. This is just the way he was when I found him. You notice that's a wire he's hanging from, not a rope.
Yeah. Cut off the clothesline, probably.
Yeah. How'd you know?
Guessed. I saw the clothesline had been cut, part of it dragging on the ground in the yard.
You Rangers don't miss much, do you?
Not if we can help it, Sheriff.
Well, I want to show you something I found. Look at this, right under the body.
It's an oil drum.
Right. And the exact position I found it in, on its side. Now, you'll notice, Jace, that it's the only thing near enough that George could have stood on while he put the wire around his neck.
Here's the rim marks where it stood on the straw before it was tipped over.
Yeah, only he didn't stand on it. Look at this end of the drum. Thick with dust. Now, look at the other end. Dusty, too. Jace, there's not a sign of a footprint on either end of this oil drum.
You're right, Sheriff. He couldn't have climbed up in the loft and jumped, or that wire would have taken his head off.
Yeah, that's what I figured, and that's why I called you.
What about fingerprints?
No, couldn't find any, just a few smears. What does it spell to you, Jace?
Just one word, and an unpleasant one. Murder. I got my camera out of the car and took pictures of the body. And we took down the broken clothesline and nosed around for more evidence. The sheriff went up to look over the house while I combed the barn. How'd you make out up at the house, Sheriff?
Nothing, Jace. Absolutely nothing. No note from George. Everything tidy. No sign of a struggle. Funny nobody's around.
Who would be ordinarily?
His wife, Millie. One of the hands. He had 2 men working for him last I heard. How you coming, Jace?
I found a couple of things, but not the thing I want.
What's that?
The tool that was used to cut the wire he's hanging on. All I found in the barn here was this pair of rusty pliers.
Well, couldn't they have been used to cut it?
No, Sheriff, they wouldn't cut butter. Besides, the cut's too clean.
How about footprints?
No luck yet. But I think I've found what the killer stood on to string the body up.
What?
The stepladder. I found it under the tool bench. Been used lately. Marks in the dust where it'd been dragged out and then pushed back.
Well, what are you fixing to do, Jace?
Going up the ladder and take a look at the beam where the wire's looped over.
Here, I'd better hold it for you. It's pretty rickety.
Thanks.
Find something?
I think so.
What is it, Jace?
Look at this. Stuck on a splinter where the wire went over the beam.
It's a piece of black thread.
Yeah. Black wool thread.
Well, are you a string saver, Jace?
In a case like this, yes. Let's take a look outside. What about a motive, Sheriff?
For suicide or murder?
Either.
Can't think of a one offhand. George was a pretty normal guy. Happily married. Didn't have any enemies that I know of.
How about those 2 hands you mentioned?
Well, this new one, Brad Johnson, been working for George about 6 months. Only met him a couple of times. Seemed to be all right. In a quiet sort of way.
And the other?
Old Tom, he's okay. Drinks a lot. George used to fire him regular and then take him back when he sobered up.
There's no good footprints in the yard here.
Nope. Ground's packed pretty hard.
Oh, Sheriff. Car coming up the house. Is that the coroner?
That? Well, no, that looks like... Well, sure, that's George Hawk's car. That's Millie driving it. Mrs. Hawks.
Come on. We'll have to tell her, Sheriff. This is the only part of the job I really hate.
Yeah, I know, Jace.
Sheriff, what are you doing out this way? And...
Morning, Mrs. Hawks. This is Ranger Pearson.
Howdy, ma'am.
Ranger? What's happened? What's the matter?
I'm sorry to have to tell you, Millie, but George...
Something happened to George?
Yes. He's dead.
Oh, no.
Come on, Mrs. Hawks. We'll take you to the house.
believe he'd do it.
Mrs. Hawks, when did you last see your husband?
Just a few hours ago at breakfast.
How did he appear at breakfast? I mean, was anything wrong? Was he upset about anything?
Well, yes, there was a big fight at breakfast. I never seen George get so mad.
A fight? Between you and your husband?
Well, all four of us went on it. Old Tom and Brad was there, too. They're the hired hands.
How did it start?
I cooked breakfast for the four of us, like I always do. Old Tom was late, so we'd started to eat. When we were about through, old Tom came staggering in. He was half drunk.
Again, huh?
Yes, Sheriff, again. Then he and George had this big row, and George fired him for being drunk.
Go on.
Old Tom was fighting mad. He gets mean when he's been drinking. He started making all kinds of wild accusations.
What kind of accusations, Mrs. Hawks?
Lies, Ranger. All of them lies. He said he wouldn't have been drunk if Brad hadn't bought liquor for him.
Brad?
Well, that's what he claimed. Said Brad got him drunk on purpose so he... Oh, it was awful.
So he could what?
Well, it's a lie, Ranger.
What did he say, Mrs. Hawks?
Well, old Tom said to Brad, I wouldn't be drunk if you didn't buy me the stuff. You're always trying to get me out of the way, so I won't see you... So I won't see you playing up to the boss's wife.
Then what happened?
Well, Tom left, and my husband started swearing and threatening Brad, accusing him of what Tom said. Brad said it was a lie, and then George threw some money in his face and told him to get off the place, that he was fired, too.
What did Brad do?
I thought for a minute he was going to hit George, but he didn't. He went outside, and a few minutes later I heard his car start, and he drove away. By this time, George was in a terrible rage. He even threatened to kill me. So I grabbed the car keys and ran.
Did he ask you where you were going?
Yes, he did, Ranger. And I told him I was going in town to see Mr. Harris, the lawyer, see about getting a divorce.
What time did you leave?
About 8:30. Ranger, you said you found him hanging in the barn. Well, if it was suicide, why are you asking me all these questions?
Because I don't think it was suicide, Mrs. Hawks. I think it was murder. After the coroner and the doctor arrived, the sheriff borrowed a horse from the corral. I got charcoal out of the trailer, and we headed for Tom's shack up in the hills.
There it is, Jace. Just around those rocks.
That Tom's horse, Sheriff? Grazing out back?
Yep.
He's around someplace. Up, charcoal.
Yes. I just can't see old Tom as a killer, Jace. He ain't the type.
Huntsville's full of them, Sheriff. Killers who aren't the type.
Oh,
charcoal. Oh, boy. Let's try the front door.
Okay.
All right, Tom. Open up.
He's not here, Jace. I can see through the windows. Shack's empty. What the...
Somebody's shooting close by. Maybe Tom. That shot came from back up in that draw. Come on, Sheriff.
There he is. Back by that clump of trees.
Is that Tom?
Sure is. Hey, he's running toward the trees.
Hold it, Tom. Stay where you are. I'll put one over his head.
Yeah, he's starving. See what he's wearing, Jace?
Yeah. Black sweater.
What's all the commotion?
All right, Tom. Throw down that rifle.
Sure, Ranger. But, what for?
Why didn't you stop when I told you to?
Well, to tell the truth, Ranger, I didn't hear you. I'm kind of deaf. I heard you shot, though.
Yeah, that's right, Jace. He's hard of hearing.
What's that, Sheriff?
Oh, never mind. Why'd you shoot at us, Tom?
Shoot at you? Why, I never did no such thing.
What were you doing then?
Ain't no law against a man killing himself a rabbit for supper.
All right. Get his rifle, Sheriff. Let's go.
Huh? Where to?
To your shack first. We're going to have a long talk about George Hawks.
I'll tell you, Ranger, I didn't know George was dead until you told me a minute ago. What call would I have to kill him? If he was killed, he was my friend.
You don't seem very clear about what happened this morning, Tom.
Well, I was a bit foggy. I had me a couple of nips. But I do remember George getting mad and firing me.
What happened after that?
Well, I took a few more out of the bottle in my saddlebag. I don't remember much after that. I must have rode up here and fell asleep. Woke up a while ago. I was hungry and I went out to get me a rabbit.
Tell me, Tom, do you often draw a blank when you've been drinking?
Do I what, Ranger?
Have a blank space. Do things you don't remember anything about later.
Oh, I suppose I have once or twice. Hey, wait a minute. I didn't do it. I couldn't have killed George. He was my friend.
These your wire cutters on the table, Tom?
Oh, yeah, they are.
I'll take them. And I think you'd better come along to town with us.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson at our new Sunday time. We hope that our many friends who have listened to us at the earlier hour will continue to be with us each Sunday. And for those of you who are hearing our program for the first time, we extend a warm and cordial welcome and invite you to be with us each Sunday from now on. And now we continue with tonight's case, Hanging by a Thread, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
The finger was pointing straight at Tom. When we got back to the Hawks Ranch, there was a man in the back lot feeding the hogs. It was Brad Johnson, the third witness at the breakfast fight. While the sheriff took Tom into town, I got Brad's version of what happened.
And then he threw the money in my face, Ranger. $30. Told me I was fired. I wanted to hit him, but I didn't.
Then what, Brad?
Then I got my duffel bag, threw it in my car, and drove off.
Where'd you go?
To Finney. Drove around town for a few minutes, and then I went to the White Spot Cafe and had a cup of coffee.
What time was this?
When I was in the cafe? Oh, about 9:30, I guess.
Why'd you come back here?
Well, somebody in town said that George had killed himself and that the coroner was on his way out here.
So?
Well, I figured if it was true, there wouldn't be anybody to do the chores. He fired old Tom, too. And Mrs. Hawks always treated me so friendly. Well, so I come out to do what I could.
Yeah, that's very nice of you. Tell me, Brad, is there anything between you and Mrs. Hawks?
No, sir. That's a lie, Ranger. Never even spoke to each other except at meal times or say good morning.
What are you planning to do now?
Well, I don't know. Help Mrs. Hawks till she can get somebody, I reckon.
I see. Well, I gotta be moseying along. Oh, don't leave town without letting me know.
Oh, I won't, Ranger. I'll be around.
I got the evidence off to Austin and then went to the White Spot Cafe. Brad had been seen there at 9:30, and Mrs. Hawks had been with her lawyer half an hour before. I radioed headquarters that I was staying over in Finney, and about 9 that night, I got a phone call. Hello?
Jace, Captain Stinson. I've got the report on that stuff you sent in today. You got a pencil?
Sure have, Captain. Shoot.
On that black wool sweater, the thread you sent in the envelope matched all right. It's definitely off the sweater.
How about the wire cutters?
Well, afraid I got a disappointment for you there, Jace. They couldn't get a match. I'm afraid the murder wire wasn't cut with the tool you sent.
Are you sure, Captain?
The boys in the lab are. They made sample cuts with every millimeter of those blades and couldn't match up a single one with a murder wire.
Oh.
What kind of a fix does that put you in, Jace?
Oh, I'm not sure. Well, thanks, Captain. I'll keep in touch with you.
All right, Jace. Good luck.
I was going to need more than luck. Things were really getting tangled up. It was about 4 a.m. when I finally dozed off trying to dope it out. Then at 8:30, I met the sheriff in his office.
Well, you look like you've been through the ringer, Jace. Hotel bed's too hard for you?
No, but I didn't get much sleep trying to figure this Hawks thing out. Looks like we'll have to let old Tom go, Sheriff.
Why? What's up?
The lab says Tom's cutters didn't cut that wire.
They didn't?
No. Of course, old Tom could have used other cutters, but in his stupor, I doubt if he'd be that clever.
Well, I hate to complicate things more than they are, Jace.
What do you mean?
Coroner called a little while ago. He sent in his report over with one of my deputies. Should have been here by now. His verdict is suicide.
Suicide? Oh, that doesn't make sense.
Well, apparently does to him. We'll know when the report gets here.
Yeah. George Hawks, deceased. Climbed up a stepladder, put a wire around his neck, and then placed the ladder neatly under a workbench 12 feet away.
My dusty oil drum snoring things up, Jason.
Considerable.
Morning, Sheriff. Howdy, Ranger.
Hi.
Morning, Joe. Did you get it?
Yep. I had to wait while the coroner signed it. Here it is.
Yeah, thanks, Joe.
Anything more I can do, Sheriff?
No, not right now.
Well, I'll go get me some breakfast then.
Let's see. No marks of violence on the victim's body. Autopsy disclosed no brain injury. Death probably caused by strangulation. Coroner's conclusion, suicide. Signed G. Parker, coroner. There it is, Jace.
Couldn't be.
Now, here's something from the doctor. I examined the body at 11:30 a.m. It is my opinion the death occurred approximately 3 hours previously.
Hey, wait a minute, Sheriff.
What is it?
That'd make it about 8:30 when George died. What time did you say he called you?
At 9:15. Great suffering.
Sheriff, are you sure it was George who called?
Well, now that you mention it, I'm not sure. Said he was George.
Could it have been somebody else?
Yeah, I suppose so.
It's beginning to piece together, Sheriff. Whoever it was could have killed George, then called you and tried to sound like him.
To establish an alibi.
Exactly. And then pop up someplace else a few minutes later. Like the White Spot Cafe. I'll call you later.
Where are you going, Chase?
Back to the Hawks Ranch. When I pulled up to the ranch, Brad Johnson was running water into the big trough near the barn.
Well, hi, Ranger. What brings you out this way?
I want to talk to Mrs. Hawks. We're releasing Tom. Coroner's report came in a few minutes ago. Suicide. Is she around?
Why, sure, she's up the house.
Okay. Oh, I just happened to think. Charcoal, my horse here in the trailer, hasn't had a square meal since I left headquarters yesterday. Is there some hay around that I could give him?
Why, sure, Ranger. Some fresh bale just inside the barn there help sell.
Thanks. I'll be glad to pay for it.
No, forget it. I'm sure Mrs. Hawks wouldn't mind.
Oh, have you got something to open one with?
Why, sure. Here. Here's my cutters.
I took the cutters into the barn and made some cuts on a wire sample. After I gave the cutters back to Brad and fed charcoal, I spoke briefly with Mrs. Hawks, and then I tore out for the lab in Austin. By 1 o'clock, I got the results.
Here it is, Jace. Take a look.
The wires match, Johnny?
See for yourself. That dual microscope never lied to me yet. The left one's the murder wire. The one on the right is one of the samples you brought in.
That's it.
Well, look at those striations. It's a perfect match.
Thanks, Johnny. Take care of this stuff. Got to get back to Finney pronto. Oh, will you do me a favor?
Sure, Jace.
Call the sheriff at Finney. Tell him I'm on my way and I got something hot. I'll be there in 2 hours.
Well, Jace, you sure made good time. What'd you find out?
We got positive proof the murder wire was cut with Brad Johnson's cutters.
Brad's? You going to pick him up?
Not right yet, Sheriff.
Why not?
We only know that Brad's cutters were used. We don't know he used them. We got to be sure.
What are your plans, Jace?
I've been thinking. Those stories that Mrs. Hawks and Brad told me, they were alike, all right. Too much alike.
What do you mean?
A couple of times they used the exact phrases.
Mm-hmm. What about Tom and the black thread?
We'll keep an eye on him, but I think he's clean. He could have caught his sleeve on that beam doing anything, pitching hay or anything.
Yeah, he could have. Well, what do we do now?
We got to catch him alone, Brad and Mrs. Hawks. When they don't know anybody's around, we got to hear what they say to each other.
Maybe after the funeral. It's this afternoon, 4 o'clock.
You know where it's being held, Sheriff?
Sure, out of the ranch.
Be a graveside ceremony. Where's the cemetery?
Clear over on the other side of town from the Hawks' place.
It'll take them a while to get over there and back. Sheriff, while they're at the cemetery, you and I are going to the ranch and fix up a little surprise. There. That ought to be all right for that one, behind the window shade.
Why 3 microphones, Jace? Wouldn't one do?
Not if they wander around the house while they're talking, Sheriff. I want to hear everything.
Yeah, but how do you know that Brad and Mrs. Hawks will talk? How do you know who'll even come into the house?
I don't know, Sheriff. I'm guessing. And my guess is that after the funeral's over, somebody's going to let his hair down.
Hey, it's almost 5, Jace. They'll be coming back soon.
I'm finished in here, Sheriff. Now all we have to do is string the wire to the stakeout. Come on. We'd hidden my car in a lane down the road and set up our equipment at a clump of trees close to the house. 3 neighbors' cars drove up, then Brad's. We watched him as he fed the stock. About sundown, the last of the guests left the house. There go the last of them, Sheriff. Can you see Brad?
He's been in the barn the last few minutes. There he is, Jace, heading for the house.
Good. Put on your earphones, Sheriff. I want you to hear this, too.
There he goes, up on the porch.
Yeah.
Brad. Oh, Brad.
Now, come here, baby.
Oh, Brad, I'm so tired and scared.
Ain't nothing to be scared about, baby. Everything worked out fine.
Oh, take me away with you, Brad, now, tonight.
Millie, I can't do that. You know it.
Why not? Why can't you?
Well, the plan, baby. We gotta follow the plan. Now, look, if we went away together now, they'd nab us no time. We gotta let it cool off.
Brad, I can't spend another night in this house, not alone. I can keep seeing his face. You holding him. That look of his when I put the pillow over his face, I can't stand it. I can't stand it.
I told you to shut up. Look, I put a lot of hard work on us. Our alibi's got him clear off the trail, and I'm not gonna let him get back on it, you hear?
All right, Sheriff. I've heard enough. Let's take him. You cover the back, Sheriff. I'll take the front.
Okay, Jace.
All right, in there. Open up. Ranger Pearson, open up.
What do you want?
You know what I want, Brad Johnson.
Oh, he's not here.
I know different. Okay, Sheriff, let's search the house.
All right, Jace.
I don't know what this is all about.
You'll find out.
He's not in the kitchen, Jace.
All right, Sheriff, work this way.
Ranger, what's the meaning of this?
He's not in the back of the house, Jace. Maybe he's... What was that?
He was upstairs, Sheriff. Sounds like he jumped from up there. Come on.
Don't see him. He didn't run for his car.
Couldn't have gone far.
Maybe he hit for the highway. What's that?
Chickens in the barn. Something scared him, and I think I know what. Come on.
If we play this right, we've got him trapped.
I know you're in there, Brad. Come on out. All right.
Dark as pitch in there, Jace.
Turn on your flashlight, Sheriff. Take the other side. I'll look behind those things.
Okay. What is it, Sheriff? Pitchfork. Threw it from the loft. He hit me.
You hurt bad?
Don't think so. My shoulder.
Here, give me your flashlight, Sheriff. All right, Brad. I'm coming up.
No, don't come up. I'm coming down.
Come on where we can see you then. With your hands up.
Jace, he's jumping now! Jace, you all right?
Yeah, he fell on his back, hit his head when I hit him.
Is he dead?
No. No, Sheriff, he's not dead. But I can't say he won't be, though, when the state gets through with him.
After Mildred Hawks turned state's witness, Brad Johnson confessed to the murder of his employer. For her part in the crime, Mildred Hawks received a sentence of 50 years in a women's prison at Huntsville. Johnson's sentence, death in the electric chair.
And now, here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea.
While most of the mail that comes to us here at Tales of the Texas Rangers is written by grown-ups, the youngsters have their questions, too. Tonight, I'd like to read you a postcard from a boy in Newark, New Jersey. It says, Dear Mr. McCrea, I am 9 years old. Me and my friend Tony was talking about being Texas Rangers when we grow up. How do you go about getting that job? Your friend, Tommy Cook. Well, Tommy, a lot of people have asked us that same question recently, and I guess maybe it's high time for us to tell them. First, a ranger has to serve at least 10 years as an outstanding police officer. Then he may compete with others for the job. If he's selected, he works under the wing of a ranger captain for at least 6 months, and then he's put out in the field with other seasoned rangers for a year and a half. By this time, he is, or he isn't, a true Texas Ranger. And Tommy, Your card's being sent to Colonel Homer Garrison, Jr., Chief of the Texas Rangers. Good luck. Good night.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Saddle Trent. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Byron Kane, Betty Lou Gerson, Jeff Corey, and Wally Mayer. This story was transcribed and adapted by Andrew McBroom, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Tuesday nights are bright with comedy on NBC. Start off the evening with Baby Snooks. Hear Fibber McGee and Molly of 79 Wistful Vista listen as Art Linkletter proves that people are funny and laugh with Bob Hope and his gang. It's truly fine entertainment every Tuesday night. So be sure to listen for Baby Snooks, Fibber McGee and Molly, People Are Funny, and Bob Hope.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
The Romance of the Ranchos. Los Angeles, 1846. Revolt threatens small American garrison. San Francisco, 1846. Lone rider covers 600 miles and ride for help. San Pedro, 1846. Battle of Dominguez Ranch, disastrous American defeat. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the colorful characters and events which furnish the background for our Southern California of today. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, returns to tell us another true story of an exciting chapter in the history of the Southland. Starting on March 8th, Romance of the Ranchos will be brought to you at a new time, 8:30 to 9 o'clock each Sunday evening. Radio listening records indicate that for the great majority of Southern California families, this will be a more convenient day and hour. And Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles hopes that all of you present listeners will continue to be their guests every week. Remember, a new day, Sunday, and a new time, 8:30 p.m., and the starting date, Sunday, March 8th. Remember, too, to buy defense bonds and stamps as liberally and as frequently as you can. Make it a regular habit to invest in America and in your own family's financial future. And now here to tell us the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Our story tonight deals with a dramatic period in the growth of California, the American conquest, and also with a particular incident in that period which, had circumstances been slightly different, might have been celebrated in song and story along with the ride of Paul Revere. It was the feat accomplished by John Brown, whom the Californians called Juan Flaco, or Lean John. It's a story rich in the romance of the ranchos. Our story starts in the uneasy days just before the Californians learned that Mexico was at war with the United States. Colonel John C. Fremont had just organized an expedition to continue his explorations along the West Coast, and, incidentally, to keep an eye on the province of California. For the Californians were dissatisfied with Mexican rule, and the British were vying with the Americans for the purpose of winning the country peacefully. And so it was that, as Colonel Fremont was recruiting his small force, he was approached by a tall, slim man.
Yes, Colonel Fremont. I'm Juan Flaco. Lean John, the Californians call me.
You have another name, no doubt.
Oh, sure. Name's John Brown.
An American?
Well, now, I think so. Born in Sweden, though.
You don't speak like a Swede.
Been speaking English and Spanish most of my life. See, I ran away from home when I was 15. Shipped as a cabin boy aboard a Britisher. Been a soldier, mostly.
For whom?
Well, most anybody who had some fighting to do. Fought in South America under General Simon Bolivar. Fought in California under Alvarado. And Michel Terena.
You know California pretty well?
Better than any place.
Well, I don't know, Lean John. We're going to do a powerful lot of riding. You don't look to me as though you'd last very long on a horse.
Don't let this here long stretch of me fool you, Colonel. I can ride pretty well.
Maybe, but...
Matter of fact, I've got a pretty good reputation as a horseman out there in California.
Huh. Well, sir, we'll see if you can hold up in one of our saddles.
You mean you'll take me?
I'll give you a chance, Lean John. But I'll never know why. It'll be the first time I ever saw a beanpole on a horse.
And so Lean John Brown joined the horsemen of Colonel Fremont's party as they crossed into California. There they found things fast coming to a head. As the party rode north toward Oregon, a messenger arrived with news.
War may be expected any time, Colonel Fremont. And it's your duty to see that nothing goes wrong in California.
But what about the American fleet, Gillespie?
Commodore Sloat is anchored in Mexican waters. They'll move north at the first sign of trouble, but in the meantime, you're the only one really here on the scene to protect American interests. You can't go on north.
I'm not sure where my duty lies. If I go back, the Californians may take offense. They might even find it a cause for war.
But if you don't, who's to protect the Americans there? Already they're panicky about an attack from the Californians.
Yes, maybe you're right, Gillespie. I'll give the order to turn around and head back into California.
Fremont arrived in the Sacramento Valley just in time to find the American settlers expecting an attack momentarily and ready to take strong measures against the native Californians. Quickly, feelings spread and culminated in the Big Bear Flag Revolt, in which a handful of Americans proclaimed California a republic. Fremont resigned his army command so that he might join with them. But before they could see much action, news came that war with Mexico was on in earnest. Now, Fremont with his men hurried to meet Commodore Stockton's naval units. Both Fremont and the messenger Gillespie received commissions from Stockton, and they prepared to embark for the south to occupy San Diego and Los Angeles.
St. John Brown.
Yes, Colonel Fremont?
I'm sending you down on the other ship with Captain Gillespie.
Why can't I string along with you, Colonel?
Because you're familiar with the country, and Gillespie will need a man like you.
All right, sir. If you say so.
Good man. Don't let that horse throw you.
I'm not worried about any horses, but I don't think much of this here next stage of the trip. I'm worried about keeping my seat on this bucking bronco of a ship.
Fremont landed at San Diego, occupied the city, and started north to meet Stockton, whose forces landed at San Pedro. With no organized opposition, they took Los Angeles, and to all appearances, the occupation of California was completed without the shedding of blood. Everything was so peaceful on the surface that Stockton and Fremont left for Monterey, leaving only Captain Gillespie's small force to occupy the hotbed of revolt that was Los Angeles. They'd not been gone long before the young captain's ill-considered restrictions had caused bad feelings.
But, Senor Capitan, the 15th of September is a day of celebration here. It is a holiday for all citizens of Mexico.
Yes, but you're no longer citizens of Mexico, senor. And there'll be no celebrations here. I know what your celebrations are. They'd last a week. Everybody'd get drunk, and anything might happen. Your feelings might run away with you. And I'm not taking the chance. There'll be no celebration.
Very well, senor. But I warn you, the people will not like this. They have not liked many things you have done. You had better watch your step.
The 15th of September came and passed, and there was no celebration. But feeling was running high, and on the 22nd of September, 1846...
Oh, who goes there? Captain Gillespie. Is everything quiet?
Yes, sir. There was a noisy crowd in the streets a little while ago. Sounded like a rowdy party. They've quieted down now.
It's almost too quiet. I don't like it.
Well, I haven't seen anything suspicious, Captain. Street's deserted.
It's so dark out there you can't tell whether it's deserted or not.
Look.
Did you see something move over there in the shadows?
Why, no, I don't think so.
There. See? Across the street.
Yeah. Something did move. Oh, it's probably a dog or something.
Did you ever see a dog wearing a sombrero?
Look, you can see the outline of it. It's a man. I can see him now. He's creeping across the street. And look, behind Behind him, others. All right. Call the alarm. Men, to your places. Up, quickly. Up to your places. Get your guns. It's not... All right, men, hold your fire. We've driven them off. Well, that was easy. Most of them were so drunk they didn't know what they were doing anyway.
Yeah, there are only a handful, too.
It doesn't matter how few of them there were. This is serious. Tomorrow we're going to take measures to see that this doesn't happen again.
Captain Gillespie, it looked to me like just a wild spree. A few rowdies who got a little too much firewater.
Doesn't matter what it looked like to you. This could start something serious. And tomorrow I'm going to make a few arrests just to see that it doesn't. All right, men, at ease.
That's just the attitude, Captain, that's really going to get us into trouble.
Juan Flaco was right. Captain Gillespie's belligerent attitude only inflamed the Californians. And what might have passed off as a minor incident became the spark that set off revolt. Gillespie arrested several prominent Californians to be held as hostages for good behavior. And within a day, Los Angeles was seething with unrest, and word came to the garrison.
Why, it's a copy of the proclamation they issued against us.
Well, this is outrageous. It's revolution.
Yes, Captain Gillespie, it is. Courier says almost 200 townspeople are taking up arms. Several of the paroled Mexican officers joining them. Flores, Andre Peco, Jose Antonio Carrillo.
They'll be sorry for this.
Perhaps, but, Captain, those men are respected, responsible, sir. These men, they're leading their support and leadership to make a serious matter, perhaps more serious
What
than
do you
realize.
mean?
I mean that we have a full-fledged war in our hands. There are several hundred disarmed soldiers in this area. They're all armed, too, and good fighters. They're all rising up, and our little company is no match for them.
You don't think we can handle this?
Well, frankly, no.
Well, we're going to. You tend to your riding, Brown, and I'll give the order.
Yes, sir, of course. But if you're determined to face them, may I make a suggestion?
All right, what is it?
Here in this government house, we're trapped. I suggest we move out of town and up onto the hill overlooking the town. There we might be able to hold out with cannon and our long-range rifles.
Retreat?
I wouldn't say so. I'd say it was smart strategy to move to a stronger position.
Well, that might be a good idea at that.
But we'd better do it now quickly, Captain, before they're mobilized and move into town.
All right. I'll give the orders immediately.
Through the streets and up to the top of Fort Hill, the little band dragged their 2 cannon, with as much ammunition and provisions as they could carry. They established their positions none too soon.
Look at them. There are at least 100 of them at the foot of the hill.
And more over on the other side.
Yes, Captain Gillespie. We're completely surrounded. They've established picket lines around us.
They're going to starve us out, eh?
Yes, and they will, too. Our provisions won't last very long. Not more than 2 weeks at most.
We'll just have to figure out something to break the siege.
How? We're perched up here where they can't do us any harm, but we can't do them any either.
Samuel! Stop
What is
that!
there?
We can't afford to waste a single shot. I want no one to fire unless they try and attack up the hill, which they probably won't. Now sit tight, everybody. We'll just have to wait them out.
Captain Gillespie, we have to do something. We're caught here in a trap. They're not going to give up.
Yeah, it doesn't look much like it.
And just hold us here until we're starving.
Yes, if we could only get help.
We have to get help.
But how? Captain Wilson and his men have been captured at Chino Ranch, and Fremont and Stockton are at Monterey, over 400 miles from here. And they're the nearest.
I can make it in, 3 days. If they sail right away, we should have help here in a week. That would be time enough.
Man, what are you talking about? You think you could get through their lines and ride to Monterey in 3 days? Why, you're crazy.
I'm not crazy. I can do it.
But even supposing you got through their lines, you'd have a ride of over 400 miles through hostile country, where every man is your enemy.
I know, but I could take the back trails.
Where would you get the horses? At that speed, you'd kill off your horses faster than you could find new ones.
I'll find new ones, all right. And I'll get word to Stockton, I promise you.
No, Brown, I can't let you do it. It's suicide.
All right, it's my life, isn't it?
Oh, but...
And there's nothing else that'll save us. I'm going whether you give me permission or not.
All right, John. You can go. Are you all ready?
Yeah, as soon as I get this saddle tightened here. Oh, easy there. Yeah, now. Now she's all ready. Best horse in the camp. She's going to have to be, I'm afraid.
All right, Lean John. Here's the message for Stockton. I've written it on cigarette paper and fixed my seal to it so they'll know you can be trusted. It'll roll up into a little ball. Where do you want to put it?
Well, let's see. How about in my hair, like this? Just tie it in my hair and no one will find it there. How's that?
All right. Fix it good. Now, it's almost dark. You can start any time.
Right. There's no use waiting. I'll be off.
Oh, wait. Aren't you taking a gun?
No, just useless baggage. If I get to the point where I need one, I'd be a goner anyway.
Well, you have to have some protection.
I have my riata so I can rope myself a horse. That's enough. Well, goodbye, Captain Gillespie. I'll do my best.
Goodbye, Lean John. And God bless you.
Say, if I make this, maybe Colonel Fremont will have to eat his words about a beanpole on a horse. Hasta la vista!
There are still some people who believe that a policy of title insurance is nothing more than a written opinion as to the ownership of a piece of land or real estate based on an examination of public records. Now, the issuance of a policy of title insurance does involve such a search of the public records. But some of these records date back for many years, and it may be necessary to check more than 50 public offices, in addition to that of the county recorder, to find them all. However, in theory, any land investor could make his own search of the records and form his own opinion. But your policy of title insurance goes far beyond a mere search of records and an opinion in two vitally important respects. In the first place, it ensures the accuracy of the opinion that title insurance and trust companies' experts arrive at after searching the records. In the second place, the policy of title insurance specifically protects you against a number of title defects that the most careful examination of public records would not reveal. So when you think of title insurance, which Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles provides, don't think of it as merely a search of public records and a written opinion. Remember that it is an actual insurance policy, a policy protecting you against loss due to many specified causes. And remember that some of the risks against which it specifically protects you are risks that the public records do not reveal. That is title insurance.
Lean John Brown, whom the Californians called Juan Flaco, took leave of Captain Gillespie and the 50 besieged Americans, left behind him the comparative safety of old Fort Hill in Los Angeles, and slowly threaded his way toward the Californians' lines at the foot of the slope. Carefully, his horse picked its way down the ravine, closer to the guns of the enraged citizens of the Pueblo. Suddenly...
Alto! Who goes there? Friend, amigo. So, then advance and show yourself.
Hola, Pedro. Who is it?
I cannot tell you, senor. He says amigo with an Americano accent.
Hola. Come forward, senor. But watch your step, or we have you covered by 15 rifles.
Very well. Here I am. Caramba, an Americano soldier.
No, senor. You give yourself up?
See, I'm deserting from that bunch up there.
Be careful. Keep him under the point of your gun. This may be a trick.
Well, why should I want to trick you? I'm tired of those Americans up there. They haven't enough sense to see when they're licked. But I have. I've come to make peace. I'm not armed, as you can see. I want food. I'm hungry.
So will they all be before this is over. So you are deserter, eh, senor? Very well. Dismount and come forward. Stop, I said dismount.
I heard you.
Then do as I say. You are insolent, senor. If you expect clemency from me, obey what I say. Dismount.
I will when I get good and ready.
What? You stop him! Stop him!
He's not a deserter. He's a messenger.
After him quickly. Onto your horses and after him. He must be stopped.
He got through the lines all right, but they're after him.
Oh, if he only wasn't wounded.
From the sound, I'd say there must be 15 horsemen chasing him.
Yeah, they're going away fast. Almost out of hearing already.
If you can pray now, soldier, pray that Lean John gets through.
If he wasn't wounded or his horse hit, they'll never catch Lean John. He's on his way to Monterey.
Come on, old fella. Faster. Faster. Gotta get away from them. Faster. Faster.
What's going on, Faster, he's pulling away. Good. His horse stumbled. His horse is hit.
But caramba, he's going on. The horse is still running.
Yeah, but slower. We'll catch him before he gets to the canyon. Come on, faster!
Come on, old fella. I know it's hard, but you can just get me past the canyon. Come on, faster. They're gaining.
On and on pounded Juan Flaco's gallant horse, even though it was already seriously wounded. After them roared 15 hard-riding Californians, gaining with every step. They were almost upon the lone rider when suddenly, out of the night, loomed a 20-foot chasm, the canyon. Juan Flaco did not hesitate, and his gallant horse neither faltered nor paused.
Whoa, whoa, caramba! Did you see that? He took the canyon and he jumped. Madre de Dios! Quick, down to the canyon after him, quick, or he'll be away.
He's away already, Capitan. By the time we cross down and around, he will be miles ahead. We've lost him, and fairly, too. What a horse! What a horse!
Pulling away to safety was Lean John and his faithful animal. Only after the sound of his pursuers had died out completely did Juan Flaco allow the wounded horse to slow down. The animal was running on his heart, and they'd only gone about 2 miles beyond the canyon jump when suddenly the horse could go on no longer. It fell to earth, dead. Leaving the dead horse, Juan Flaco, on foot now, made his way northward along the Santa Monica Mountains, hiding in the brush from the pursuing horsemen. Toward dawn, he approached a lonely ranch house nestled at the foot of the hills, and there he approached the corral where the horses were kept. But as he reached it, a figure appeared. It was the ranchero, aroused by the commotion of the horses.
Halt! Put up your hands. You're a dead hombre.
Why, even in this light, I can see that's not a gun you're holding, only a stick of wood.
You're an American.
Of course. But does that give you any right to steal my horses?
An American. Oh, thank God.
Explaining his mission, he obtained a fresh horse from the American, and once more he was off on his long journey. Over mountains, across open plain, through the brush and on the beach he raced. There was no road. Half of the time he could not even use the little trail that led north, for he had to detour around every ranch, every village, and avoid any horseman he might see. For this was hostile enemy country. He would probably be shot on sight. On and on he pressed, borrowing a fresh horse whenever his steed was worn out. He'd been on the trail for 27 hours when he pulled into Santa Barbara. There, the small American garrison offered him food and rest, but he had no time. A fresh horse was all he wanted, and within an hour he was riding hard again. Once more he was sighted by a Californian patrol, and once more he rode his horse to death to outdistance them. 2 days more he rode, and on the evening of the third day, his panting horse pulled up in front of the government house at Monterey.
Oh! Who are you? John Brown. Captain Gillespie's company. Reporting. I have a message from Captain Gillespie.
Good heavens, man. You look as though you'd ridden all the way without a stop.
I have. Gillespie's in trouble. Under siege. Must have help immediately. I must deliver my message to Commodore Stockton at once.
Good Lord, man. Commodore Stockton isn't here. He's on up north at San Francisco.
3 days and 3 nights of continuous riding. And now, his destination reached, Juan Flaco found that he must go another 100 or more miles to get help for his friends. For 3 hours he slept the sleep of exhaustion, then climbed astride a racehorse furnished him by Captain Maddox and started again. On and on, doggedly, determinedly, although he was aching in every muscle, his eyes were sunken and blurred, his head spinning from lack of sleep. On and on, all day, until that night, after 4 days of the roughest ride in history, he pulled up on the beach at San Francisco, having ridden almost 600 miles from Los Angeles. There, he met Commodore Stockton.
John Brown, you've done a great thing. With your help, we'll get Captain Mervine and his men to Los Angeles in time to save Gillespie. But now, man, you'd better get some sleep.
Commodore, just show me a bed.
Commodore Stockton ordered the frigate Savannah to set sail for Los Angeles at once. But out in the bay, she ran into heavy fog and was delayed for days. Even so, the relief would not have arrived at Los Angeles in time. That is the ironic twist to Juan Flaco's great ride. It was in vain. Perhaps that is one reason why it has not been celebrated in song and story, along with the easier exploits of Paul Revere or General Sherman. 2 days after Lean John Brown arrived in San Francisco, Captain Gillespie met with Juan Flores, commander of the Californians.
So, you come, Capitan Gillespie. You are ready with your answer to my ultimatum?
First, let me be sure of your terms, General Flores.
Of course. I promise your men no harm if you will evacuate the city at once. March to San Pedro, board the ship Vandalia at anchor there, and sail away for good. It's very reasonable, I think.
I do not ask for your arms or even for surrender. Just go away and leave us alone.
And if I refuse?
Refuse? How can you, Senor Capitan? You know as well as I do that your supplies will not last much longer. They will be gone before any reinforcements could reach you.
But if I do refuse?
Then I promise you annihilation. My men will not be held in bonds much longer.
We'd make a very good fight of it, General.
Perhaps. Until your supplies were gone, your ammunition exhausted. What then?
All right. We'll march to San Pedro.
With heavy heart, Gillespie's men marched to San Pedro and boarded the waiting merchant vessel. But they did not sail. Instead, they waited until, a few days later, Captain Mervine and the Savannah anchored nearby. Then, with their combined forces, Mervine and Gillespie tried to retake Los Angeles. But the Californians were ready for them. And on the Dominguez Ranch near the harbor, they started a long-range battle.
That pesky cannon.
Can't we do something to get rid of it?
Oh, what, Captain Mervine? We've tried charging it time after time. They just lasso it and drag it away to a new position.
But if we could only get past it, we'd lick them in no time. That gun's our only weapon.
Well, it's enough. They can keep us out of firing range with it. And it's doing a lot of damage, sir. Our casualty list is already high. What'll we do?
I guess there's only one thing to do, Gillespie. Retreat. Retreat to the ship and sail. It'll take the whole Army and Navy to capture Los Angeles this time.
So the Americans turned back, carrying their dead and wounded with them. If only they could have known that on the Californian side, great sighs of relief went up.
There they go. Turning around to go back.
See, the Americanos are retreating. The Pueblo's saved.
See, but, senores, get down on your knees and thank the saints that preserved us.
Why, what do you mean, General Flores?
Look, do you see that little cannonball there?
See, of course. It is for the old woman's gun.
See, for the brass cannon which forced the Americanos to retreat.
See, well, what about it?
That, senores, is the last cannonball. If they had charged again and we had fired it, there would have been nothing more to stop the Americanos from taking Los Angeles. So thank the saints, mi amigos.
Madre de Dios.
And so Juan Flaco's ride came to naught. It remained for the forces of Stockton and Fremont to retake Los Angeles and California in a full-dress war. But that unhappy ending can never take away the homage due to Lean John Brown. Juan Flaco, one of the most daring, most dangerous, most grueling rides ever made for the cause of a nation. America owes gratitude to another unsung hero, Juan Flaco. His story furnished a chapter of history rich in the romance of the ranchos.
Romance of the Ranchos is a service offered to the people of this community by the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. Service to the community, of which it is a part, has been the watchword of this institution since its founding. And the Title Insurance and Trust Company is continually searching for new ways to serve. Most important of all is this company's ability to provide the most complete, accurate, and prompt title insurance service available. This outstanding ability is your positive protection against loss when you deal in real property, and it is available at the Title Insurance and Trust Company at rates which are substantially lower than the average cost of such service elsewhere. And now, Frank, what's the story for next week?
Next week, we'll reveal the romantic life story of the founder of the city of Wilmington, Phineas Banning. But remember, the next Romance of the Ranchos comes to you at a new time, 8:30 on Sunday evening. Jot that down. 8:30, Sunday evening, March 8th. The Romance of the Ranchos. So until a week from Sunday, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Okay, The Romance of the Ranchos. Los Angeles, 1854.
First stage crosses San Fernando Pass.
Wilmington, 1858.
New seaport founded on Dominguez Ranch.
Wilmington, 1862.
Explosion of boat kills travelers. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the highlights of history which make the colorful background for our Southern California of today. Each week, our wandering vaquero Frank Graham returns to tell another true story of the days of the Dones. Tonight's program is the first of the Romance of the Ranchos broadcast at this, our new time. If you have friends who have been listeners at our old time, 6 o'clock Wednesday evenings, or friends who you think would enjoy these programs, whether previously listeners or not, you may do both them and the sponsors a favor by reminding them of this new hour for Romance of the Ranchos. And you will do a service to the nation by reminding everyone to buy defense bonds and stamps, and by making this investment in victory yourself as frequently and systematically as you can. And now here to tell us the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight our story is concerned with a man who stands out as one of the great pioneers of Southern California. A man whose work helped to make possible the fast and early growth of the Southland into a great modern center of commerce and industry. He might be called the father of early transportation here, and he was the founder of the great port of Wilmington. Let's listen to the story of Phineas Banning, a story rich in the romance of the ranchos. Phineas Banning was born on a Delaware farm in 1830, son of a family who were among the earliest English settlers of Delaware. Although his father was one of the early graduates of Princeton University, Phineas had a limited education when, at the age of 14, he decided to plunge into the world of affairs. So he left the farm to work in his brother's law office in Philadelphia. But he soon tired of the musty law files and sought a job as a clerk in a mercantile store. Already, the youngster had grown-up ideas and a lot of self-respect.
So, young fellow, you want a job in my store, huh? Think you can sell merchandise?
Why, of course, Mr. Plummer.
Well, I'll give you a try. You say your name is Banning, huh?
Yes, sir. Phineas Banning.
That's a mighty big name for such a young fellow. What do they call you, Phineas?
No, sir. I'm Phineas Banning, and that's what I'm called. Do they call you Bertie?
What? Why, of course not.
No, they call you Elbert, because you're more respectful. Well, that's why I'm called Phineas. I may be young, but I'm able to make my way like any man. And what's more, I'm going to become somebody, do big things. Someday, Phineas Banning will be a big name. And that's me, Phineas Banning.
For one so young, Phineas prospered at his new job. And it was some years later when he was entrusted with a job for an important customer.
There. How's that, Mr. Claiborne?
Fine, Mr. Banning. That'll do quite well for that box. Now we'll start on this other big one.
This is pretty valuable crockery, isn't it, sir?
I hate to think of how much money is represented here. That's why we have to be so careful.
Oh, I don't think we'll have to worry about this stuff now.
I don't either. You're doing a fine job of packing. In fact, Mr. Banning, you've handled this whole thing very well. Very well indeed.
Well, thank you, sir, but we're very glad to be of service.
You know, I've been thinking. I could use a young fellow like you. And besides, I need someone to come along with me and look after the shipment. Would you be interested?
Oh, well, it's kind of you, but I'm pretty well satisfied right here. Where are you taking this, to New York?
No, sir, not by a long ways. 3,000 miles in the other direction. That's another reason why it has to be so carefully packed. This crockery is going overseas, across the Isthmus of Panama and out to California.
Holy suffering catfish. You mean all the way out to the Pacific coast?
That's right. It'll make a right nice trip. And there's plenty of interesting work and good living to be had out there, if you'd want to stay.
Oh, say, that's different. California, huh? Oh, gosh.
Would you like to go? All you have to do is say the word.
Gosh, would I, Mr. Claiborne? Why, any young fella'd jump at a chance like that. When do we leave?
And so, in 1851, Phineas Banning found himself on a ship bound for the promised land of California. En route, his companion and employer died, leaving this 21-year-old boy to deliver his valuable goods at San Pedro, and also leaving him stranded 3,000 miles from home without a job. There was only one thing to do, and young Phineas was not a man to waste time. Quickly, he obtained a position with the commission agents he met on the beach at San Pedro. Within a short time, he was working with the firm of Temple and Alexander, who handled much of the shipping which passed through the natural harbor at San Pedro. His integrity, his initiative, and drive soon won him the admiration of his employers. And when a decision was about to be made, he was called in.
Come in. Oh, it's you, Phineas. Come in.
You sent for me, Mr. Alexander?
Yes, Phineas, I did. I wanted to tell you that there are going to be some changes around here.
Well, you don't mean that my work hasn't been satisfactory?
Oh, goodness, no. I didn't mean to imply anything of that kind. No, your work has been excellent. And both John and myself are convinced that you're an up-and-coming youngster.
Well, thank you, sir. I'm glad you feel that way.
And the changes I spoke of are these. First, John, that is Mr. Temple, has decided to give up his share of the business. So, since I don't want to carry on alone, there'll be a new partner in the firm. A new manager.
Oh, well, that's fine, but why'd you tell me, sir?
Because you're it, Phineas. That is, if you want to be.
What? You mean that... Oh, Mr. Alexander, do I?
All right, son. But if we're going to be partners, there'll be no more of this Mr. Alexander business. From now on, it's David. And together, you and I are going to do all right.
Phineas Banning took over John Temple's interest in the company, and so started a partnership which was to last long and bring profit to both men. With this as a start, Phineas Banning grew to become one of the most important men in the Southern California of his day. And the name of Phineas Banning was spread throughout the whole of the growing South